It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Michelle Young, and she's from England, and she has a very interesting bio and some very interesting, important things to share with her. And I love the name of her website, Make Earth Great Again.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Gail. It's an honor to be on with you. And let's thank the great Kerry Cassidy for the introduction.
Yes,
Another great woman.
Oh, yes, definitely. I love Carrie. She's one of the ones I learned from. She's been in the business a long time, and she does a great job. So, I was happy she connected us. Thank you. Thank you out there, Carrie. And Michelle, let's tell the audience that may not be familiar with you a little bit about your background, your bio, and you're quite the businesswoman.
Well, I think I was born an entrepreneur and a visionary, and I believe we're all born with that, Gail. But you know, the system has tried to suppress that out of us.
Oh, definitely.
I believe in abundance for the whole of humanity, and I've always said that money is great in the right hands. It's a flow of energy.
That's a problem. It's been in the wrong hands.
Exactly. Well, let's remove it from the wrong hands. Yes.
Yes, definitely. Well, one of the things that you had looked into too, which I thought was very interesting, and we can carry that from one economic group to another, and that is you talked about in the show with Carrie the asset stripping of humanity by the judicial system. And look at what we see going on right now with Trump.
Absolutely. And you know, the other thing they do, people that tell the truth with documented evidence, they use fraudulent gagging orders. And that's exactly what they've done to Trump.
Yes. And quite honestly, they do it all the time to lower economic people because they can't fight back. They don't have the resources to fight back. Many times they might have to rely on what I call a public pretender. They're all paid by the court. It's all based on profit, and people don't realize that there's a money trail. There's always a money trail.
Do you know something? I've always said, Gail, I actually don't think the division has been, whether it's man or woman, mainstream media, alternative media, people from other countries, rich or poor. That has been the division, and we've all got to put a stop to that, because we've all been put. The 98% have all been put in the same position. And I know some of the most beautiful people, whether they're billionaires, millionaires, or everyday people. And from all those different walks of life, from my investigation into the financial crimes, it's the same fraud perpetrated upon all of us. And actually, I'll have to say, people think, oh, wealthy people can get away with it. Not true. Because the wealthier you are, and if they want to come for you, the more they're going to target you. So it makes the litigation that they put upon you even harder. And that's what I fought with the Crown and the Rothschilds.
They ran into the wrong woman, didn't they?
Well, I have the blessing of God Almighty. I think that's the answer for all of us, Gail. You know.
Yeah.
We've all been put on this journey for a good reason, to do the right thing.
Right. And you know what? Once the court makes up their mind that they want to go after whatever person it happens to be, it's all over. They will do pretty much. It's fortunate that Trump has the resources, although they keep trying to drain it. But he is really, what I appreciate about what he's doing, he is showing the corruption in the court system.
Oh, what an absolutely amazing man. And rather than, career-based politicians that, getting a backhander through the back door, he's a great successful man, a businessman, that can actually make, let's be frank, when he was president for the 4 years, the economy was great, no
Yep.
wars. And
Yep.
we need someone like that in the UK, someone like Nigel Farage, who tried to bring Brexit in to stop the 2%, and they tried to block him. But, he's working strong and hard now. And if we had him as the Prime Minister in England, and then Trump in America, you've got two great businessmen that are going to make both those great countries prosper.
Yep. And that's what we need. We do need a leader. Everybody says, oh, you don't want a savior, you have to save yourself. Well, that's in a whole nother ball game in a lot of ways. Yes, we do all have to save ourselves, but we definitely need leadership. And I think Trump was a great example of that. It's just
Absolutely. And yeah, totally. Right. Now, where would you like us to start, Gail, with this? Because I'm excited about the website, because, the mega website, mega in numerology, which equals God, that website is for the whole of humanity. And I think we should start. Where would you like to start?
Let me share your website right now.
Okay, great.
So let's start right here, and you can explain what is here, and I will go to whichever place you want me to go. How's that sound?
Fantastic. I think if we start with the homepage, where I'm working with the great Anthony Stansfield, who's a previous fraud and crime commissioner, was in this country, who's still working behind the scenes full time, working with everyone across the UK regarding the financial crimes. You can see with his witness statement on my case and the bank frauds with the Bank of Scotland. If you have maybe you might want to read a little bit of that, Gail, just that witness statement to show the public what we're dealing with.
Okay, this is what the mega Make Earth Great Again is all about. Justice must be seen to be done. It is the constitutional duty of the Crown in Parliament, or Congress in the United States, to secure the rule of law with justice in mercy as the people's birthright. We seek truth, justice, liberty, and freedom of expression. It is our sovereign birthright under the rule of our laws.
Beautifully said. How true is that? Now, this is what I'm going to come on to. To me, one of the most exciting documents, which I sent you separately, is the 1688 Declaration with the Bill of Rights. Now, that document, the reason that's the most powerful document in the world, the great John Bingley, he transcribed that from the original skins. Now, that document would work in every single dominion around the world, every court, every parliament. And this is all based on the rule of law and our constitutional rights, we the people. Now, that document has never been repealed because it can't be repealed. So that's our best document to use in every jurisdiction.
Okay, now I think I have that. Maybe I can bring that document up if I can find it.
I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Yes, and then I have to send it to my email, and then I'll bring it. It's not the one with the Is it the Carrington?
It is.
Oh, it is.
There's the Enric and Carrington. That's the first document. So anyone
Okay.
that's listening today that has got an unlawful warrant or any libel where they're trying to take documents, that judgment, that is one of the most powerful documents that anyone can use in the world, because that would work in all jurisdictions.
Oh,
Then
okay.
under that, you've got the amazing 1688 Declaration with the Bill of Rights, which can be used in every dominion around the world.
It doesn't matter what country you're in. It's pretty much handled in the same manner, correct?
Yes. I believe what we've got to discuss today is not what they're doing on this website. This is why this website's powerful and important for the whole of humanity. This website shows every solution we need around the world, in every country, every government, every court. Because, you know, our courts are meant to be governed by God and our parliaments, which is our constitutional rights, we the people.
Yes, and that is not happening as we speak.
We're going to, well, let's make that happen. Let's get this website viral around the world, which has got all the solutions on it, with keeping it as simple as I've said earlier, with the 1688. Yeah.
Yes.
And then if we could also then, if you don't mind, Gail, then go on to the petition pages.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, and this says that I have, and this is you, have set these petitions up to get justice for myself and others who have been affected by the systemic corruption in the family court system and with the insolvency scam. Please sign them and help the victims of these scams. Explain to, well, maybe we should go through this.
Yes, go through it and then I'll explain it simply after you've gone through it, because it's self-explanatory. And this is, as Kerry said, this is more than a petition. And when you have a look, I'll let you have a little look.
Okay. Well, we can read through the 10 Commandments if you like. I am the Lord your God. You shall not have strange gods before me. You shall not take the name of the Lord.
Sorry about that, Gail. Someone called me and interrupted the. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not kill. Remember to keep the holy day of the Lord's day. You shall not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Are you hearing me okay? Is there a problem?
Thank God you're here.
Okay. What happened? Where did you go? Well, hopefully Michelle will come back on. I'm not sure why she left. But anyway, one of the things that while I'm going through this, she has found through deep research that the following are things to look at when you're questioning the authenticity of a court document: the absence of a court seal. Okay, let me see if she just came back in. Okay. Hi, I didn't know you all of a sudden you weren't there, but.
Oh, yeah, sorry, a call came in and cut the whole thing off, sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's that can happen. All right, now let me go back to where I was. I was just going through, because this is very interesting, because I know that this has happened to me before. If you look close enough, sometimes these documents are not properly, they're fake, okay? Absence of a court seal, which is not in keeping with those used by the HMCTS. I'm not sure what that stands for.
That's the court system. Yeah.
The court system. Okay. Court seal, which looks as if it had been copied and pasted in electronically.
That's what they're doing.
This is something that has just occurred in a recent case I'm aware of. Absence of court postal address and name of court and admin staff who produced the document at the bottom on the form. Absence of the court form number, effective date, and revision date at the bottom of the form. Absence of the words Crown copyright. Well, here it would be the U.S. whatever at the bottom of the form. But anyway, these documents are supposed to be prepared in a certain way, and many times they're not, because it's there's something fraudulent going on, and it happens a lot. Do you want me to open any of these in particular?
Well, I can now go through it. You see, the importance of those bullet points, it doesn't matter what country it's in. Like the homepage of my website with Anthony Stansfield, which I'll explain. You don't need to go through it, Gail. But he said, my court documents, where they stole everything from me, are fraudulent. And then that's why we decided, because all the cases we've investigated across this country, they're fake court documents. So we decided to put those bullet points on the petition pages so that everyone across the world can check their court documents to see if they're fraudulent, which I guarantee most of them will be in one way or another from those bullet points around the world. So that's one great point for everyone. Then on the petition pages, what I decided to do was you name the judge that was involved with the fraud, and you name the law firm. Then you put your petition number, your judgment order number. So in every country, you've got a judgment order number, and name the judge, law firm, then put 60 words in every country what happened to you. Now, when everyone starts looking on the website, we make this viral worldwide, we're going to, number one, see that all the court documents are fraudulent. We're going to see it's the same. People will start looking as thinking, well, actually, that's the same judge, that's the same law firm. So then we start collating the data around the world for each country, showing the pattern with the 60 words of what happened to each human being. And it's the same system worldwide with the same perpetrators, whether it's the law firm or the judge involved in each country. And then people can start then putting class actions together with decent lawyers and then decent judges. And this is how we reform the system, because if it's happening to everyone across the world with the same people in each country, and people can start checking this around the world in each country, that's how we're going to reform it. And then we say, right, enough is enough. We want a complete clean sweep with a constitutional system put in place worldwide to bring back the rule of law, to stop the racketeering. And if there are great lawyers and judges who want to jump on board where the ship is sinking, which it is, because the people around the world have had enough of being defrauded, whether they're having their assets or their children stripped, and sometimes it's both. And then we work together with the good lawyers and the good judges to reform the system. But it's got to be a new system with bringing back the rule of law and the Constitution.
Yes, they have totally, they totally ride over the Constitution. I know that here in the United States, they keep people in jail, innocent, supposedly innocent until proven guilty. It's actually just the opposite. And they put people in extremely horrific conditions to force pleas out of them, so they basically give up. It's all it's like psychological warfare against individuals, and they get stripped of everything they ever owned, and maybe at the lower levels that isn't that much, but it's all they have, and then they're booted out of the jail when they're supposed time is up or whatever, with I think $50 to get to wherever they go. They have nothing. They don't have clothes. They don't have a car. They don't have a place to stay. And everything that's been done has been used against them. And it's very hard to come back up under those conditions. And,
I have to say to you, Gail, let me tell you, everyone thinks, oh, she's, had all these big estates and all this money. If I hadn't fought hard for my children and I, like I did, they would have had me living on the streets, but I fought them back. Yeah. And I'm not one to give in or give up. They would have done the same to me if I hadn't been the strong woman I am. That I promise you. and my children. But there's no way where we are now as a human race with all this great website, with all these solutions, and for us to not turn this around very quickly. If we can send this website across the world and everyone follows the simple documents on this website and the petitions, which, as Kerry said, they're more than petitions, we will
Yes.
start then collating the data between us all to make this right, and with that 1688 Declaration of Bill of Rights, which I'm going to repeat again because that's the most powerful document, and they cannot repeal that document. I'll repeat that too.
Okay, should I be bringing that document up?
If you can, that's on the petition, just before the petition page on the home page.
Oh, okay. I'll find it then.
You'll see
the
it,
home
the
page?
16, on the
Okay.
1688. You'll see it there. Thank you.
Is this what you're speaking of?
Sorry, Sasha, I can't see the document that.
It's the high-level fraud statement by Anthony Stansfield on the Michelle.
That's the one. That's the one I was speaking about earlier.
Okay.
Sasha, I can't see the documents that.
Let me.
Oh, okay. Maybe you can.
Oh, here it is. The Declaration of Bill of Rights,
That's the one.
1688. Okay. I shall. I'll read it. Okay.
Wonderful.
Sometimes things like this happen, as dreadful as they are, to people like yourself, because God knows you're going to fight back. You're not going to just lay down and let them walk all over you. And it takes some real fortitude to fight back. And I'm so glad that you did fight back, because that helps others as well who don't have the same, we don't know what their path or journey has been, but they might not have the same fortitude you have, is what I'm getting at. So anyway, the Declaration and Bill of Rights, 1688. The Declaration and the Bill of Rights, 1688, gives the people whose legal system has derived its authority directly from the British Crown right to apply the rule of law through our courts and system of justice in defense of their liberty, notwithstanding. The Constitution and the 1688 Declaration and Bill of Rights is the sure foundation of liberty under the law, both in England and much of the wider world. The evidence provided within this website is factual and demonstrate why the people have to reclaim the court systems. The court system, it is, I'll wait till I make a public comment. It is in the public interest that the evidence within this website is kept complete. We seek justice. We seek the truth. We expose the criminals and the corrupt. We have the solution to the current rigged system of justice and the false reporting and narrative of mainstream politics and media. And that is our problem right there. The mainstream media and politics are not for the people.
Can I tell you 2 bits of good news there? I've spoken in Parliament a few times with good people like yourself, Gail, and I'm taking John Bingley to the next meeting in Parliament, where him and Mike Burke will present the 5 exhibits that go with the 1688 Declaration of Bill of Rights. And I said in Parliament, this is another very good point, and there's a lot of good politicians now that are not corrupt. There's a lot of very good mainstream journalists who are speaking the truth now, and it's getting out on mainstream media. Because what I said last time I was in Parliament, I said to simplify this with our constitution, the other key point, let's do an independent audit on the auditors. Who is auditing the auditors? And then a great mainstream journalist went and did some investigating and found out the head, and I sent it to you on WhatsApp. I'm very happy for you to share it on this show. Found out that the head auditor in this country, in the UK, isn't an auditor. Now, that is very interesting, because that's what I discussed with Kerry. is that I'm working with a whistleblower chartered accountant, and she can show how a lot of the big accountancy firms are all interlinked and that there's no auditing being done in this country. And I think it's fantastic that a mainstream journalist that's now gone in the mainstream media, that the head auditor is not auditing and is not an auditor. So that if we did that in every country, someone speaks up within the government, let's all in every country do an independent audit on the head auditors.
Yes, I think that would be awesome. And if we can just get people to read some of these documents, I know it's long, but it's well worth your time. It's well worth your time. So I think I can provide these documents in the PD, let me see if this works. In the chat, I think. Let me see.
Excellent.
Right. Yes, would someone see if you can open that from there and so on. Here's Lenny has a comment. Lenny is a regular follower here. Getting rid of the corrupt is brilliant, but in the UK, we also need to clean up the civil service.
Exactly. But you know what we've got to do is exactly what we've said in each country. We the people have got to get into each parliament with these documents and follow the same. Keep it as simple as what's on this website, which will work with a 1688, and then do an independent audit in each country. It's over. Tyranny is then over.
Wow. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get this other one up. Share.
You know, and what
with
else
me.
I put, and sorry to interrupt, Gail, but on the petition page, as you saw, it's not only God's law, which is our constitutional rights as the people, but it's
Okay.
also the 10 Commandments, which even whether you believe in God or not, they're simple principles. You do not lie, cheat, or steal.
Exactly. And that includes the people in the court.
Absolutely.
Not the people being tried, because we're seeing just as much corruption on the other side as there, probably even more in some cases than on the. It's just incredible, is what it
But
is.
you see, if we start collating the data worldwide on which judges, which law firms, with those, as Kerry said, the more than petitions, and we start all working together to collate that, that's how we'll reform it. And then we all start taking a room within Parliament, which we the people have the right to do with our constitutional rights, and start demanding all these things that we've discussed.
Yes, it's absolutely critical, because the corruption in the court is being demonstrated. And the thing of it is, and now I don't know how it works in England, but I know that there's a money trail.
Beautifully said. Now that's what we'll find when we do an independent audit. Do you see? That will give us the audit trail of where all the crimes against humanity and all the money they've stolen from us. And you're quite right, Gail, whether it's bankruptcy fraud, family court fraud, or it's mortgage fraud or child trafficking, what they do is that on those 4 serious crimes, they threaten people with prison.
Yes.
Now, with me, they said to me, if I didn't sign the bankruptcy documents, I'd go to prison. I spoke to a friend who's blowing the whistle on the tax frauds. She's now just had a letter to say that she's going to have to go to prison. This is what they're trying to do to her, because she's exposing how many people are being defrauded through the tax system. And that's why this document, this John Entrick versus Carrington is an important document because this will stop the false warrants and the documentations with libel.
Wow. J Thought says these systems were hijacked a long time ago, and the timeline advanced generationally with the corrupt systems in play. How do you remove, fix, replace a system that has already embedded into society?
What we've just discussed. In each country, we take back control through our governments, we the people, through the Constitution, and everyone signing these documents and using the rule of law in our Constitution. It's our birthright.
Yes, and that includes here in the United States as well, even though it's slight differences in terminology and the way things are said, but basically it's the same. Would you agree with that?
Well, 100%. That's why these documents are on there. Those documents are on this website, can be used worldwide.
Right.
All of them.
Well, I know too in the family court systems, which is one of the ones that you pointed out and have a petition for. We know that here and this happens all over, is that they go from child protective services frequently into some form of child trafficking. And the other thing in the courts, we actually have a form of human trafficking with the straw man, which I know I've heard you talk about before as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think we will find that much of the financing is through the trust accounts that they are able to tap into once they have a person there, because all our court documents, everything will be in the all capitalized letter, which is reference to the so-called straw man. I don't know if they still call them that or not, but it's
Exactly. But I believe, look, I think we have to take one step at a time. And if we bring our Constitution back and our rule of law, and then we all do an independent audit in each country, the rest is history.
right. Well, here they have, the way I understand, we have two constitutions. We have the Constitution of America, which was created in 1871, and we have the original organic Constitution, which is the real Constitution for we the people.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the beauty. You've got to remember this 1688 that John Bingley transcribed. The older the law, the more powerful the law. And so that's where the American Bill of Rights and Constitution came from that, that document that John transcribed from the original skins. So if we all just, you see, there's so many different areas of law you can go into, Gail. And if everyone does that, we're running around like headless chickens. Why don't we all just stick to that 1688 and audit everything?
Good point.
It's over.
Good point. Good point.
If we all did that, they've got nowhere to go. And then in each country, we take back control of our governments. We ask for a room in every country as a national security issue against we the people, that we have the right through our Constitution to take back control of those courts and those governments, because they don't belong to the 2%. They belong to we the people.
So how do we get we the people to act? That's always been a little bit of a problem, because people have been brought to the point like, I'm just one person. What can I do? Says 7 billion people, but the problem is there is something you can do. Everybody can make it. Look at the difference you've made already just by creating this website.
Well, it's not just the website. The beautiful thing is we've already had one meeting in Parliament. So we're bringing all the good politicians that will not be bribed, all the good mainstream journalists that are here to do the right thing, whether it's alternative media or mainstream media. This has to be kept so simple. This is the 98% against the 2%. We have to take back control. And this website has got everything on it for everyone to take back control in each country.
Yes. And Wow. Is there another?
It's not difficult. I don't believe it's difficult, Gail. And I'm very positive. We're very powerful creators, all of us. So if we start keep going into all their different, whether it's the food, the air, or the water, whatever they're doing, and focus on what they're doing. Let's not focus on what they're doing. Let's focus what's on this website where we can reverse it all. Look at that great journalist, that mainstream journalist. The head auditor in this country is not an auditor. Everyone that's listening, do it in every country. Find out in each country who's auditing the auditors and get the journalists, whether mainstream or alternative, to investigate it as a national security issue, that we have the right to find out where our money's going.
Right. Is this, let me see if this particular thing will show up. I'm going to share a different page.
I mean, I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised, but I do know now through experience how to handle the mainstream media. And I did put them on notice. I said to them, where there was a lot of nonsense about my family and I, the same as what they did to Trump with the fake Russian narrative. I said,
Oh my God.
anyone else, I said, if anyone else lies, I said, here's my website, I'll sue you.
It's just amazing what they have continued to do to this man. Let me see.
He's going to win with glory. Do you know the great thing? I bumped into a lady the other day that I saw. She lives in California. I hadn't 9 months ago. I saw her. She was voting for Biden. She said, "There's no way." She said, "All my friends now, they're all voting for Trump. What the state of the US, what he's done to it. You know, they've got nowhere to go. They can't even rig the elections because there's too many people on Trump's side."
I know, it's amazing. The more they drag him through the courts and try to do things to him, the more popular he becomes. There was one show. There was one show that said, "Yeah, go ahead, do it, throw him in jail. We the people will get him out." It just brings him more and more support because it's so obvious what they are doing. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we've been doing this a long time. People like you and I and Kerry and many others, Alex Jones, etc., etc. But, you know, I believe there's so many people now researching. No one's going to tolerate this nonsense anymore.
Yes, and that's why that was the beauty of so many of people telling, do your own research, do your own research. I mean, you can have certain people that you follow and you look to because you like the information that comes from them. But when you start doing your own too, you see it even more. It impacts you more. It gets into your it gets into your blood, so to speak, and you just want to know more and more and more because you're going, "Oh my God, I don't believe this. I don't believe this." I mean, I started this journey probably over a decade ago, and I just became literally obsessed with it because I couldn't believe what I found going on.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, isn't it? Once you start investigating, girl, you know, you think, well, there's no way when you start seeing how deep it goes. Once you know that, you just don't give up till we get there, and we are getting there.
We are getting there, and so many more people are coming on board, and that's what we need. The people need to unite and stand together.
Exactly. No more division. No more division with any more countries. No more wars. We know every war's a banker's war. We know who's behind it. You know, the people know now, and that they can't do any more unlawful lockdowns because people won't tolerate it. People aren't going to lose any more of their businesses, and they're not going to take the kill shot. You know, it's over.
It is. I can't believe they even have the audacity to try to do it again. I guess they really think humanity is stupid, and we're not stupid.
No,
we're easily fooled because of our heart, because we just can't believe someone would do that.
Well, they're inhumane, aren't they? You know, let's be frank, they're absolute psychopaths. So
absolutely, yeah,
they're not there. Yeah, so you know, but they've been completely nothing will stop what's coming. I mean, the whistleblower that's also I'm working with, Sally, and she's got a second gagging order on her. I did a show with her with Romola D that's on the video link page, and that's all about Lloyd's of London. And I warned Sally not to go to the establishment. I said, Michael O's ex-Ministry of Defence Police, an amazing man, ex-CID. I've worked with him for years. We worked on the website together with the great John Bingley and many others. But Michael O and I can show that Sally, which is what was also important is on the petitions, is to check for the fraudulent court documents, or just putting it very blunt, fake court documents. She's got 2 gagging orders, and both of them are fake. And they've done that to try and stop her exposing the collusion with the Crown and the Rothschilds through the Lloyd's of London documents we've got. And you might want to go onto that page, actually, Gail. If you have a look at the library page,
Okay.
and then look at the list of syndicated judges.
The library page. Okay. Here you have an extensive library of documents, video, and other evidence demonstrating shocking systemic fraud in our courts, law firms, insolvency service, and press. So, and here are, documents for people. Please go to this website. It's awesome. There's so much information here. And
it's all factual, girl. Everything on there is factual evidence. But on the library page, you'll see there's a list of nearly 300 syndicated judges.
Wow.
On the library page.
Oh, list of syndicated judges?
Yeah, nearly 300. Can you see that on the library page?
Let me open it.
Thank you.
List of syndicated judges. I must scroll down. Okay, so we would need to do this in the US too.
Exactly. I'm going to explain a little something about that once you find it, and just have a look at all the different areas where the judges were syndicated.
Yeah, I have. I have it up right now, and I'm just kind of scrolling through it. So anyone that's in the audience, you can open this page yourself on your own computer and look at the different pages, because there's 51 pages here.
Yeah. Now, shall I explain the evidence on that?
Yes.
Right, the evidence on that was from a whistleblower inside Lloyd's of London, which they never thought we, the people, would get. They're called the Blue Books. And the reason those judges are syndicated, through these Blue Books, you had nearly every prime minister and president across the world also in the Blue Books. These are about 30 years old, these books. But what's interesting is not only are they syndicated, the judges, and also we've got the list of politicians, and also the royal family, all syndicated through the Blue Books. Now, what they've actually done is, in this country, they're syndicated through the Ministry of Justice, through a company called Equitas. Who owns that company now? Equitas, through the Ministry of Justice? Warren Buffett.
Ha! Okay. Okay.
So, and what's interesting with it, Gail, is that the whistleblower, maybe we can, I'd like to do a show with whether it's you or with Terry with her. I'm just trying to get her, because she's very scared and nervous at the moment because they threatened her with prison. But we've just proved her gagging orders are fake, and I'm trying to get her to do a show proving the gagging orders are fake. And then she's the one with all the inside information on Lloyd's of London. But what was interesting, even though that list is about 20, 30 years old on the judges, is that all the judges had a vested interest where they had family members, whether it was cousins, brothers, sisters, taking over. So it went down the family line so they could keep the corruption going. So
Wow.
that's why now going back to the petition pages, if everyone in each country names the judges on the petition page, we start to see a pattern.
Wow. Yeah. Somebody's asking, could you please explain what syndicated means in reference to?
Well, what I believe the syndication is, from working with the whistleblower, is that they're syndicated with the royal families and with the politicians where they have shares in the companies where they're stealing from we the people. That's what I believe
Wow.
the syndication is.
Okay. Well, a lot of people are counting on this Nisara Gasara happening and thinking that's going to solve all the problems. But I think our problems are bigger than that. I mean, go beyond that. That certainly will help a lot of people. But there's a lot that needs to be corrected.
I think it has to be kept simple. Let's audit the accounts.
Yeah.
Let's audit the accounts.
Well, somebody
bring
said
back the Constitution. Yeah, simple.
Exactly. Because they've complicated it with all different kinds of codes and statutes, which are frequently in violation of the original Constitution. Marbury versus Madison is a prime example of how
Beautiful.
they've used codes and statutes to usurp constitutional rights. Just as an example, our supposed right to travel has been usurped, and it's gotten almost a Nazi stance. Show me your papers, and if you don't show me your papers, or you don't have all the papers in proper order, because who knows, maybe you were between jobs or any number of things. And then what they do is then they confiscate your property, which I think is theft of property. They tow it away. I'm referring to the car, when in fact they take the right to travel and they turn it into statutes and codes which violate. They take a right, make it a privilege, and charge a fee for it, to make a long story short. And that's unconstitutional.
It is unconstitutional. Yeah. So if we stick to these simple principles and the simple documents, which they can't repeal on this website, and we all follow that same thing from this website, we're all going to win. And then audit them. That's it. This is not complicated. What makes it complicated, Gail, is people go down all different areas of law. Well, if that particular document can't be repealed and we can use it in every jurisdiction, why don't we all just stick to that?
Exactly.
And we'd win this so much quicker, because this isn't about egos or personalities. Let's stick to what's going to work. And there is nothing that can override our constitutional rights worldwide with that 1688 Bill of Rights. Not anything. They can't repeal it.
Mm-hmm. It seems that we need a big problem is the bar. I hate to say it, but at least here, they defend pedophiles, they defend corruption, they defend fraud, and we the people are paying the price. So a way to rectify this is by working with what you have on this website.
Absolutely. We clean house. And then if there's good lawyers and good judges that want to come on board with us as the ship is sinking, which it needs to sink, then let them. But we have to go back to our basic rule of law and our natural law, which is God's law.
Yeah, and that's been totally usurped over the years.
But we've allowed it, really, Gail. And I do believe that the division has to stop. I stopped working with the mainstream media because they'd lied about me. But now that they're beginning to come on board, because let's be frank, they've lost a lot of business through the alternative media, where what I decided to do many years ago is, because the courts and the media weren't telling the truth, I just did the obvious, went to the best people I work with in the alternative and put all the documents up and work with great people telling the truth. Now they are in a position now, the mainstream media, they've lost a lot of business. But if they want to come right and we don't divide and we all work together and audit these criminals, and we all bring back the abundance that's there, and all work together. I'm very happy with that. I'm sure everyone is that's listening to this conversation.
Definitely. Definitely. One of the things somebody brought up earlier too is the fact that having a money system is part of the problem. But most people can't wrap their head around anything else and how that would work if you didn't have a money system, because other races outside of this world do not operate with a money system. It's just like the animals don't have to pay somebody in order to live. And
that's true. But remember, we look after our animals. See, I've never thought a money system is wrong in the right hands. It's just the money system we've been enslaved with the 2%. Once we take that away from the 2%, we the people, with what we've discussed on this conversation, then it's a totally different ball game. Then everyone can prosper, everyone's free, and then we can use it to our advantage. We can have all the suppressed technology, all the natural remedies for natural medicine.
Yeah,
been suppressed. And it's all out there. So we mustn't sit back and talk about the problems. Let's resolve them with the solutions.
Exactly. And you've come up with a lot of solutions that people can use right on the website. And
yeah.
Are you familiar with Pascal Najati? Have you heard of him?
Yes,
Okay.
I have.
Okay. Well, he's saying a lot that we're in really good shape and across the board. And what do you think about that? What do you think about what he is saying, what he's putting out right now?
I believe most of what he's saying is true.
Okay, good. Good.
You
so
know,
it's not just
I'm
homeopathy.
I'm a big fan of the white hats.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Good.
Who wouldn't be?
Really? Definitely changes in order.
I think what people forget, Gail, this hasn't been an easy task for the white hats. This is thousands upon thousands of years and even more of slavery. For them to go and clean house, the spider has, it's intersected everywhere. So it's been a big job to clean this whole big operation up. And I think they've worked miracles, considering, I know with my own case, girl, and people can criticize Trump. I've had lots of people come in who are apparently on my side that have betrayed me. He's had the same. We're human beings. We try and lead with our heart and trust people. And
Yes.
and there's been a lot of really bad people betraying Trump, and I've had the same happen to me.
Backstabbing. Yeah. And a lot of times it's in relation to some kind of money or status that is given to them as a result. I mean, just what happened recently with our Speaker of the House and sending all this foreign aid and stuff, finding out later that he took like a $500,000 bribe, that kind of thing. That's where the money system is bad, because it's people the whole political system, because it's so money based, that just creates a great opportunity for corruption.
I think if we go back to God's law and our Bill of Rights and our basic principle on the commandments, and remove the 2%. Remember, they've always been in place, and all these perpetrators, whether they're politicians, journalists, judges, lawyers, in the medical field, whatever, that have betrayed humanity, they've got to be dealt with.
Yes, they do. There has to be some consequences, and that's what we haven't seen publicly. I know behind the scenes, I'm aware of things that are we believe are happening, but it hasn't been made public, and it would be really helpful to have the truth out there for the public to see. It might be shocking, but truth
Is it shocking anymore, though, Gail? Think about it. Is it shocking anymore? Everyone's done their research now. Everyone knows. Look at the great Robert David Steele, who I worked with many years ago with Sasha Stone. As he said to me in 2018 with the ITNJ, there are 8 million children disappearing a year. And that is linked to the financial crimes because they use the blackmail regarding the financial crimes to whether they give them a payoff or use the paedophilia. And he always said the paedophilia is the glue. And there's too many people now that will not tolerate anymore.
And that's what we need, those people to stand up. And courage is courageous. Courage is contagious, is what I meant to say. And your courage and your standing up and putting this together, it affects other people. And that's the beauty of it, because it gives them more gumption to do the same thing.
Oh, well, thank you, Gail, and the same to you and all the other many great people out there doing the work. But, I do think the division has been a big problem, and we all have to come together now and do what's on this website to keep it that simple, and we all follow that. Look, I've always said it, it's not my work, it's God's work, and
it is God's work.
It is God's work. We're in biblical times,
We definitely are. There's no doubt in my mind about that. I've just turned to the whistleblowers page, and I think we should go over this a little bit, if you don't mind.
Fantastic.
I love this statement, and I used it in the description. Evil prospers when good men do nothing. And that's why we have been where we're at this time, because too much that we could have stopped, we didn't stop. And we do have to be accountable for the things that we have allowed to happen, because people think that they didn't have any say, but yes, they did. They just allowed a lot of things to go on, and it just built up and built up and built up. But anyway, I like what you have written here, so I'm just going to read it. We are currently facing true evil through the controlled media, which is being used to orchestrate the injustice which is being perpetrated against we the people. The courts are collapsing under a tidal wave of corruption, and this extends to the insolvency service, which they privatized in order to bring in the New World Order, where it is hidden in plain sight. And this is why they are asset stripping people of their wealth and assets and controlling the money supply. The family courts and child protection services are broken, with innocent families being asset stripped of their children and wealth, meaning they cannot defend themselves as the family court system is rigged. If you have information regarding any aspect of the above matters, please contact us. And they, in complete confidence, non-disclosure agreements and confidentiality agreements are available on request. If you are a member of any organization listed here, please contact us in the box below or click here. So this is an opportunity to be a whistleblower and be protected at the same time. And this could be anyone from the judiciary, the court staff, legal professionals, law firms, accountancy firms, civil service, local government, houses of parliament or Congress. In here, it would be, in the states, the state Congress. I mean, that's all part of a corporate system, whether you're in the state or what have you. Banking and financial industry, HMRC, all jurisdictions, medical, nursing, healthcare professionals, social workers, National Audit Office. where we go one, we go all. So even when one person files something, it makes a difference because it goes out into the information field, if you will, and begins to be absorbed, and then others do it as well. It becomes like it spreads.
Well, this is why, girl. That to me, this website is for everyone. And if we all work together on this website with these great solutions and all stick to these, rather than all running around like headless chickens doing different things, this is the solutions that they can't deny us of. So if we all work together on this, and we can all work together to make this happen and accelerate it.
Definitely.
Every document's on there to help anyone that's going through the system regarding judicial corruption and the racketeering. To anyone that's listening, whether they're a judge or a law firm, or they're an insolvency practitioner, or they're a social worker, put your head on the pillow at night. There's a God in heaven, and you will not be going there unless you start doing the right thing and coming clean and stopping this corruption, because it is coming to an end. So it's better you come forwards now with the whistleblower page rather than leave it until it's too late for you. Anyone that's stealing or lying against another human being has to come forward now with a clean slate. And speaking of clean slate, I want to bring up, because I know you've got them within your information, the beautiful root products, because I'm all about solutions, Gail.
Oh,
And
right.
anyone that's listening today, please order the root products from Gail, because these products I've been on for 2 years. They help children that have got autism. They're speaking within a few days. Any cancers, the COVID jab, the products are proven and do exactly what they say. And the clean slate is a good way to start to clean your system out from all the heavy metals and toxins that are in the food, the air, and the water. There's protection against 5G. And Clayton and Dr. Christina Rom, they're beautiful people. Their heart and soul they've put into these products. And so if anyone's listening, please order from Gail, because they've changed my life, and my dog's on the Bill and Coo, the dog version, and they are just incredible products. And what I like about them, Gail, and for your audience to order from you, is that the way they've set the system up, it's got a reward plan. So anyone that's listening that's having financial problems, they get other people on these products and order through you. And then the next person orders through the next person. So we do it with integrity. So whoever recommends the products, they come to you today because this is your show. And then they set up a link with the products for the next person. And, they really are health and wealth for everyone. And I can't recommend them high enough. I know Sasha Stone, he's been taking the products and promoting them for the right reasons for the last couple of years. But
Yeah, I looked at them. I definitely thought they were excellent products. There's no doubt about that. I know a lot of people out there are carrying the products because they are good products. I have another
amazing.
detox product that I like that's known as Masterpiece, and I think that's a great product. And then drug-free Super Patch are very interesting products too.
Yeah,
So I do try to carry things that I've actually used myself and that I really think work. Otherwise, I wouldn't carry it.
exactly. Absolutely. It's amazing, isn't it, where we are? There's all these great people now with all natural remedies.
Yeah, it seems like
Yeah.
they're just coming out of the woodwork now, because these
Yeah.
solutions have been around. Let's face it, Mother Nature has solutions for everything, but she's actually been stolen from, because what happens is your pharmaceutical companies will take a natural substance from a plant, and then they tweak it chemically so they can call it their own, because they can't um, um, do it with a natural product, or market it as a pharmaceutical. So But those pharmaceuticals cause people so many problems. So whenever you can use something natural, herbal, or drug-free, it makes a big difference in your health. And we are inundated with junk that is harmful to our heavy metals, plastics, forever chemicals, things of that nature. And the Root brands, Masterpiece and Super Patch and More Vital are great products, and they all help with that. So
Yeah. Well, I think this has been a great conversation, Gail. I really appreciate your time today, and I'm sure this will be one of many. And what I would like to do as we move forward with you and with Kerry is some of these other great people that are on my website who I work with, who I know have integrity, who I know are doing the right thing for humanity. Maybe we can do some future shows, and you and I can, and I'll introduce them, and we can come on together. And so we can implement these, for instance, with the 1688 and the great Michael O, who I work with most days, and Anthony Stansfield, who's was the previous crime commissioner. These people are legends, you know, that I work with, and I'm honoured to work with them. But there's no stopping what's coming.
I'm honored to have you on my show, and I'm willing to do that. And I'm always willing to work with Kerry as well, and take this further, because I think it's important. And if we can get people motivated to do some of these things, it can make all the difference in the world. Because, just like you said, nothing can stop what's coming, and the truth is coming.
Absolutely.
And change is coming.
Yeah.
So
let's make Earth great again, and God bless you, and God bless all your audience, and let's do everything we've discussed with the hard evidence, beautiful documents to back it up on this beautiful website.
Yes. Thank you so much for creating that, and thank you everyone for being here today. And with that being said, we will close this show down, and we will be having another. But I encourage you to go to the website, read some of the documents that we spoke of, and we can discuss them in greater depth in future shows, and see how things are going, and see how things are changing, and be a part. Step up. Courage is contagious. So when you step forward, it makes someone else step forward. And that's what we need. Humanity needs to stand up and be counted.
Absolutely. And on those words, God bless you, Gail, and many thanks.
And many thanks to you too. And we'll see you all again. Shine your light. Do your part. Thank you.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Jenny Lee, and we all love Jenny and me. It rhymes.
Right.
Okay. So what have you been up to?
Well, the main thing is in which we just talked about, is everybody's been affected by this energy.
Oh my God, it's crazy, isn't it?
It is kicking our ass. It's kicking our ass.
Literally.
And
Literally.
You can't appease anybody through this. You can't pacify them. You're just you're having to ride it out, and it is just, it's hard, and this is one of those things that Spirit said, there's going to be some days that you're going to be wanting to stay in your house and not talk to anybody or see anybody.
Wow. I have one of my sons is having an experience with someone close to him that was, just going crazy, literally. I mean, really bonkers, wanted to get in a fight and all kinds of stuff. So the energies are off the charts, so to speak, and convoluted and all that.
Yeah, it is. But it's like I was saying, we're stagnant. We can't move. We're not moving. There's no flow going. That's what you can feel. It's and then you're getting a lot of sounds and vibration coming into your ear and all that. So it's hard.
Let's ask people out there, what are you feeling?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
What I'm feeling is it's Groundhog Day all over, but you feel it everywhere. Yeah, it is. It's a hard thing.
It's I'm tired too, more tired than usual, but I'm sleeping like a log at night too. I'm actually sleeping pretty good once I get to sleep.
Right.
Somebody says they're grumpy and frustrated. I think we all have an element of that.
Right.
I'm going to see.
So
Go
the
ahead.
thing is with this, it's not something we felt before the way this feels. Because we usually get to a point and then it's done. It moves on. It's not doing that. And that's why yesterday I did a YouTube on my channel and talked about a little of this. But like I said, nothing is appeasing the situation. You know, the normal.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Nothing. Food, entertainment.
Nothing tastes right. Nothing. It's like
Nah.
I might be hungry, but I don't know. I can't. There isn't anything that I can find that to eat that is what I really want.
It's like there's no taste.
Yeah.
You know, and what it is just this reality's breaking down. And however they're doing it, it is excruciating. Not only that, it's just it makes you overly sensitive too to all the environments and everything.
Ah, okay. Somebody's saying she feels here. Petra's girl says she feels energized. Sometimes I feel energized, and sometimes I feel like I weigh a ton of bricks. And it's like something within me just doesn't feel right. No, it feels off.
It is off.
Well, can you tell us what's going on?
Oh my God. You're trying to put like a 3D effect into 5D people, and it's not working anymore at all. It's not. It is affecting us, you know, and we're at the point where like either go one way or go the other, but just make us done either way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's in a different it's a scratch board situation.
Yes. Somebody says, Brian says, ready to get the hell off this rock. This simulated rock, I guess. That's people talk about that too.
I know. Well, see, that's the whole thing about this is, you know, you're so uneasy with the way it feels. I mean, I was noticing even my dog is acting up, and then she's like, all she wants to do is sleep. They want to sleep through it too.
My dog's sleeping a lot too, and
it's a hard thing. So the whole thing is, it's like she's passed out right now. She's just like, I want to let this just go, like make it go away.
Yeah.
And then it's bye. And now it just feels like we just want the relief to come. We're waiting for the next night to come, and it's not coming.
Hey.
Are you there?
Sorry, I muted myself. Mathis was saying he filled out job paperwork and we got home, instead of being happy, I literally cried. It's just to pay bills and have no motivation, having awakened completely during my life. I tell you what, I had to push myself today to do this.
I know, it's like it is weird, huh?
Like it's a major, like the motivation is a problem right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like staying motivated, like just don't want to face anything. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to turn another light on, so hang on 1 minute. I mean, go ahead and talk if you want, but let me fix something. I need some lighting. I didn't turn my lights on. Bad mistake. You didn't hear what I said, did you?
No.
Oops. Go. There.
What do you say?
I asked you to turn those lights on, but I didn't. So I did. Okay. I'm back. Oh, my head's crooked and
Yeah.
everything. I had to take my. I'm okay. Yeah, there's a couple of lights I forgot to turn on, which makes it easier to see. So anyway, okay. So everybody's feeling the energies.
Right.
Oh, here's what the feeling you were talking about, people being on edge. I'm feeling on edge, like I don't want things to get any worse, but I have to remind myself that I'm okay right now. Yeah.
Right. And that's the whole thing. We don't want to go any further. We don't want to look any further. We just got to get through this process that we're getting through right now, because that's all you can handle right now.
Yeah. Excruciating is an understatement. Yeah. Definitely.
You're literally, and you can ask anybody. They're not looking to the future right now. They're like, can we just get through the next hour? And the only thing, like last night, I'm getting these loud sounds in my ear in the back. Remember I told you would hear it in the back, and you can feel the pressure and everything,
Wow.
in the back of the head. So it's a hard feeling to feel, but it feels like our body's in such a dismantling phase now. Like I said, we're discarding this energy that we're going through, but to do that, it's not easy to do that, to feel it, and you look at the Schumann resonance, been crazy. These things that have, I call them the red ruby lake that showed up again. Remember I told you that would show up again?
Mm-hmm.
So that energy, that red energy showed up again. So all these new energy movements are hitting us.
Yeah. And somebody said even the birds are acting weird.
Yeah, I mean, the dogs are just they're like, let me sleep it off and maybe it'll go away. But it's not yet. So it makes you wonder, we're not breaking things down in days anymore, because it's not ending.
Yeah. And somebody says, I'm tired of the sleepers around me. When will this let up? That's that getting a little irritated or easily irritated.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
You're the ones holding us back. By God, get busy and wake up.
Yeah, that is it's hard to be around that. But you understand that it's not affecting them as the same way it's affecting us. For them, they're just thinking it's normal life. For us, we could feel everything, They're just irritable. We are like trying to pass through it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like natural air, once you open the breeze and you expect it to get better, and it's not doing that. It's
stagnant.
Oh gosh. So with that energy and all that stuff, and then it's just the awakened ones are just rejecting this type of energy, because eventually you can't function in this. There's a certain point it's going to cause havoc. I'm just telling you. You can only be in this process. It says 2 more weeks. 2 more weeks. I don't know. Some food make it.
Somebody agrees nothing tastes good anymore. I live on teas and smoothies. I'm mostly interested in liquids right now, for me anyway. If I can even find one that I feel like tasting.
Right. I mean, I gotta say, and what's this been going on 2 weeks now, I think, with this energy. And I went to weigh myself the other day, and I'm like, well, I dropped 7 pounds. It's because I'm not eating or wanting to eat anything, It's just, where, our society was the opposite, where it's just, and I think that the taste of food is just, it's not food. It's
It's
dulling
fake.
down.
It's like it tastes fake now.
Yes, and
Almost.
you have no desire for it.
It's true. Anyways, I don't want to get a regular job anymore, but I need to do something to replenish my savings. I'm having to wondering at times if I have to back off doing this in order to take on another job to bring in more income, just to keep bills paid and not end up homeless or anything like that. Even though stuff always seems to come through, sometimes last minute, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
The stress of that is
Right.
unending.
And you're not, this is the thing, everybody's having that right now. I mean, you can feel it to a point of a collapsation of society. And you got to wonder, is that part of the collapse of letting it go?
Maybe.
Period.
That makes sense, actually.
Are they forcing this so we do give in and let go?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said last week, I told people to stop looking for these people that say they have the insight of knowing when everything's going to be pushed. And I'm like, we're already moving towards a direction of being in it. It's just where the phase is right now. We don't like it. We don't like what it's doing. We don't like how our body's reacting to it either. But no one said it was going to be easy.
Excuse me.
So we're at a different point of this, that your soul's uncomfortable with it. It's not just your skin, body, it's your soul. It feels uncomfortable to it. So that's the thing. I mean, if anybody could tell me anything's appealing right now in this world, I'd like to hear it, because, and I mean in a way, it feels like it's hard to meditate. It's hard to go outside. Usually there's a refreshed energy. And when you go outside, it feels like the same energy going back and forth.
Well, you know what they had outside today? I had the opportunity early this morning to go out into nature, and we had two, not just one, but two X's in the sky of, the trails. Yeah. Because what are they doing? X marks the spot or what? Anyway.
Are they getting you to pay attention in the sky? I mean, the whole thing.
I don't know. I took pictures. I don't know why I'm having a little bit of a sneezing fit, but maybe that's from earlier.
Right. Exactly. So, the thing is about this whole process is, it has to end. It has to. And I think when it ends, it's going to be like just a push where you're standing upright, and then all of a sudden you're falling down on the ground. Just a relief. It's done. It's like waking up from a coma or a drunken stewage that you've been in for weeks.
Listen to this one. This is interesting. I love it when you guys participate and tell us what your stories are. A couple of nights ago, around 1 a.m., I was laying in bed, and all I could feel was my whole body vibrate, especially my head. Could you tell me what that could mean?
That is what that part is in the back that I was actually doing with a session last night with Karen, and it was vibrating, boom, boom, boom. And remember, I said that the sound it's gonna come in the back where we're getting in tune to. Not that this is a comfortable situation to get there, That's the problem. It's like I said, it feels like especially the overly sensitive people, they are hiding away from this because it's even harder on them. So it's a hard thing to handle right now.
Somebody says I can't stop watching cat videos. Take your minds off things. Cats crack me up. They're funny. I mean,
well, that's the thing too. I mean, that's the thing. I can't watch TV at all. I feel like there's an energy from the other side of the TV it's not a desirable in any form or any way right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to get that way, even about the, videos that are on the internet and all the different stuff out there. It's like, same old, same old.
Exactly. It's the same information, but you know what? That programming, that process is not working anymore. People are shutting it out. They're not. Anyone else is losing it is the idolizing. I think we've gotten to that whole process. We know what the process of Hollywood is, so now it's completely shut down.
Hollywood is completely shut down? Is that what
you're
saying?
I mean, as in
pretty much
no energy there. There's nothing there. So as we're watching TV, I mean, how many people are sitting there going through Netflix or Hulu going, oh, yeah, they're dead. They're dead. You know what I mean? That you can't enjoy the show anymore because
I can't even watch you anymore after I know what you've done.
Right.
That kind of thing.
So you got to look at it. Everything's breaking down because it's unappealing. It's finally unappealing to people. It's finally to a point that all of it is unappealing. And
yeah. New England Dirt Roadie says 2 more weeks. You're going to have to explain that. 2 more weeks of what? What are you referring to?
I don't know. He might be thinking about the energy.
Yeah, 2 more weeks of this energy.
I mean, you're going to find a lot of people planted on their house and not moving. I'm telling you.
Maybe this is part of the reason we, lack motivation. And so people are starting to focus on more of the 5D thinking and positivity and trying to look at the positive of something instead of the negative. And when you don't fall into those thoughts, you're seeing through all the baloney, and that's irritating to me.
That is because your mindset is not accepting the reality anymore.
Yeah.
And
stagnant is the word.
It's irritated by that reality.
Yeah, truth has no agenda, that's for sure. But we are dealing with stagnant energy to the extent that it's like people are wanting to drop it off.
Exactly.
I tell you, I was. Go ahead. Did you have something you want to say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I was dealing with the motor vehicle, and I had managed to find a car for what I had saved for, more or less, and it got help with. And what happened was I get it all ready and set to go, and find out now the state or the motor vehicle, they want to extort more money from me, a $500 fee in order to register a different car. Tell me the tow yard puts it up is that I abandoned my car. I didn't abandon my car. They stole it from me.
Right. Oh my God.
I mean, they impounded it and towed it, towing a bill, getting a tow bill over, $300 and $32 every day after that. And if you don't have the money ready right then and there, I mean, it just sinks you further and further, and now they want more money. And this state is horrible that way. There are a whole lot of people that are, their fines and fees that they attach to everything are astronomical. And I just told them, you're extorting money from me. Why? You've weaponized the system against the American people. Why should I have to pay that?
Right.
But, if you don't put that on your car, then you get stopped and harassed by it's like a no-win situation. And when you know what's wrong and you know what they're doing, it's very irritating.
Mm-hmm.
anyway, that's my little story.
So now you're not getting the car, or you are?
No, I already have it. Now I can't put plates on it until I pay them. So that means I can hardly use it.
Right. Yeah. Because you don't want to get caught again, and then they take you another vehicle.
Is that it's just disgusting, you know? And I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. This happens to a lot of people, and it happens more to lower income people than it does to the middle class. And maybe when the middle class, when it starts happening to them, and those kind of things start hitting them, maybe that'll wake them up.
Right.
Hi,
Yeah.
Teresa.
Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about. I did a challenge session with Karen. She was very overly sensitive, you know, what we're talking about. But the thing is when I went up and I looked back, and then they showed me Earth, like having this greenish. It's not even fog. It feels thicker than that around the whole planet.
Interesting. Is it a healing energy?
I haven't seen anything like this. It's almost like, you know, you can't leave, but you can't enter either. You know, I don't know if it's some type of a barrier, but it's a green. It's got fog to it, but it's more of an emerald green feeling around it. So I was just like,
interesting.
Is this why we can't move? We can't, you know, is it suffocated it that much around us that it's, you know, it's enclosed like that, you know? So it's just interesting on. So I'm sitting there going, okay, so then you would want back to see a green haze or some type of residue from that. And I'd be looking for that residue. Because something's holding this whole energy completely. But then, you know, like I said last night, that I watched this TikTok, and it's talking about these gold particles are showing up or coming out of the ground and going, or appearing. And I talked about that. Gold particles, I put it in many drawings. It's in part of the Fountain of Youth. So in the showing, I did a drawing, and I gave you the drawing several times of it's on top of a mountain, a female, and all these gold particles are coming down onto Earth. And for me, when they described that was our spiritual record, our spiritual form. So for the 3D, you would look at it as a DNA, but this is like crystalline DNA, and this is upgrading, because that's what they showed those gold particles do when they showed me. And I put those in a lot of the pictures, gold particles coming down. So, I mean, when people ask, you know, when's it going to start? We're already in it. If you cannot feel what's going on, it's not just a switch of a green light and then, you know, everything's simple. It's like, ew, they didn't prepare us for feeling this way, but we are going through it.
I'm not sure what you mean by this. What do you think? It's amazing the ownership of definition of spiritual enlightenment on this channel. I would like you to explain that more. That's a little bit of a vague statement. I don't understand what you mean.
And I have a friend was telling me too, dispenser places have been going crazy because everybody wants to numb it down, you know, because they don't want to feel it anymore, what we're going through. So, you know, I'd be looking at the sky for this greenish haze feeling, and then Spirit always shows me these flakes of gold or not. They're different gold, you know. The colors intense, and they're very thin. It's a flake, but I've seen it in several realms.
Wow. Let's see what.
So.
What? Oh, I see. He's upset with what something I said, I guess. See, right there, globally labeling an entire group of people. Maybe when it starts to happen to the middle class, they'll start to wake up. So only poor people are awake in a way that you approve.
Well, no, that's not true.
That's not true, and that's not what I'm stating. And don't put words in my mouth that I had no intention of meaning.
There is a lot of people on different levels that are awake.
But I tell you what, you won't convince me otherwise. The lower income people do suffer more because they get hit with things that hurt them much more because of the financial situation. And I do believe that to be true.
Right. So, and so the thing is, I don't know if you're getting, so we'll talk about this energy when it hits the back of your head or your ear. It's a different vibration that comes in. When I heard it yesterday, it almost feels like, I would say, sounds of emotion, you know, not emotion, but motion, you know, and that's different for me to feel that. So the whole thing is that we're in a process of dismantling and then going into a totally different world. And that's the thing that we're having a hard time dealing with. And they're not talking about it. But you understand that, you know, the stuff that they're putting out there is not appeasing you in any way. It's starting to annoy you. It's starting to annoy people because they want to get to a certain phase. Yeah.
I guess we're going on about some more people talking about low-income people. I know people talks about low-income people who are sound asleep and speaking on their behalf. They're probably the most highly poisoned as well and brainwashed because of the they can't afford organic food. They probably don't even know the benefits.
Well, I don't know. Organic food is not good at organic food.
Yeah, it's not really truly organic. And I mean, isn't it funny how we took natural food that just used to grow and, you know, and now, and then there's other food. I mean, certain food is considered health food. What's that mean? The rest of it is fake food or what? And then the organic thing isn't truly organic either. But it's, you know, it's a matter of good, better, best. And all of it comes with a price tag.
Right.
And that's
so. I mean, you know, it's a hard process to go through.
Oh, Teresa has an interesting comment here. A few weeks ago, I was seeing with my eyes closed gold crystal light-like particles coming at me like rain moving fast.
Right. And they're showing me like the sunlight that you need to be paying attention to. So this gold feeling, this gold shimmery, so I'm thinking eventually it's got to show itself. So we start to see gold and we start to see green. We know that things have already flipped. I'm just telling you with this, because I mean, I don't know how many pictures I can go back that you go on Instagram. There's probably 10 or 12 that has those gold particles coming down. There's a key that the same thing that Trump has been carrying. I've been posting a key up the same way for a while. just because I download it. But it shows on the 5D, it shows that golden key with wings and the golden path, the golden bridge. I already said you have to go across the golden bridge. We have to go past the golden bridge. And maybe we're in that process now. Not that it's comfortable. That's the whole thing. If
Nobody said it was going to be easy.
Right. If there's somebody on this earth that is not affected through this energy whatsoever, they can't be human at all. I'm sorry. Not in mammal, dog, like I said, they don't want to deal with it either.
Yeah. If you're not feeling it, something's wrong. Maybe you're an NPC. I'm just being facetious.
Right. Well, and then that's what talks about that crystalline body that crystalline that we're going into. And I'm doing meditations on the crystalline. And so we're pulling that in, and I'm actually doing a meditation on this weekend with a different student group that has to do with this energy. And they're like, nope, Jen, you're not going to just do a video on it. You're going to do it at the same time as them and go up in it. So,
wow.
Because sometimes in a group of energy, you can really feel that essence of something breaking through or feeling it in a dimensional way with strength as forces together. Because there's got to be at some point of a way to break through it.
Lenore asks, should we stay outside and breathe these gold particles in?
Heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See, and the Humble Healing 3 that I do for people, it had the water and it had a tree, and the tree would release those gold particles, and anything that was of nature would release these gold particles.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah. So in Humble Healing 3, it shows that. And that's and then at the bottom of the water in Humble Healing 3, there's an emerald stone, which is a green looking stone. It's important too. So we're dealing with a lot of stuff at once that our soul is like, I can't handle this, So when you start to see the dogs starting to get up and play and do a normal thing, then it's starting to shift. Nature's going to tell you before man even tunes into it. But again, I don't know what you're feeling on your end. You're everywhere you're seeing for across the United States, it's cloudy in a different way. The overcast is cloudy all the time, and that's affecting people too. It's been raining constantly, but you feel like I didn't move to Seattle, so why is it so bad? So, yeah.
Thank you, Megs Hill, and a few other people who are trying to explain what I actually meant, who know me pretty well from watching my shows. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So we're getting into this process, but once we get out of it, there's just going to be a relief. This is a different relief.
This is really true. We're all learning from each other.
Yeah.
You really are. I learn from what the audience says. I learn from what my guests say. I'm always absorbing the information and processing it.
Right. Yeah, it's a hard situation. So, like I said, you guys everybody's already growing and changing because they're not residing with the information no more that has been pushed out in a 3D ego process, where we're so numbified to it, it doesn't affect us anymore because your not feeling the truth from it.
That's what it is. That makes sense.
You are sensing the truth now. That's what I always say. You're going to know the difference right away when you listen to someone's voice and tone right away by, just the sensing that. And that's what's annoying people right away. Like, bro, nope. I feel sorry for anybody right now that's on YouTube trying to commercialize or trying to push something. I would love to go into one of those groups right now because I'm sure they're annoyed and mad and frustrated. That is not working no more. Yeah. That sales pitch is not working
at all. In fact, it's a turnoff. Mags is mentioning food is terribly expensive. I go through sticker shock every time I go to the grocery store. I know you can hardly walk out of there with much of anything for less than $20.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we don't really like food anymore anyway, so.
Yeah, I guess it's okay. I'll just go with the juice and something. I just started using a new product I really like. I don't use it as an affiliate link or anything at this point because it's a very pure food, and it's called Purium, and there's no glyphosate, and it's always organically, but it's freeze dried, so you use it as a shake or a drink or something like that. But it's really good. I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that. It feels like your stomach is closing down to like I can't do steak anymore. I can't do hamburger anymore. If it's soothed and it's slow and it goes down, it's fine. It's heavy, forget it.
Yeah.
When you live out in the country and then you go into town and you try to eat that stuff, your body completely rejects it right away. It's not food, and they need to stop calling it food.
It's fake food. Jenny, somebody mentioned, of course, that we have the same grassroots authenticity. So Matha says we're two of the favorite. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're real. Let's put it that way. And authentic, as real as we can be anyway.
So, and this is a test for everybody. This is a test. If you look at someone now that's egotistical into what they've done and what they say they're in charge of, that's not going to affect you anymore. It's not affecting you. Your soul is not getting tied into that anymore. That's what's changing.
Okay.
We're not tied into the ego no more. It's losing. It's losing. Is that part of Hollywood? Is it part of the idolizing? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And then that's why I was bringing up Yeshua yesterday, because it's something you want to look at, you want to manifest, you want to direct things. He didn't even want to be idolized. He just wants you to heal and be alert in that energy. So this idolizing formation it's going bye-bye. It's changing. And that's why it's unappealing to what you're seeing now. Because I said the truth will be seen in the light, and it's already losing its taste for the lies.
Well, okay, I missed what you said there. I was reading what this said. Do you know about Keys of Freedom from the Keys of Enoch? We have the keys. Do you think that that's what is meant by when you were talking about keys? I don't know.
Well, the key, if you go onto my Instagram, it shows those old keys, those Skeletor looking keys, and Trump's had one of those keys, and so it's an access, but it's not a money process access. I believe it's more of a energy access. That's what I feel has changed.
Thank you, Nancy, for the compliment. Okay, Lenore says that she sees the sun is releasing the gold too. I do sun gaze often. I can see waves coming at me. So cool. So these are light codes then, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to wake up more and more people's DNA so they can wake up more?
You. In.
Sorry, I don't want someone to hug me. So it is a light code, but it's coded with the gold. I mean, if you see a different, I'm like, keep hearing different sunlight, almost like a gold reflection. Pay attention to that, because that picture was significant on that lucid dream coming in and showing that light, that beam of light, that gold light coming down.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Mathis has something to say here. Jenny, I've been having 2 to 3 amazing detailed dreams each night. Seems like parallels, and I wake up to this boring standstill. Is this common right now? I want to go back to sleep. You know, I have to tell you, one of my sons says he lives for his dreams because they're so much better than this life.
Yes, it's true. And that's the thing that Spirit said. They said, they're like, there's going to be days you're not going to want to get out of bed. And I think we're in it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I think we're in it.
Yeah. Love and laughter. It's always good. Yes. Finding it sometimes can be the problem.
Right. So it's just part of the process of that whole situation. But yeah, we're in it. It's almost like this coating on the outside of her body is just like this irritation. Okay. And we all want to just step out of it.
Get off of me.
It's true. I mean, you want to just go, and and I would be interested in the people like in the flesh needs, I'm sure. And I don't drink, I don't, and not just besides food, alcohol, sex. I'm sure anything is not working, which when the day that sex isn't working, you have a big problem with the humans. I'm just saying, we're at that point, and every activity, everything that we've been put in front of us is not effective, not working. It's already broke down, because those were the matrix tools.
What about, we've all been programmed with a lot of different programs. So I would assume that those programs are starting to break down too. And that's why we're seeing, we resonate more with things that we know are truth, and a lot of the stuff that's out there, we just kind of,
I know. I don't want it. Forget it. I'm gonna do it. Yeah. It's and I'm having a lot of students when they do classes with me one-on-one, like the colors that they're seeing, they're actually seeing the light that's coming in. And we think we know every color, and that's not true. The colors are changing, which is it seems to be reflecting through light on that. And then they're understanding that the door is here, and it's not, in this physical world anymore. It's always been here, and we just have to get through that process. So that's the whole thing. I mean, so if we're down to nothing that's appeasing us, nothing that's working, all we have left to do is go up and out.
Lenore says, I get goosebumps when I talk truth or hear truth. That exact same thing happens to me. And especially if it's something that's important to me, I'll just totally get goosebumps. I don't know why we call them goosebumps. I don't know where that saying comes from, but
yeah, I mean, it's developing, it's getting to a certain point. It's, all of it. We're in a situation.
Yeah. There's somebody, Tammy says she shut it all down. I can't stand the BS or drama anymore.
Oh,
Yeah, the BS. I've been looking at, I always look because I want to read and know what's going on, what other people are saying and stuff like that. And I'm seeing all these things that says, boom, or breaking or boom, I'm going, oh my God, yeah, right, okay, boom. Let's see what the boom is this time. I'm going, oh man, I've heard this already.
yeah, well, we're at a point that, like, if we don't hear the boom down the street, we're not interested anymore.
Exactly.
We're nullified to any of their calling wolf. It's like, whatever. We don't care no more unless it was happening right in front of us, because now we're into a society that everything that we see on TV, it's a prop, it's fake. We don't even trust what's on TV anymore.
Finally, actually, that's a good thing. I don't
I
even
mean,
have
and
it.
that's what I'm saying. Some of the stuff that you're seeing, it was really funny. Everybody and their mother went down to Florida where Trump lives, and they have pictures in the back, and everybody went to this party. And I'm like, can you guys not see the green behind it, the grease screen, how good it is? I think there was one truther on there the other day, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. You can totally tell that it's fake. It's bad. Really bad.
Divine Illumination 333 says, oh my gosh, I'm so excited to hear someone else talk about the loss of ego.
Let it fall. Let it come to its knees. Let it be dismantled.
This is good too. Real love is compassion and full understanding. And if somebody doesn't have those qualities, they need to do some work. Either that or the NPC, non-human character. Right. Patronizing love is getting blown away. So, and yeah, we're really more interested in what's real now than anything else.
Right. It's a realness and a real process.
Okay. Yeah, when people are talking about their eating habits, yeah, I have a burger once in a while, but I prefer veggie and fruit most. But I still love coffee. I do have coffee.
Talking about a burger, sorry.
Yeah. Well, after what they told us is, well, there's even a McDonald's around here, and I stopped going there many years ago. And but just, I don't know, burgers don't appeal to me anymore at all. So.
That's how I feel right now. When you said burger, I'm like, oh God. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. All their types of.
Listen to Gene, what Gene's telling me to do, Gail. I thought of a solution to your license plate situation. Draw them and put them on your car. If you get stopped, tell the officer that they were stolen, which they were. They were. Well, then the next question is, did you file a report?
Right.
No, but I did ask for, I did a Freedom of Information request. And what's the other thing? About their oath of office and that kind of thing. And most of them have only, if they have signed anything, it was an oath of office to the corporation rather than the organic constitution. Well, that's a whole nother area that changes everything too. I mean, we've been stuck in a admiralty law situation. All that's going to change.
Right. Exactly.
Let's see what else we got here. Baja girls. Fighting with my ego. I'm winning. Death match. Oh, well, I guess we need that ego for a few things.
Okay, I'm going to tell you another thing. I'm going to ask people this too.
Okay.
So you see all these people. This is another thing that you can tell the ego's dying. See all these people, they're concerned about their complexion. These kids these days just 20, 30 pictures a day of themselves, and don't you feel like that's doling down too? People are not out to impress in the same way anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing it. It's just like products and all that stuff. I'm telling you, there's going to be a hit when that kind of hits the soul on the reality of this does not work no more. And I mean, their beauty, what the left wing did is thinking that beauty looks like a blowfish. You know what I'm saying? The big structured bones and the big lips that come out, and oh gosh, that's a deep program.
Very deep.
That is a beautiful.
Teresa mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, if you look at that, it doesn't. This what I would be asking for guys or men in general. I mean, when they look at that now, it's losing its value of it. It's nullifying them. It's not working anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. But another thing that's happening too with and this is on vice versa, guys are not adapting to the bitchy attitudes anymore either, women. And vice versa. You know what I'm saying? That egotistical, self-centered attitude.
Yeah.
No one, you're like, we're done. We're done dealing with that.
Yeah. Don't even waste your time. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Teresa said, I did see those keys, and I just always get to ask for the keys of freedom from Enoch to unlock the locks and unblock the blocks. I like that line.
Mm-hmm.
Unlock the locks and unblock the blocks. Yeah.
Break the shackles that we're in. And that's basically what needs to be done is a different type of shackle that we're in that needs to be completely done.
And you know what, Jenny, and I know you're on a ranch, so you know how animals are. If you have them fenced in for a long time and they're used to that fence, if you take that fence down, they still will stay in the perimeter of the fence for a long time before they venture out because they're used to being confined. And I think we're a lot like that. We're used to being controlled.
Right. And that's that independent thinking that we have to go back to. And making your choice, and your phone is not going to make the choice for you. You're going to have to start looking and analyzing, and instead of making things convenient. But we have to get our energy back first.
Yeah, true. Okay.
Right.
Someone mentioned Lunar Sun Ray. I grew up thinking of Yeshua as a big loving brother.
True.
So have I. Thank you. That's not what I was taught from the programming I received as a.
Well, and this is the thing. Like I went up last night too, and I was seeing his face, but it was really different because I saw this, and I always see these greenish eyes, and not that they're always in the human form eye, so you understand. And then the darker complexion that came from it, and then I saw this other green on, like, looking at it in two different reflections. Just so it's a process of, like I said, it's always accepting their original form and not the idea of what you think they are, but really accepting what they really are in the form that they are really at. It's not being afraid of that. I get so irritated with the white Jesus. I've gotten irritated with that since I was like 3, and I saw,
He's always what? What was that?
The white Jesus picture. It's just never fit. The whole.
Yeah, the Middle East people aren't that white.
No.
So whatever.
Not at all. So, yes, this is where we're at on this stage in this process. So.
Oh, look at, we all go through different periods of certain foods appealing to us and not appealing to us. And she's just, wow, girl's just saying right now she just wants to eat meat. Just shows how we are all so different. I'm definitely in it. Every day I just want to stay in bed. I'm tired and generally feel blah. Yeah, I get the blahs myself. Like I said, I had to really push
We'll try to get in bed and try to look at TV and then go, nope, can't look at that either.
Yeah, that's really getting boring. No.
So all I have to say, when they start to show the real view of what's going on in the world, I hope that attention span changes and it the energy changes with looking at those screens. That's the thing. That's going to have to change too, our attention on that, because it's not feeling where you could sit down and just watch a TV and enjoy TV. Because when you watch TV now, you, as our generation X, we used to watch some really good shows and stuff, and now you have to surface through all the bullshit to get to a good show. I'm having to watch, if I have to watch anything, it'd be in the 80s, because you're fed up with the programming crap.
Yeah, it just sticks out like a sore thumb.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's horrendous. And I, and I'm just like with spirit on looking at things going, how much further, how much more can we reach to that edge? Well, we're not on the edge. We're in the, in the middle of the Golden Bridge. Well, we need to hurry and get to the other side.
Yeah. Teresa, I can relate to this too. She says, I feel like I'm just going through the motions right now as I'm upgrading, and I know it's all great. That's like, hurry up.
Right. So, and that's the process too, is each individual soul made a choice.
Interesting.
And like they're saying, the end is not for everybody. The end is not for everybody.
So Mags says, I've seen these strange wavy things just after I wake up in the morning. It only lasts several seconds, but it's something I've never seen before.
Mm-hmm. Remember I told you about that mirror effect? That mirror effect, how it looks like sometimes it looks like a mirror and sometimes it looks like a netting. And I'm telling you, the Matrix is, it's dismantling. And this is the thing, like I said, you're seeing a lot of activity in Antarctica. All these energies are coming out of there. I felt like they were going down very deep. My ear's starting again. Going down very deep. But to get down to a certain degree of that, some of this ice had to melt to a certain degree to get to an area. So I always, when I see that remotely, I'm looking at these darker blue waters, lighter blue waters. If there's just these, and then I get this rubbery energy. So I believe that part of the Matrix was in the Antarctica and capitalized, so we couldn't reach it. I'd like to see what they bring up.
Nancy says she feels the same way. I don't have any interest in anything Matrix. My real joy are the animals. It's interesting that you say that. The animals and nature gives me pleasure.
Right.
And joy and happiness. Not much else is working right
now. Well, these days, it would be nice if the sun would come out to get even that with it. Just, they're starving us. We can't even get the sunlight with the animals together, and,
Yeah.
I think this is one of those things that when I'm in front of spirit, I'm going to be like, really? We had to go like that way through this on that process? That was so uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just looking at some of the comments and seeing if we got any more to bring up. This is same things happened to me on this one. I've been sleeping much longer hours recently. Is this because the body is upgrading?
I don't think it's upgrading. I think we're going to start to discard certain areas of the body. I don't think we're working with the body the same way. That's what I think is changing.
So you don't see it as upgrading?
It is an upgrade, but again, there's part of our body that we're not taking. So you're upgrading the crystalline, you're upgrading the gold particle, you're upgrading into that. It's almost like the spirit is coming outside the body. And I've always said to people, you cannot allow the flesh to be in control of the spirit. The spirit has to remain in control of the flesh. So that's what's changing. The choices are being chosen inside and realized, soul decisions making it instead of lollipop, 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 you know, oh, I want that. Oh, I want to take that, you know, and you go, that programming goes right into your mind. We're not doing that. You want to test that. Look how you're going to the grocery store where you normally went to the grocery store. Now you're analyzing. You got your books, you got your pads. I got to look on the back of the cupboard so I'm not getting poisoned today. You know what I'm saying? That's the inner knowledge, not trusting, going with the instinct. You can't even get me at Walmart. I won't even go to it.
Who knows what you're getting, for real. Okay, Mathis is saying, yes, even going to the lake and spending time in nature is not having the same positive effect it did only a month or so ago, which is a kind of scary if this persists. Now, that's interesting that you say that, Mathis, because I was out in nature today, and at first it was like I had to sit there longer to have more of the same effect. And it's weird, but I know exactly what you're saying. It sounds crazy, but
it's not, though. It's a process that we're going through. So the only thing I tell you is, like, you know, salt baths, sage, you might have to sage 2-3 times a day now until we get through this. Because you can't go outside and feel the relief. You're inside feeling the same thing. So when this burst, whenever this energy bursts, I'm telling you, it's going to feel like you hit the ground hard. And you're like, are we done? Did we make it? Are we here?
Are we there? Are we here yet? No. Anyway, let me, I like that, Allie. God bumps instead of goosebumps. It actually makes more sense.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, and that's the thing. That's why I tell people, you want to see the financial change, stop listening to those people that are just throwing a little bit of meat your way, or nibble onto this, or here's a little cheese here, you know. And the thing is you got to look at what, like, countries coming together as a council, making decisions as worldwide. Forget about just one country, worldwide, and look at the market in the morning. That's all you need to look at to see the change coming. Because they're thinking about, these people that are putting information out, they're thinking about, what do I need to say today to keep these people around? What do I need to say that's going to keep them interested in me? You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you that it's changing. And so those props are no longer working anymore. Okay. So people are looking around to seek the information themselves, you know? So, and you know, there's a ton of places on Telegram and all that stuff. And we're at a phase when you hear stuff, we're not even listening to it anymore. you know. And the only thing that annoys me, and you guys know this, I don't do dates because this process is not a date. It's a checklist of things that are done. And then when the green light finally goes, then people are going to be like, well, what happened? What happened is what needed to happen. And now you can't complain about it happening.
Yes, really.
But I'm just saying it's changing.
Somebody's asking, have you ever heard this from anyone? Alchemist Frequency Healer says, yes to the corals. I have a grid at times in front of me. Violet dots. Anyone else? Violet dots.
What type of, I mean, the grid as in... Well, it depends on your perception. I mean, if that catches your attention, then you want to zone into that. That's what I teach in class, of staying focused on how to see it, instead of slowly. That's the thing about me as a teacher. I don't do the slow drip, drip, drip thing. And they do the drip, drip thing. And then they're like, well, this will cost more. This will cost more. I just go, let's just throw you in there and rip off the Band-Aid and let you see it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm
That's
right
the
there.
best way to teach somebody, though.
Well, Lunar Sun Ray, I'm jealous. You live in the woods. I wish I lived in the woods. I love the woods, or more away from people. I hate
Right
to
now,
say.
I'll just take a cave.
Yeah.
I'll leave.
Yeah, really, seriously. Going to town is exhausting. Yes, it is. I can't even get there. I have to walk there. It makes it even more exhausting at this point. But I do have a car now, so I just got to figure out how I can use it.
Yeah.
At least it'll take me to a trail without much likelihood of anything happening.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, here we go. That's an interesting statement. Divine Illumination says, you literally get to the point where you don't allow anything to insult your soul.
Right.
And Teresa said, well, this is, yeah, we got some real warriors here. I'm not playing their game. Teresa.
No, we're not.
I never heard it. You know, in Hawaii, they call goosebumps, which would be God bumps. They call it chicken skin. I never heard.
I don't know.
That's weird.
So they're getting the white buses are showing up again.
Okay.
White buses are dragging up people and protesting too. Those damn white buses, they're everywhere now.
I'm trying to scroll through these questions or these answers or comments. Yeah, KOFI. We don't know what's real anymore. Even walking down the street, is that a real person or is that a fake person?
Yeah, exactly. Is that reptilian or is it organic?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, when this
Heartless, emotionless, or real.
This goes down, people are like seeing something like that happen. They're going to be like, well, at least we know. At least we know. You know, they're not going to. I do not think the ones that have been doing the research, the Awakening, they're not. I'm telling you, they're not going to be shocked by anything anymore.
They're going to what? Was that?
Not going to be shocked by anything anymore.
Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Deep fakes ramping up. Synthetic reality. That's what they want it to be, a synthetic reality. That's why this transhumanism agenda is so prevalent.
Right.
Okay. I see what they're saying. Okay. When that sounds gross though. When the feathers are plucked from the goose, the skin resembles goosebumps. Okay. I knew it must have had some old source from way back when. Oh, here's a question for you, Jenny. Is manifesting becoming a lot easier to people? I know it works, and I know you can send positive thoughts to people during meditation, but is manifesting happening more
Well,
readily?
this is the thing. I don't like the word manifesting. Spirit always likes the word direction. Send, first of all, again, in class I teach this, but if you get in to exact target or something that you're wanting, it really has to do with you believing it right away and not going into doubt. And then you send it in a direction, again, not having doubt. And each person has their own rhythm for that reply of information coming back. So sometimes mine's 3 days, sometimes it's 3 hours. Boom. But you have to visualize it. And it doesn't, this is the thing about meditation and manifesting. I'm like, why do they make it sound like it takes forever? Why? So you don't, it's like going to church. It's so painful. I like, and there's these people with ADHD, attention disorder. We cannot wait. And Spirit knows that. We have to get into it, get there, and pull it out. There's no way. I mean, someone that starts with doing a normal meditation and starts with the low level. I'm by 2 words into it, and I'm like, oh God, no. You know what I'm saying? I can't take it. But these high mind people we can't do it. We can't. We have to get into things right away and pull it right away. So it's something to think about.
Tammy is asking, if you step out of the program, where do you go? What do you do? I need my energy back to get out and volunteer.
Right. Well, no one's going to do anything until we get out of this. Honestly.
Everybody wants to know how much longer is it going to take and all that kind of stuff, but when nobody knows,
well, let me tell you, when I feel it, I'll be the first one to put it on my channels or tell you. I'll be like, because I'll ask, I'm asking, when, soon, hurry up.
Would you please hurry up? Your soon isn't soon enough. Okay. Yeah. We know everything is fake. People are more and more people are seeing it all the time.
Right.
Yeah, this is a good one too, Teresa. I've been very solo for several years as can't do fake. Same here.
Right.
Same with you, huh, Jenny?
Oh.
All food is tainted, definitely. That's what I tell people. Some of the reasons why people are having such a hard time seeing this is because they're poisoned and brainwashed.
They are. I mean, that's and I'm literally at the end of this. I want you guys to remember this. At the end of this phase, that everything is seen, and you're looking around, and like I said, the ones that have lied about this through the whole process, there wasn't the agenda to actually save humanity. It was to confuse us. They'll be hiding. You're not going to see them on YouTube or anything. As sensing that the curtain is drawn, we know the truth. You know what I'm saying? But the ones that have served the light and gave the information, I'm going to tell you what they're going to be doing. They will be down on their knees. They'll be down on their knees of relief and over exhaustion and tiredness and saying, I served the way I was supposed to. That's the difference. That's the difference between their true agenda and one that is bought and paid for.
I'm recognizing that a lot more too. There's a lot of bought and paid for out there. My sons are tired of those fake girls. Well, men and women both, we've been programmed to be certain ways to what a feminine role is and what a male role is and that kind of thing. Some of that programming
Well, that's all confused.
is breaking down.
Yeah, I mean it's all confused as in what it is now anymore. So it's already they pretty much have screwed that up too.
Okay, someone's commenting about the narcissists I know are really exposing themselves, and I've turned a corner in being able to see them for who they are.
Right.
That's part of that, what you were talking about earlier, recognizing
Right.
in, let's see.
So.
Okay, Sprinkle has been met.
So.
I don't know what this is. If any, Mathis, Sprinkle has been met with drizzle by fed up men. It's hilarious. So is that a video?
Oh, they're tired of the crap too. Like I said earlier, they're tired of the games too. It's on both ends. It's on both ends of the fence there.
Let's see. What? Floss bathing suit bottoms? People are getting funny. Oh, somebody's talking about how to grow your extra virgin olive oil grows eyebrows and eyelashes like furry. I heard, what is it? It's a different kind of oil. I can't think of it. I even have some, but I don't. The name just escapes me at the moment. Castor oil. There it is. Thank you, Tammy. That's what I was trying to think of. Castor oil. It does. It's really good for your hair. Okay, here's one for you, Jenny. Do you see anything happening with med beds?
After when everything is surfaced, and I mean in the way you're going to know everything's done because they'll be okay to bring those to the top of the surface. The military, not civilian, will bring those to the surface. And then I believe the military at that time will do trainings with the civilians. Because at some point they're going to want to turn it over. But it's only because they could feel they're safe and secure, which means everybody's got to be gone. That was going to be a risk for that. So I always hear the spirit 24 hours after everything else is launched. Those will be launched. So
castor oil. Everybody's talking about castor oil. It does have a lot of beneficial uses. So many. Anyway.
So yeah, I mean, so everybody knows how to contact me and get in touch with me, and if you have questions.
Yes, jennysite.net, and I have
two S's. JENYSSIGHT.net.
Two S's.
Yeah. Two S's.
That says interesting. I already put it up there. Jamaican black castor oil is less sticky. Interesting. I'll have to look for that. I didn't know that.
Right.
Okay. Ozonated oil. That's an interesting comment. If you can find it, unless you can ozonate it yourself. But we're going to have to close down here pretty soon, so I can always play this again. If it gets too long, they won't let me.
Right.
Yeah, I can't watch anything anymore. I don't even have a TV, so I don't have anything to watch. Somewhere in that. Yep. Okay, let's see if anything real quick here. That's a good one. Talk to God until you feel the real one. This is communion. And it's one with being one with God.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, thank you, Baja Girl. I appreciate your saying that. Myra, how long do we have to wait for change? It's happening.
It's already in it. We're in it because you're feeling it.
And that's why you feel the way you feel.
Exactly.
Oh,
So,
here's one
yeah.
for you. Don't you wonder what the world is going to look like? I do want to know what 5D will look like.
Intense colors that you haven't seen before. Everything's just a more intense color. They're telling me that here it's dull actually compared to those colors on that side.
Wow. I can't wait to see that. That'll be awesome. And you know, colors have a healing effect.
Right.
So much has been taken from us that.
Right.
Wow. This is a good interesting comment. So many of my favorite actors and music artists are so clearly satanic, and it's ruined by past memories, you know? Like the past is a fake betrayal.
Mm-hmm.
I know some of the stuff that I know about some of them, just after knowing that, it's like, I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you. It's just not good at all. Okay.
Well, it's only that. You know what really bothered me, and I've talked to several. It's the ripoff of elders' retirement and having no care of what they're doing. That's just unhuman, and we're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And bragging the next day that they were going to go buy a Hummer, and I'm just like, wow. Where's that? I'm thinking, God, wouldn't that eat your soul? Wouldn't that eat your soul up? Wouldn't it devour it? It's just horrid. I think we're going to find that out too, with the amounts. Hopefully those people will get their money back on that situation, because that was stupid Bitcoin and XRP bullshit.
Oh, the QFS. You better have your QFS account opened up and ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
I'm getting hit with that all the time.
I'll blow it out your ass on that.
Yeah.
So, like I said, keep your personal information quiet and don't tell anybody. Don't say anything. Just zip it.
Yeah, Rachel says we can get to God by being a good person and caring for others.
Right.
And that's a big purpose for many people, because they think what are their purposes. But every little kindness, every little kind and helpful thought goes into the collective, and it's a good thing.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, somebody's asking if dental injections are safe. I doubt it, from what I've read.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, we better add that. We have to be careful answering those kinds of things, because they can come back at you for no reason. But I heard they had hydrogel with nanotech, so that's that being said.
She's ready to go outside. She's like, listen.
Oh,
she's ready to go.
He's got something to say.
Yeah, I want to go outside and go to the bathroom.
Oh, maybe that's it. Okay,
Yeah.
well, you know what? We can shut it down. I was just trying to look through the rest of the comments, and everybody makes wonderful comments on the show, and I love you guys for participating like this. And it just makes it more interesting and more fun. And it adds to the overall benefit of everybody. What's your dog's name?
Benelli.
Benelli. You call him Ben for short?
Yeah.
Oh, that was sweet.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to.
Okay, so somebody wants you ask Jenny about the med bids again. Okay, so I guess somebody wasn't very clear. So
24 hours after everything is launched, the military, not civilian, will be in charge of it. So don't be buying anything or any membership or any checking on any list for that It's the military.
Oh, okay. Maybe you need to comment on this. Jenny, you mentioned the white buses on your Telegram channel today. What did you say about the white buses?
Oh boy, what have I been saying about them for 3 years?
Yeah.
They're going to be everywhere. It's on TikTok, or not on TikTok, but on Telegram. It's on Instagram, where I've done pictures about those 3 years ago. I mean, that's where they're going to load them all up, and you already see it. You're seeing them load up on protesters and everything else. That's where they're hauling them off, and I don't know where they're going to haul them off to, but I'm just telling you, they're just giving you an idea what's coming.
I got helicopters I see going back and forth between northern Arizona and probably Phoenix. And I hope they're filling those buses up in Phoenix.
Right, exactly.
Okay. All right. Do you have any final comments or anything you want to say, Jenny?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know how to contact me for a reading, meditation, classes. So to get you in line with what's going on. So, but here we are, writing this out. This will be these weeks of this energy will be something we'll talk about for a while. I'm just telling you. So, anyway.
A good indicator of somebody's humanity is, do they have compassion? Do they have a heart? How do they respond to,
right?
Are they empathetic? If
Right.
they don't have those qualities, they're not human.
Right, exactly.
So, okay. All righty, Johnny, I can keep finding stuff.
I know. So we'll do another show, but I got to let her up. So you guys have a good night.
You have a great night. And
they know how to contact me. They can contact me.
Yeah, you know how to contact Jenny. And
Okay.
I keep putting out things here on this channel that I hopefully are helpful to you, like Jenny. So thank you. Thank you for your time, Jenny. And thank you, audience, for your participation. I always appreciate that. And we'll see you again soon.
Yeah, we will. Okay, take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, fighting our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that we have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Michelle Marie Angel, who's our author and spiritual teacher. Let me bring her on. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, Gail.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
Fantastic. I put up the beach picture because you told me you were at the beach earlier. So I thought I'd put it up there to remind you. I love the water. I love the ocean. I love the beach.
Oh my goodness.
There's
It's
some
so rejuvenating. I just went to the beach 2 days in a row. It's sort of like the beginning of the season for me. I mean, actually, the water gets really warm and it's a little bit chilly, and I'm a big baby when it comes to cold water. But I got in anyway. It's fine once you get in because it's really hot outside.
Oh, yeah, it's been getting warmer here too. Now, you can't find water as often, but there are rivers and creeks and waterfalls too. And I'm going to make, now that I have wheels, I'm going to make point of visiting those places. Nothing I missed more than not being able to go to out in nature. I mean, that's the main point of living where I'm living. Otherwise, it's hardly worth it. But anyway,
one thing I learned recently is when you really put your attention on things, you get a greater benefit. Like if you're loving the sun, you know, when you're in the sun, you get greater benefit from the sun. When you're loving the water, you know, and you really, you know, you're like, oh, this water is healing me, and you give attention and gratitude, you get more benefit from it. So that's really cool about the elements. And when you ground, you know, put your feet on the ground and intentionally ground.
I do that. I take my shoes off. Most of the time, sometimes I forget. Most of the time I take my shoes off and put my feet right on the ground. A lot of times at that time, I'm also sitting on the ground too.
Yeah, that's good grounding. And sending love to Mother Earth. And I mean, that's part of the ascension, really. Just
looking around and appreciating the beauty.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So much beauty all around. I think I notice it more. Is that part of the ascension?
I think so, because you know what? I think as we go higher and higher in frequency, the colors are going to be brighter and more abundant in nature, more different kinds of colors and more just all kinds of really cool stuff.
I feel like my alertness and my awareness has also increased. Like I tune in to the birds chirping, whereas before I might not have paid much attention to the birds.
Now that you mentioned that, that's interesting that you said that. That's true. That's right, because I just heard some birds chirping yesterday, and I'm going, I usually didn't notice them that much. I don't know if they weren't chirping. That was me not being aware.
Yeah.
Probably that one.
And that's communication from the universe too.
Tim says he just wants a working magic wand. That sounds like a great idea.
You have one.
Yeah. In fact, you can just make one, and you can make it do whatever you want, because it comes from you anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I was wondering if I had one handy. I do have a feather. I'm not sure if I have a wand, but I usually have one handy.
Actually, I just about went right over what we were going to read about our presentation today. So let me share my screen and bring that up. Let me bring that up. Hey, so hang on one second here. I'm going to have to move that. Okay. There, I had to move. I changed the positioning on the page. So once again, this is Michelle, and this is what we're going to talk about today. And so let me read this to you, and you can read along. Even though we are always in the eternal moment of now, we perceive a linear progression, which we interpret as time. Change has taken place. We were once younger and smaller. We get older and bigger. We shape our life with experiences that impact our thoughts and feelings. Life progresses. And yet, when we stop to take time for self-reflection and get to know our true self, our depth of perception reaches our core self, the soul seed that is full of unique potential. Then naturally, organically, we express our true inner nature. We discover our gifts to give. We create amazing things. We serve others. We are expressing the intention, creativity of the highest intelligence, the intelligence of love through our hearts. This brings us even greater insights and inspiration. We are moved towards that which we resonate with and form cooperative teams that express divinity. We navigate with heart intelligence. This is our love evolution. We all have a very bright future. And we were talking earlier about how love, our evolution, or love revolution, they both are totally fitting at this time.
Absolutely. And that's what we're talking about, our evolution. And that's why, so, the title, Dark Past, Bright Future, that has all to do with, we progress in life. And there was a really interesting story, and it came out of Dolores Cannon's book, Jesus and the Essenes. And it was a teacher that was talking about something that Yeshua had said. Are you still here?
I'm still there. I accidentally hit a button that I didn't mean to hit. Sorry.
Buttons happen. Yeah. So anyway, and so we're talking about progression, and he was talking about how when a wave comes in and there's like little debris on the sand, the wave picks it up a little bit and moves it over just slightly and puts it down almost in the same place, but just slightly farther. And then another wave comes and it picks up the debris or the piece of something, and it moves it over a little bit more and puts it down just slightly farther. And he was using that as an analogy or parable, if you will, showing that in our different lifetimes, we evolve a little bit each time. So we think of a lifetime as, lasting so long. And, and yet we have many lifetimes, and we evolve over lifetimes. And so sometimes we're right in the middle of things. We might not see the purpose. We might feel the anxiety. We might not see a way out, but we live through everything. we end up overcoming everything, and we gain all of our experiences get turned into wisdom. Whether we think we're doing something good or something bad, we're having an experience to see what that experience is like. So in our past, which we may call dark, we might have made some mistakes. Maybe. Just kidding. We all do.
I was going, oh, really? Is there somebody that doesn't? Because
But actually,
something's drastically wrong with me.
that's what turns into the gem.
Do you see what? I don't mean to interrupt. Hang on to that thought of just a minute, but it's kind of funny, some of the things Tim's saying here. By the time we worked life out, we died.
There's no death.
The white hat, here's the other one. The white hat plan is taking too long. Got to break eggs to make the cake. and just when we think we're getting ahead of the game and to come back again, they wipe our memory. So
Not our soul
anyway, I had to throw those in there, Tim. And sorry for interrupting, but they were kind of funny, and I didn't want them to miss the moment. So
But at the last, nobody is perfect.
That's absolutely true.
He put that in there too.
Some people think they're perfect.
Well, a friend of mine asked me one time, how do you know when you're done growing and ascending? And I said, well, then you wouldn't be here. How do you know there's still room to grow and change? And I said, if you're still here, there's always some place to grow.
Exactly.
So that's the beauty of it. I mean, learning is fascinating. I love learning. I love being a teacher. I have books. I love researching. I love synthesizing and putting together facts and everything. I love doing inner research and asking questions of guides, angels, higher self, that deep connection at the 0 point. Learning is fun. I like it.
I couldn't agree more. I've always considered myself, I'm a professional student.
Yeah. We're all teachers. We're all students. So
Yes,
one thing I wanted to say was, first of all, you know why I got this topic? It was really funny. Sometimes I just ask Spirit, what are we supposed to talk about? And I had thought of that title before, but I hadn't worked it up or known what I was going to say or anything like that. So I asked, today before I got on to write that description that you just read. And so I turned to any page, that's what I do when I just want an answer. And I got to this place in Forever Free called Know True Self as Christ Love. So the evolution all has to do with knowing our true self and our core self. So I'm going to read just a teeny tiny bit, and then I'm going to ask you to read a poem from this book.
I got it. Right.
Yeah. Here. So I'm going to read just a tiny bit of the beginning essay. Know true self as Christ love. The core of our being is the pure essence of our true self. It is touted throughout time to know thyself because of how important that is. Self-awareness is crucial. It is vital to know this prime inner aspect in order to function according to the laws of nature and the universal laws of God. How do we get there? First, we love God, the God within, God's spark within, in our true God self, the I am presence. So loving God is also loving ourself, our true self. God,
okay, go ahead.
God is our true nature. Once we can reflect the purity of love, the door is open to infinity. Okay, I'll be quiet now. What do you want to say?
No. I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to quickly say, and that's one of the things that religion teaches you not. I mean, you can't think that highly of yourself. How dare you?
Well, you know
what I mean, though? I mean, because to think that about yourself.
To really evolve, I think you really have to take down the walls and the confinement of religious dogma. The principles in religion are basically the same in every religion, which really takes away all the walls. and the true principles from the initiators of what turned into religion, which maybe shouldn't, is because it's really principle based. And so, you know, Yeshua is always go direct. It's all about love. That it's as simple as that. All about love.
Yeah. Right. He wasn't a Christian, so to speak, but his religion was love, just like all the leaders of the different religions that got formed. The religion itself is love, and the rest is just stuff put together by people with self-importance, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and if when you're discerning and reading any spiritual literature and you're discerning with your heart, you can get the truth and valuable principles out of it and live by those principles, which is very, very helpful. Very helpful. Tim Potter said, know thyself and to thyself be true. Authenticity matters. That's true because, you know, be true to yourself in some of the spiritual lessons that I have taught. One of my main tenets is the integrity model of consciousness, which is to know yourself, be true to yourself, be your authentic self, and believe in yourself. I'm not sure if you want me to repeat those.
No. Okay.
All right. Should I repeat it?
Yeah, hang on a second. I gotta. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't shut it off, and I should have. So go ahead, read it.
No, I was saying something.
Oh, say it. Go ahead.
I was saying that one of the core values in all of the education that I do, spiritual education type activities, is there's a presentation which just sets out these tenets, and it's called the integrity model of consciousness. So I'm responding to what Tim said before about being true to yourself. So the four main tenets are know thyself, be true to yourself, be your authentic self, which he also mentioned, and then believe in yourself. But it's that core self. The core self is your highest intelligence, and there's no limitations. It is the infinite intelligence of the universe. It's holistic. It's not ego mind thinking. You know, it's everything. It's holistic, heart-based, soul-based intelligence where you're tuned in to the oneness and the infinite intelligence.
So, Tim says the last one can be tricky.
Oh, I know, Tim. Believe me, I'm still working on it very much. Yes, these are things that we work toward. Edgar Cayce said you could spend your whole lifetime living up to your own ideals. In other words, you have an ideal characterization of what you want to be, what we want to be, our divine self. You know, we all want to be our divine pure self. And so we learn how to do that bit by bit, grace by grace. And, you know, I personally think it's the inner attention. Some people call it inner work. I just call it inner attention, where self-reflection and meditation and being in nature and attunement, you know, to the natural essence of self and, you know, everything, all that is.
I like inner attention better than inner work. It sounds nicer. That's all. Work is just that, work. I
know, it sounds easier too, doesn't it?
Yes, it sounds easier. Exactly. So it makes it the idea of going, well, let me pay a little more attention to myself, and why do I feel this way? Why is this coming up, or things like that, rather
Absolutely. And what do I do about this problem? What do I do about this person? What do I do about, you know, because we can consult our higher intelligence, which some people call God or source, or, you know, we also have masters and guides and higher beings, and, you know, just really understanding and putting the interconnectedness of all into a, you know, functioning cooperation. We get help, we get strength, we get, we get lifted up, and and we feel better and we feel stronger because we're really never alone.
I think what Tim's referring, often we are swimming against the tide of sheep and deep state lies. We signed up for this.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that.
I want to say something. This is funny.
Go ahead.
Well, it's funny to me. I laugh all the time, so maybe it's not funny to everyone else. But Tim, so you're talking about the tide of the sheep and the deep state lies. So, we all do what we can. And I went through a period of time where I was making all these memes. And I was looking through my meme pictures today because I put together this presentation, and I didn't like a lot of the pictures that were in it. So I changed the pictures before I made this thing that I'm going to show on your show a little later. But so, swimming against the tide is basically researching the truth, standing for the truth, sharing the truth, and just taking a stand. And that's another one of my books. Take a stand. You shine your inner light, you research the truth, you share the truth, and you don't back down, you don't comply. You just keep on keeping on no matter what. You might lose a job, you might lose a friend, you might, lose things that might not be for your highest good, really. But, we just keep on keeping on. And we've made a lot of progress, Tim. We've made a lot of progress. And you have, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, you're here with us. There are no accidents.
And this last one that Tim, that you talk about, you need to see the contract and don't remember signing up. None of us do, which makes it null and void.
Oh, I got another one. Tim, you are just cracking me up today. You're making me think of things. I was doing that to Gail earlier. You made me think of one more thing. You made me think of something. Anyway, but Tim keeps making me think of something right now. So, but I need to see the contract. I don't remember signing up. When I was 8 years old, I was whining to God saying, I want to go home. They're barbarians here. And believe me, I had this, I want to call it a vision, or I want to call it a download at 8 years old. And it just came to me. It was like my own words saying, I want to understand. I want to help. And then it was, to me, you're going to have to go through a lot of difficult experiences. And I was like, as a soul, I know, I'll do it. So I was reminded of my contract at 8 years old, Tim. So go whine to God, because that helps. It'll answer you and remind you of your contract. You might not remember signing up, but you wouldn't be here if you didn't have one. And if you didn't have special gifts that the world needs right now. You wouldn't be here.
Now, okay, I have to clear this up, because when I interpreted what Tim was saying, I was referring to the contract that from the deep state and the deep, the different things that they have entrapped us in. Okay.
Yeah, no.
You're talking about the contract before we came in.
Yeah, the soul contract.
We make a contract. Yes.
We have a mission when we come in.
Right.
Yeah. I don't give credence to, the so-called deep state. They are like so far under the law that I live. I live the law of God. I live, the intelligence of God.
Freedom.
Yeah. God gave me freedom, and they're not going to take it away. And I've stood up for myself all along, even when I was standing alone.
Look at Jatha. Go on.
Hey,
I'm going to try that myself now, Michelle.
Oh, hey, well, I have to say, I love God, but I can't say I've never been a brat. I have been. Yeah, soul contract. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I was talking about something else, so you can just ignore what I said then.
Okay. Hey, I'll tell you something that we don't want to ignore, Gail. If you could turn to page 73 in Forever Free. So we're talking about our soul's evolution here.
73, did you say?
Yeah, 73 and Forever Free.
Yeah, I got it.
These books really will lighten your spirit. You see how I laugh all the time? That's because it's my soul self being silly.
Okay. Being transformed. That's it, right?
Yes,
that's it. Okay. Okay. It identified initially as body, then light, electrified by experience, danger's blight, triggered to be activated by cycle's end, density of body, awareness, and subtle spirit blend. Power once denied by limited perception while facing away from divine connection. Attention stolen toward darkened state until despair transforms direction and fate. Life's course altered by incoming light, awareness of truth and core self-might. Cutting the shaft from the grain of deception, a rebirth of purity in a true heart's conception. Abilities of soul merged with spirit arise, a golden Christed consciousness, the ultimate prize. Sensitivities and miraculous powers emerge. Old patterns, values, and ways are purged. Stepping out into the world with higher, deeper vision, Holy Spirit sight, liberation from prison. Birthing this intelligence, the denser realm, individually and collectively, divine love balm. Creator consciousness, authority with goodwill mix, providing mirrored solutions that genius can fix. Freedom born of awareness, a universal liberator, earth and humanity lifted by the immaculate concepts of our Creator. Glory to the light of God, born of divine love essence, a deep eternal gratitude for the gift of God's presence. Born into eternal light, awareness has no bounds. Exploring words of creation, colors, lights, and sounds. Is there more? Is there more?
That's it.
I thought that was a great ending anyway. So yeah, I didn't think there was any more, but
yeah,
sometimes you go on, and sometimes it's great. I love your writing.
Yeah, the whole thing is like if somebody actually has the book, it's you can like read a line and pause and think about it, or some stanza might really be significant to your soul, and you can stop and dwell on that. And something might be really pertinent to your life right now. And so, that's the benefit of reading these books, because it's part of it helps in your self-reflection, and it also brings you to that deeper space. And so, it's uplifting in a permanent way when you do stuff like that. That's what's helped my spiritual growth a lot, is, reading different things, and then I get inspired from within and sort of make things new. But
this is so true. I know. Do you know what song he's talking about? I do.
No, but I agree with what it says.
Oh, I'm going to have to send you that song.
Okay.
It is really good. The young woman, it starts out with a man doing kind of a rap type song. But when she starts it, she's, God, we need you now. And she sings it beautifully.
Nice.
It's awesome.
Yeah. There's a couple other comments that he had. I'm a professor in being silly. I like that. Professor in being silly. That's a good one.
Yeah, indeed, be aware of the deceptions and distractions. There's plenty of them. You should, like, when they tell you to look here, you should look over there.
Yeah. Well, Tim, you've already, obviously, by what you're saying, you're totally on the path of ascension, and all these things that you know of are helping people around you, whether you speak them or think them or live them. And so everybody that is developing themselves and evolving themselves has an impact on people around. It raises their vibration, and it also goes into the collective consciousness. Yeah,
deep conversation. I do that too. I do the same thing, and that's exactly what we need to be doing right now. And that's how we uncover a lot of information about ourselves and why we might be reacting. That self-reflection and that deep trying to understand, or know thyself, as they say.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So one of the sayings that I like, I mean, and it goes along with the title, Dark Past, Bright Future. And I've said this before, but I like to say it a lot. Every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future. So we've all made mistakes. We all have dark things in the past, and we're all becoming lighter and brighter. And we're, that's how evolution goes. We're always going onward and upward. We might take a step back once in a while, but we are being helped so much. We're going to go onward and upward. Ultimately, we'll always go onward and upward, and we'll always evolve, and we'll always have someone there to hold our hand, to give us a hug, you know, to help us along the way. There's a lot of people, you know, on this side and on the other side of the veil, always willing to help. We have our ancestors, our guides, our angels, masters, higher light beings, God, our source, Mother, Father, God. And
Apparently,
so, remember to ask, remember to ask, remember to ask for help.
that is so true. You know, I always felt funny about asking for anything. Like, that must come from some program that you're not good enough or something like that. But just, I'm more conscious of the need and the importance of not being afraid to ask.
Yeah. And so we always want to be the giver. Some of us, others, there are others that don't know that side, and they always want to be the taker. But even if you want to be the giver all the time, you're going to have lessons in receiving. And if you want to be a giver, you're going to get lessons in receiving and needing to receive. Givers need lessons in receiving. And I know a lot of people, when they've gone through financial setbacks or poverty situations, or, you know, things like that, there are lessons in receiving. And we need to be aware of our self-worth, and that we are worthy of receiving. We are children of God. We are very much loved. You know, we have a whole family around us of soul, family of souls.
It's interesting that you say that, because I want to throw in here, because this is something that somebody said to me recently, that the reasons that in my situation may be difficult is because of bad karma. What do you say about that?
Well, I mean, because only you know yourself. I personally would dismiss other people's opinion of myself, because if it resonates, if it's something you need to look at.
Yeah, it didn't resonate, so.
Yeah, so, and if it doesn't resonate, if it's not something, we know in our own self-reflection what we need to look at. We know, because it's like our conscience. There's a place in our conscience and a place in our soul that says, you know, here's something where I could have done better. And so we ourselves, and the same thing when people have life reviews. When people have life reviews, each person evaluates themselves. Nobody is judged. Everybody evaluates themselves and what they set out to do. And then they decide if, you know, they could have done better, or will do better, or they did a great job, or some of both, usually, of course, right? So we can find out things where we can grow without holding on to guilt or shame. We do not need guilt or shame. We do not need guilt or shame, because we have experience to see what it's like. We could be the perpetrator. We could be the victim. We can be the rescuer. We've all been all of it. Again, every saint has a past. Every sinner has a future. We can always change, be servants, try to help other people, give what we can, even if we have nothing, give of ourselves and help somebody move or something. And so I think that when people realize there's no guilt, no blame, no judgment, and we don't need to judge other people either. I remember I was at the farmer's market in Oregon one time, and I it was in, I want to say it was sometime around the election, but it was when people getting divided, and there were things like TDR, which I didn't know what it was at first, Trump derangement syndrome.
I was going to say, Trump derangement syndrome? Is that what you said?
Yeah. And I was at the farmer's market one day, and I was sitting next to this guy having a snack, and he said, well, Trump did this and this and this and this and this in his past. And I said, well, didn't you ever make a mistake in your past? And he said, yeah, I used to be an alcoholic. I said, used to be, right? And now you're better and different and changed? And he said, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you can't hold people to how they were in the past. We are evolving. Everybody's evolving. That's why forgiveness is so important for ourselves and others. And really think about it. Self-forgiveness is the hardest, because we need to transmute all of the shame and judgment, self-judgment, and so forth, because we are having lessons in life to evolve through, and we need to forgive ourselves, because every experience has a purpose, and that is when we self-reflect, we just turn it into pearls of wisdom.
Very true, very true. And it's one of those things, when something, what appears to be negative, does happen, to try to look at all of the possibilities of what could be the real deeper meaning of this. What could I possibly get out of this? Because I have found so many times throughout my lifetime, when something very negative happened, like maybe I had to move, or I lost a job, or something like that, further down the road, I was very happy about what had happened, because I needed it for something else to happen to add to your repertoire of experiences. And
Absolutely.
your ability to be compassionate and relate to someone else that could be going through the same experiences.
Yep, that is one of the biggest things right there. So Jay Thought 320 said, takes a way higher mind to evaluate own soul. Oops.
I thought I put it up there.
Super varsity level A. Yeah, it was. I was reading it. You had put it up.
Wait a minute. Yeah, it didn't show on my side. That's weird.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, super varsity level A. Well, everybody, that's the ascension. The mind is getting higher and deeper. And that's what self-reflection does. And speaking of that, before you change it again, because this relates to it, I want to say this in a way that it's sort of an example of self-reflection, but also a confirmation that, we're going into the bright future, and we're leaving the dark past behind. But this is a poem that I wrote, and I'm going to read it because it came so deep from my heart. And it's called A New Day Has Dawned. As I look back, I am humbled by my own mistakes, the pain I've caused, the opportunities to express love, some wasted, some diminished by my own lack of awareness. How many people or creatures in how many lifetimes have I mistreated or ignored? Something has happened. Can you feel compassion moving in? A new day has dawned. How can I apply this new awareness of love? Can I change the past? Can I use it to make a better tomorrow? Everything is possible with God. First, I must forgive myself. Maybe the hardest thing to do. Oh, I've held grudges when I've been hurt. How could they be so cruel? I thought as I cried. The same way I was. We didn't know. Forgive us, for we knew not what we were doing. God, I find solace in your unconditional love. I am healed. I am whole. Thank you for new wisdom, for direct perception of truth. Your grace has touched my being with pure, sweet, gentle, understanding, divine love. Now that I have forgiven myself and have felt God's grace in my heart, I can readily and sincerely forgive others. They didn't know. We didn't know. Now we do. A new day has dawned. We have awakened. The morning dew glistens by the light of our own newborn hearts. We are yet yawning and stretching and looking around in wonderment. God and the angels appear so closely now. With the saints and ascended masters, they whisper wisdom in our hearts. We hear them. We love them. We thank them. The once faint call of the one inner voice of love has become loud and clear. We hear the same messages as one another. You are worthy. You are lovable just the way you are. You are me and I am you. We are one in the spirit of love.
Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely.
Oh, there's actually more. I'll go back. I mean, I'll say it fast. To God goes all glory, the God in our hearts, for God is love, and love's presence permeates all and is all. We are that love. Love is here now and always will be, ready to embrace us, moving through us as we embrace each other. I am humbled as I surrender to love, transcending the former identity of self into what is real. Love, pure love. Thank you, God.
Thank you, Michelle, for reading that. That was beautiful.
Wow.
And that's what, somebody said, some people say that we're already in the fifth dimension. I said, well, I think we're in the fourth dimension because of the disclosure that's happening. I don't see enough love, compassion, and help going out to our fellow men yet to call it the fifth. We're getting there. I see it with some people. I see it in some ways, but I don't think we're there yet.
Well, we're not exactly homogenous. Not all souls are in the same dimension, even though we're living,
together but separate.
On the same, planet, if you will. So, yeah, we're living together. We share the same sunlight. We share a lot of the same things, but we still have like uniquely different timelines, and we resonate at different levels. And that actually changes our perception of what we can see. When we have a narrow mind, we see less. When we have a broader mind, expanded mind, we see more. When we have deeper perceptions, we sense more truth and love and can resonate at the higher levels. So we're not always exactly steady. We can go up and down, but we get to a threshold and we can always go higher, but we're also collective and we're helping, it's like we're hanging on and we're being pulled up from above, and we're also hanging on below and we're pulling others up with us. So we're collective, and love is the buoyancy or the leaven, and truth is also the leaven that lifts us up into higher awareness and higher intelligence and more pure love, our divinity, really.
Okay. Tim wants to bring up the fact forgiveness sometimes needs time, and some actions are unforgivable, such as those who do evil to little kids.
That's true.
That's extremely true. Yeah. I don't forgive that. It's beyond. Because some people do things knowingly and wantingly. They choose evil. They choose evil. And, but it's up to, like I am not the judge of anybody but myself. And I will always try to have compassion and understanding. But if I have, righteous anger, what I feel is righteous anger, like, when people do things to the kids.
Well, Yeshua felt that way too in the temple.
Yeah, exactly.
Money against the money changers. And that same thing is still going on today. It's just different ways it's being handled.
It's being handled, though, I'll tell you what, because I trust. I trust I trust God. I trust Yeshua. I trust that, nobody's giving up. We're never giver-uppers.
Yeah, I've heard Trump say that 100 times.
Did he?
And oh yeah, never give up, never give up. No matter what happens, never give up. And I agree with him. And that can be hard to do sometimes. You just feel like giving up. I certainly have been there enough times myself. In fact, not that long ago. Like, why am I doing this? I'm just gonna quit. But then it's just a passing feeling because of negativity that's happening at the time.
Yeah.
But
well, I think we're getting out of it faster and faster, and we're not giving it. I'm not giving it as much attention. I'm putting more attention on ascension and being the best I can be, and being more in nature, and because you can be aware of the truth, but not dwell on the negative aspects and dwell on what we're building and where we're going. So we don't want to throw our attention and dwell on the past, the dark past. We want to throw our attention into the bright future, because that's how we create it. And that's where self-reflection comes in, because I've been asking for assistance because we're always taking steps forward, and I'm going forward as well as everyone else. And I'm asking, to perceive the immaculate concept of my soul's blueprint, so that I can see the next steps, the next era coming up in my life. And I'm, asking for or claiming vowing to be in attunement with God's will. And so, I'm looking to where I'm going, and I'm not dwelling too much on, I was very much a truth seeker, and like I said, I went through that period of times I was researching truth and making memes. And that was the phase a lot of us were in at that time, bringing truth. A lot of truthers made channels and came onto the scene and shone the light of awareness. And that is the light, and it's great. And that's why the world has shifted and changed, and it's getting so much better. Things are really getting better.
I like the comment Joshua made. I think a lot of what's happening is to make people go internally.
I agree wholeheartedly. And to tell you what, Joshua, that's right in here. I wrote that exact thing, that this is a great revival, that people are going direct. And that's the big revival, that everyone's going direct.
Yeah. And then Lenny says you have to walk through the dark to understand the light.
Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. It's like comprehension. And comprehend something, you have to know its opposite. Oh, I love that, Tim. Enlightenment is an inside job.
Yes, it is. Really good.
Hey, do you want to do that thing I threw together today?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
All right. Let me share my screen. And I got to tell you something. I did this on a fly. It was only one take. Usually I do it more than once if I make a mistake. So there's a mistake in it, but I'm going to play it anyway. I did it in one take.
We might not even notice it, because the mistakes stand out more to the person who made it than it does to other people sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I won't tell you anymore. All right. Tell me when you're ready. Am I sharing the screen? Okay.
Yes. I'll bring it up there.
Okay. And tell me when to go.
Let me take this down, and then you can go. Unless you can make it bigger on your end, you have to do it on your.
Bigger as soon as I hit play, or I can make it bigger. Well,
okay.
Law Revolution by Michelle Marie Angel. Let's go. New love is emerging from heaven within. No more winners and losers. Everybody wins. We know what is right deep down in our hearts. We know we are one love, not just little parts. Transcending duality, we all rise above, forgiving and ascending on clouds of love. We don't allow control or fear to manipulate. We're standing for justice now. We will not wait. Usurped by a few who would control and take our government, now we must remake. In the essence of God's law in our Constitution, we demand its intent back with restitution. We stand united with solutions to share, no programming or apathy, we passionately care. Our work is cut out for our soul's evolution. We're waking up now in a truth revolution. Research concludes that our minds are unlimited, tuned into spirit, our creativity uninhibited. Our expanded awareness and open heart knows the real truth is we shine when divine love flows. This illuminating light that we are is in fact showing us clearly that by God we are backed. We are here to do his will and give as he does in our new world. Our new world is here. It's not like it was. We've said no to war and to hunger too. Given purpose, we know what to do. Strengthened by our own integrity, we take a stand. We fight for liberty and bring peace to our land. We take back our power and supply all of our own needs. We don't have our hands out to bureaucratic greed. We've networked to cooperate within our community. With God's love and guidance, we're strengthened by unity. In this new world that we've made together, filled with joy and abundance, it just keeps getting better. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. God bless you.
Well, for just throwing it together, that was great.
Did I unshare? Did you help me?
Yeah.
Unshare?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gone. It's gone. So,
Okay. Yeah. Did you see it?
Yeah. What? The mistake?
No, the whole thing.
The whole thing. Yeah, it was great.
Okay.
As I said, it was very spot on.
Yeah. Did you see you? I thought I'd throw that in there.
Okay. Hello, Lunar Sunray. Leah. Yeah, and Joshua says, and this is so true, that the darkness is a great teacher for those who are paying attention. And Conspiratary said, awesome poem, loved it. You ought to see her books.
Thank you.
I haven't read a poem from any of her books yet that I didn't like. And that's the truth. It's very obvious to me that they're divinely inspired.
Yes. Yes. Well,
and the timing is perfect at this time.
Yeah.
Even if you got the messages years ago.
I gotta tell you something. This is so cool. So now we're in this great new time. We really are. We really are a step up in another stage, right? So we're all going to get more synchronicities. And this is the funniest thing. So I was in a group of people just last Monday. And so we were wrapping up our meeting and everything. And so somebody said, well, is there anything else? And I said, how about a poem? And they're like, okay. So I said, I grabbed this book out. It is a new world after all. And I said, how about if I just open up to any page? And someone said, well, how about if I just name a page? I said, okay. So she opened it. She said 103. I opened the book exactly to 103.
It just came open to that page.
It did. And the person next to me, it actually just did again. But the person next to me said, really? So I had to show her the page, because she was dumbfounded that happened. So
but that's a little synchronicity right there.
I know. I love it.
And, and those are the kinds of things people should watch for because they are happening. And sometimes they're subtle little ones, but they're still there. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is also about empowerment. And so do you want to read this? Do you want to read the one? Okay. It's page 102 and 103. 102.
103. Oh, okay.
It's called It's Already Here.
Already here? Okay. I thought I was on the wrong page. Okay.
No.
All right. It's already here. If you're looking for anything, there's no reason to fear. Look inside, you'll see that it's already here. Believe it or not, the truth of your being is making up everything that you're seeing. Whatever it is you wish to have or give, with love and vision, it's what you can live. What about love, the special person for me? Inside there is love, just let it be. Let it blossom. As you express who you are, your love will attract them. You won't have to go far. What about material, things that I need? Look inside and plant the seed. Feel the feeling, picture that you have it. It will come right to you. Reach out and grab it. Trust God in your heart to supply every need. There's plenty for all. No reason for greed. Feel your abundance. Be of good cheer. Express deep gratitude that it's already here. We're sensing that kind of thing more and more all the time now. I think,
Yeah.
at least I am, and I think other people are too. So, thank you, Mary Jean. We appreciate that very much. And yeah.
So one of the things that I wrote is sort of appreciating, it gives us a lot of, when we stop and think how awesome God is, or source, or whatever, people want to call it, our Father, Father, Mother, God. When we stop and think all the things that we do have and focus on what we do have and on gratitude, then we realize we are constantly receiving. We are constantly receiving gifts from God. And so I actually wrote a book that I'm going to actually upload on the fly. And because it really touches my heart that when I think about all the things that I'm grateful for, and it's a really good ascension activity to, just keep going back to gratitude,
Yeah. I wonder if you would. I just opened my page to one of your poems I'd like to read.
Oh, good.
It's only one page too. So, but it's conscious kindness. Do you remember that one?
Oh, that's yes.
Okay. For those unaware, thoughtfulness lacks, deeply hurting us, turning their backs. Because they know not what they do, forgiveness bestows, heals them in you. Contemplating others as heart is in pieces, I know I've fallen short, awareness increases. Gratitude expressed, growing inside, vow to do better, creates inner pride. Universe of order instills accountability, eventually waking up, taking responsibility. Open to God, compassion that heals, warming my heart, how much better it feels. Intent to become consciously kind, expressing God's love, opens heart and mind.
Yeah. 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 I remember all the things that have inspired me to write these books. There was a specific situation where somebody was unkind, and instead of like being blaming and judging and whatever and complaining, I went into my meditation chair and I processed it as if life is my reflection. And so I was saying, well, I'm not always kind either. I'm sure there's places where I can grow. I think I'll make a new vow or intent to be consciously kind and pay more attention to how I affect others. But it actually stemmed from somebody doing something to me that was unkind. And I think pretty much inappropriate, but forgiveness happens. And that's another thing I was thinking about today. It's like, if we want to learn forgiveness, then we have to have experiences where somebody does something that we have to forgive. So like we created that for our own soul's growth, and somebody else played that part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
yes, instead of, and sometimes people say, I don't know, just walk away. And sometimes I think one of the things that that we can learn is how to become masters of our energy and not let it be to put up walls when necessary, to be kind when necessary, and to be grateful.
Yeah.
For the experience, which may sound kind of crazy, but
Yeah.
Usually in reflection, maybe not at the time, but in reflection, when you look back, you see that's when you really learn from it, I think.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get this thing to go that I just uploaded. Oops. Uh-oh.
What were you going to upload?
Well, I did upload it already, but it said that I made it private, so I can change that.
Oh, okay.
I did not make it private on purpose. So here we go.
Jim says, some experiences I wish I would have liked to have skipped.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Yeah. There's a couple of times I'll never do that again.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Settings. It's
what
public.
was I thinking? What platform do you have it on?
It's Rumble.
Oh, maybe I can share it if you send me the link.
Okay.
Send it and put it in Skype, and I'll see if I can open it.
Oh, it's here. It's ready. I actually can.
Good.
I'll just do it.
Okay, good.
Okay, so here I'm doing share screen, Descender tab, the Great Giver.
There we go. Okay. It came up now. So
tell me when to go.
Okay, go.
The Great Giver by Michelle Marie Angel. To our beloved Almighty Father God. Everything we get in life comes from our Great Giver. Endless joy is available as we flow with life's river. With deep gratitude and love that we feel, we can thank God for all that is real. There's nothing more real than that which lasts. It's the wholeness of love, the self that is vast. There is no idea or thing that we can keep aside from God's love that runs so deep. For everything we are and things that we get all come from God to whom we're in debt. Life itself is the ultimate gift of potential unfolding. With free will, choice, and love, ourselves we are molding. Eternally free to enjoy our expression, we learn of ourselves in every life's lesson. To know and experience the image of God that we are, we hone our reflection until love shines like a star. God shines on each one of us with unconditional love, showering us with blessings to receive from above. God gives us life that is eternally renewing, to feel joyful creative expression in whatever we're doing. Every experience we have is perfect from God's perspective. We know that too when we're self-reflective. God gives us special gifts according to our asking. By faith and grace we receive, in his love we are basking. Feeling totally fulfilled and knowing heavenly bliss, let's give back to God and blow him a kiss. What can we give God that will bring him pleasure? The best of ourselves in infinite measure. We can love God with all of our heart. We can express love as we play our life's part. We can share the gifts God has given. We can tell others the joy we are living. We can express our full potential and create our own heaven. We can forgive those who err 70 times 7. We can aid others when they need help or feel down. We can give what they need or act like a clown. We can stand firm in our integrity and always say what's true. We can rest our faith in God, always knowing what to do. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. For more inspirational messages, you can go to the Smile website, spiritual miracles, intentional living education. SmileForLove.com. God bless. The Great Giver by Michelle Marie Angel.
Stop it. Unshare. Unshare me.
There we go. Alrighty
Yeah,
then.
they're all a little bit different. So that is another one of I've written 48 stories for awakened awareness, and they have not been shared yet with the public. And I upload them, like I said before, for our show, and then I just take them down again because there's not really, they just haven't gone public yet, but they're little sneak previews on your show.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
It seems like I'm getting more previews lately, and I really do appreciate it. Someone else did the same thing. Rainetta Jones did the same thing. And so someone else did too. I can't remember who it was right now. But anyway, I appreciate that very much. I do try to keep my finger on the pulse of what people are looking for and needing at the time. And so we will eventually, too, be joining a spiritual higher consciousness network in the not too distant future. And I'll tell you more about it when I know more about it. But at this point in time, I'm very excited about it. And so if you have different things that you think or topics or things that you'd like to have covered, feel free to, leave that in the comments or something like that. I'll always look at it. I don't know if I'll always be able to do it, but I'll always.
This is good, but there's also some comments before this that haven't been up there yet that are good also.
Well, I don't always put all of them up, but
Okay.
Leah moved over to the chat in YouTube because she said it was the cool kids were there. That's where everybody's been commenting.
Welcome to the cool kids.
Yeah.
Part.
Right. Exactly. And then Tim goes on to say God likes acts of kindness.
That's what I love. I love that. Thank you, Tim.
I've got this one meme that's called Random Acts of Kindness.
Mm-hmm.
That's everybody's purpose. If we're born in the spirit of love, that's what we should be projecting. From our heart. That's what heart intelligence is all about.
And we do, actually. Maybe not 100%, maybe not 100% pure.
It's increasing.
It is. And
I see more people smiling back.
Yes. And that reminds me of a poem. Can I read it with my silly, funny glasses on?
It matches your sweater.
I know, right? Got to match. So this one is, I see you, God. And I'm supposed to tell everyone who listens, take this personally, including you, Gail. You ready?
Okay.
I see you, God. In you, dear friend, I see what's good. You can do things that I never could. You express love uniquely as you do. There's not another soul exactly like you. I see you, God, shining through my friend. I see you peeking with a hand to lend. I know you're there in those squeezy hugs. I feel the bond as my heart tugs. I see you, God, in children's laughter, reminding me of joy I'm after. I feel you, God, as I play. I feel you in my life that way. I hear you, God, as I listen inside. With your love, my tears have dried. Your wisdom wells up in my mind, teaching me always to be kind. I feel you, God, as warmth in my heart. I sense your guidance as I play my part. I treasure you, God, as the human race. I see you shine in every face. I love you, God. You are my soul. We are one, truth be told. I am you, God, as I love my friend. The cycle is complete, but will never end. Dedicated to the God in all of us.
Oh, that's wonderful. That was good. Thank you for reading that. Oh, we have, let's see what Joshua has to say here. Here's a question for everybody. Can goodness exist without evil? And can light exist without darkness? Good question, Joshua.
Well, I just know that they both exist and they both complement each other, and there is a purpose for both, and everything turns to good in the end.
I think the need, so to speak, is very small for the darkness, but right now it's way out of proportion.
Yeah. Well,
But
darkness,
it's being contained though. It's being eradicated and
darkness
captured.
is potential that turns into light. Everything's going to be all light in the end. When we ascend, we'll cast no shadow.
So Tim says he believes good can thrive without evil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that the darkness is part of our ascension, and it's like the training wheels that we need until we don't. Then we don't need it anymore.
I've had people argue with me that there has to be some darkness.
Well,
I don't see why, but I mean, I understand their whys, but I'm not sure if there is a correct answer to that. But here's another one, a good one from Mary Jean. If everyone sends blessings to Mother Earth, it will begin to change humanity for the better. It will help everyone shift into a higher consciousness. Because yes, definitely we're connected to Mother Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her. She rains on the good and the bad.
I do that consciously when I'm grounding, especially, but I also do it when I'm admiring the beauty. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Okay, as Tim's saying, are we not maybe fractals of God, as somebody says? We are poor reflections of God's perfection. Well, we don't really want to put ourselves down too bad because we're pretty well down enough. Now, Jay he thinks that for best results, 50% light, 50% dark. I don't know. I don't know if we can apply percentages because it really depends on how dark is the dark. If you know what I mean. I mean, just like we were talking about.
This is light, and the more that we're conscious, the more light we are. So we can be pure love. We can be pure light. We can create perfection. Evolution is our path to that goal. And we're all going to be coming home, to God, which is pure light.
Okay. Well, hey, Joshua says, I think balance is the answer. Harmony is important. Love, peace,
Balance
harmony.
is the answer to reconcile paradox, that's for sure. Balance is sort of a mathematical law of the universe as well.
Let's see, did I miss anything? Is there anything else you wanted to bring up today, Michelle?
No, I think we pretty much covered it. Do you have any questions, or do you think I think the themes came up like, so, we are evolving toward the light, and we all do have a bright future. We're having a love revolution.
Yes.
And we're loving our evolution. And we talked about kindness a lot. So, that came up repeatedly. And so I think we're really in a good space, and we're on the light side of things and speaking about the light side of things. So that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Be the light.
Yeah.
You can be the light in somebody's darkness. Just like that kind act. You have no idea what someone is going through and why they might be looking sad or whatever it might be. And sometimes just a smile and a recognition, a warm-hearted, genuine, people can feel that, and it can make their day.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, it has happened. That has happened. Yeah.
Oh, Jay Thought's asking, what does the soul gain from these earth incarnations?
Evolution.
Yeah, I've heard about those grounding sheets, pillows, mats, all that. I can't afford one. They're very expensive, I think. From the ones I looked at, unless they're a lot cheaper over in England, they sure aren't here. But anyway. All right. Well, if you don't have anything else today to say, I think we've covered the topic for the day, and we can.
Yep, I think we did. I was somebody made me think of it was either a poem or a line in a poem about be the light in someone's night. It's in one of my poems, but what you said is, be the light in someone's night. So if someone's having a hard time, go shine your light, give a helping hand, be there to listen, whatever it takes, sometimes just sit next to somebody, that needs.
Maybe we should find that and end the show with that. How about that? Do you think we can find it?
Let's see.
You know which book it's in? This might be too hard to do, so I don't know.
Yeah. You know what? I think I know where it's at. I'm going to actually look on. This is probably, I just found it so fast. It probably is meant to be, but I need to share my screen.
Oh, you found it already. I guess it was meant to be.
Yeah.
All good.
Okay, let's see. I'm going to go here and share my screen. Boy, that was so fast. I couldn't even believe it. Okay, tell me when you're ready to go. Should I go?
Go.
Okay.
Hail, all good people, by Michelle Marie Angel.
There's a buzzing sound.
This
Can you hear it?
Is for you. Please listen with your heart.
Kind of.
Hail, all good people. Step up to the plate. It's time to shine. The world cannot wait. Set your sights on good things. Be a true friend. With good-hearted actions, a hand you can lend. Be a spirit lifter. Say things will be all right. Be a shining star in the dark of someone's night. Discover the gifts God has given you to share. Express yourself wisely. Show that you care. Remember what you have is there for the giving. Discover true joy while it's love that you're living. Hail, all good people. Your faith will set you free. Know that God will answer as he listens to your plea. Find your inner strength as you listen to the truth. Stand for what's right. Be a model for the youth. Take care of your family. That's all God's children too. Include everybody as God includes you. No light is victorious, though some may want to plunder. Don't be crazed, be amazed as God works his wonders. God is using you, my friend, to help someone out. He is helping you too, through angels all about. Hail, all good people. Spark a ray of hope. Encourage any lost soul who feels they cannot cope. Remind them of love and beauty all around. Play uplifting music to heal from the sound. Get out into nature. Be among the trees. Go to the beach or the mountains if you please. Take some fresh air. Absorb some sunshine too. Remember your source as God rejuvenates you. Gather all good people. Celebrate unity. Rejoice and give thanks for every opportunity. Hail, all good people. Your life is not in vain. God rewards the meek and all who've suffered pain. Remember that this lifetime is one big picture show. When it's done, we all return to our heavenly home. All whom we thought we'd lost will be there waiting. With joy and love and lots of fun, we'll be celebrating. But now it's time to shine as we do what we came here to do. This is the moment in time for which God will glorify you. Bolster all of your inner strength, gather all of your nerve. This is the time you were called for. Now is your time to serve. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. God bless you.
Yay, thank you so much for that. That was a great ending and spot on.
It was. It was the one that said, be the light in someone's night. And I think it's really appropriate too, because we're getting into an era where everybody's being called to share our gifts. And so I bet you, souls that watch this will really resonate with that, especially right now in this time in human history.
Yes. And things are changing. I can feel it. I
Yeah.
can see it too.
Me too. It makes me happy. Makes me feel joy and peace, and and even when people go through things, I just know they're going to get through it with so much more love in the world.
Yeah,
Yep.
Tim. Roll on. The golden age. Yay. And
Here we
I
are.
heard we're in it. Things have been released.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of not that much time. So
That's right. That's right.
keep your chin up, shine your light, and be all that you can be, because the best is yet to come.
Yay! Thank you, Gail.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. And please like, subscribe, and share. It helps the algorithms, because they do ban me or shadow ban me. So thank you for any help you can provide as well. And here we go. See you soon. Yeah, let me make my heart too with my crooked fingers. So anyway, here we go. See you.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today, my guest is very interesting, and I want to read a little bit about her background so you know where she's coming from. And then we're going to talk about the ACIO, and we're also and things related to that, as well as what we're all expecting here on the 8th. So I will be bringing on Jessica Ariel Morocco, and she was born in the Boston area in 1964. She was a highly targeted and selected to be used in the programs from birth through her entire childhood, because she was quickly identified by the ACIO of having a soul signature of unknown off-world origins. We'll have to ask her about that. Early on, she displayed an exceptional keen psychic perception that exceeded most other humans. Due to her enigmatic origins, she was placed in the numbers group as number 12. At the age of 5, Jessica was introduced to the ACIO and the Intergalactic Council, and then made contact with Peter the Insider in 2016, where she began to uncover her involvement with the secret space programs. As an exceptional psychic of ET origins, Jessica was used heavily in the programs by organizations such as MCC, which is the Mars Colony Corporation, Kruger Mercenary Corporation, the Labyrinth Group, and also worked as a galactic liaison communicating with the Council of Five. Jessica is also active as an asset within the ACIO 6 divisions, Circata 3301, which I will have her explain, where she continues to decipher data from intergalactic activity and their effects on the planet. The numbers group are comprised of individuals with abilities who are closely observed to identify if they are benevolent or nefarious for this reality. At the same time, many others become interested in children with abilities, so this opened her up to malevolent programs, MyLabs, and covert military operations and experimentations. Jessica is an SSP and MyLab experiencer who has been deeply involved in various super soldier projects and special access programs as a psychic and intuitive specialist. Due to being a high-valued asset, Jessica was also abducted and forced into experimentation with the Murkoff MyLab facility at the age of 6 as a part of Project Waldrider. Here, aspects of her energetic signature was reportedly extracted and sold off to different parties to be used for other agendas. One example of this is the real CIA asset commonly identified as Jason Hudson, an individual within the programs who was fused with Jessica's stolen energetic signature. Jason Hudson is also mentioned as a character within the Call of Duty video game series, where the video game character is based on the real person operating in the programs. Jessica also worked with the MURG, Monarch Umbrella Refugee Group, where she was assigned to a mother role to help guide and look after the abused members after escaping their respective programming facilities within Monarch and Umbrella. Today, Jessica remains as active as a psychic, interdimensional seer, Akashic record reader, radio host, podcaster, and owner of Androniti Talks. She does regular shows with Peter on her YouTube channel discussing disclosure, planetary and galactic events impacting the world. And I have all of those links in the description. So if you want to reread any of this, feel free to do so. It's all in the description. So let me bring Jessica on. Welcome, Jessica. You have
Thank you.
Quite the bio there. Quite the bio.
Yeah, I kind of, it accumulated over the years, didn't it? Starts off with one thing and then it evolves into so many others. But it wasn't until I was older that it all kind of culminated and came together and everything began to make sense. So that's what happens with people that are experiencers. Yeah.
So the reason you got with the ACIO was related to your special abilities, shall we say, or your psychic abilities?
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Everyone has levels of psychic ability. I mean, it's something that's humanly innate, for kind of like, you know, how animals have a sense of what the weather's going to do, or are in tune to everything around you. So everyone has some level of it. What differentiated me from some of the others was that the ACIO had identified that they could not identify what my origin was, which put me in this category. There's approximately 300 people or beings, I'll say, entities, so forth. Some of them are humanoid, some of them are not humanoid, and there's about 300 of us. So I'm number 12 of the 300.
So you have a signature that's different than your energy
according
signature.
To them, my soul origin is not recognizable to the ACIO. The ACIO is working and has been around for probably thousands of years, and have been collaborating with the Council 5, which is, you know, a group of ET race that collaborated in a galactic way to oversee the interactions and things that are happening on the planet. And so they had decided that, you know, that there's always a question about those in the numbers group, whether or not that they're going to be benevolent for the planet or not benevolent. And so that's where it started off, where there were some issues, but, you know, observing me obviously throughout the time and having certain people show up in my life in different junctures, they were keeping eye on me, you know, essentially. And I have interacted with some of the others that are in the numbers group. Some of them have abilities. They can appear and disappear in various locations. Yeah. And one of the attributes that I've been told that I have is multi-locating. So like bilocating, I could be here and somewhere else at the same time. Yeah, it's weird.
Are you conscious of that at the same time?
Sometimes. Yeah. I mean, more often than not, I have an awareness. There have been times where I have to watch my temper so I don't get in trouble elsewhere. If I can't release it here, then it happens somewhere else. And there was an issue where Peter had told me to calm down because I was going to get in trouble, and he saw me over in Australia. So that, yeah, there was situations where I was having a fit. Yeah. But I also have that super soldier aspect as well. And that's another thing that I got recruited into and have been involved with in various experiences that have been here as well.
Wow, that's amazing. And concerning for you at the same time, I'm sure. So were they kind of observing you because they wanted to make sure you were benevolent and not nefarious, or?
Yeah, because some of the numbers, the ACIO as well as the Galactics wanted to make sure that I was not going to cause any problems. They said one of the things that they noticed is there was some activity in my brain that was not typical, maybe more enhanced in a way, but not artificially enhanced. So that they had, that was something else that they were concerned about. And also that I always say that the benevolent ones are the ones that are good, are observing you. Simultaneously, the negative ones find you as well. So that's immediately. That's why people that have gifts or abilities are typically targeted and put into my labs and other programs. But they don't necessarily work together. It's like, the good and the bad both find you type of thing.
Right. Well, what is the basic function or mission, shall we say, of the ACIO? I can bring up the
ACIO,
screen.
Yeah.
Should I do that? Let me bring up their website. Here we go. Let me see. Is there a particular place I should go?
Yeah, you can go to the homepage. We have some basic information there about the ACIO, but essentially, you'll want to, I think, just click on where it says official, see if that opens it up, or there we go.
Here.
Yeah, so it's officially called the Advanced Alien Contact Intelligence Organization. Some people call it Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization or Alien, but I think they added advanced because it makes people nervous to add the alien part to it. If you scroll down a little, you'll see some more information. And
intelligence reports. Okay.
Yeah, there's all sorts of different information that the ACIO covers. So essentially, if you see that history of the ACIO right there, that covers, if you scroll down a little bit more.
Oh, this one here?
No, right there. Yeah.
Oh,
it's a video that people can listen to, and it talks about everything regarding the ACIO and what their purpose was. They've been around for a long time, and they were here at the beginning of humanity, and they have been observing humanity, assisting humanity to grow and evolve and develop. And they have a policy and agreement with the Interdimensional Council, which is an interdimensional leadership or group, collective of other races that are overseeing humanity. And so they have told the ACIO to be the observer and not to interfere, with the exception of some things that could be very destructive. For example, you see those incidences where you have like a nuclear potential or some kind of problem, and spacecrafts show up around that. Well, that's connected to the ACIO. They do things like that. They'll try to prevent.
Oh, okay. Like we've seen several examples of in different news clips of the ships coming over nuclear silos or places where they would launch things and the equipment wouldn't work. Right?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, they'll do that.
Thank goodness. There are idiots out there that actually would push the button.
They will, and I mean, there's levels of non-involvement. One of because they have to answer to someone else. They can't just jump in because there is a higher wisdom of allowing humanity to grow and evolve into a galactic community. In order to do that, there has to be levels of responsibility. So why do we not have free energy? In part is because, you know, there's those that are lower consciousness that insist on, first of all, oppressing the people and forcing them to pay for certain things.
Aren't
Others
they basically, aren't they, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but aren't they basically an alien group? I mean, that
the
have,
ACIO?
no. We have had malevolent, I can't say it.
Malevolent.
Malevolent.
Malevolent,
It's just today. Anyway, usually I can say it fine. But anyway, they usually there are groups like that have already invaded Earth and have caused great havoc for humanity. And I don't understand why the Galactics, well, they have intervened to some extent, but not enough to help humanity get rid of these nefarious characters that have been enslaving us for an awfully long time. What would you say about that?
Part of the problem is there's a lot of humans that are consenting. It's almost like, you know, I was watching, and I don't know if this is going to be a way to explain it. I was watching this series called Narcos, which is all the drug cartels and everything. And you see how it starts off where, you know, these cartels are wanting to sell drugs to make money. And then they get the police involved. They pay off the police. They pay off the government. They pay off everyone. So then there's this level of corruption, right? It's similar. The ETs come in, they present an idea to make a lot of money, and then there are those that are consenting to it and agreeing to this. So then you have a large group of people that are making money. They're not all aliens, they're humans that are consenting for this. So it's a lower consciousness that have been oppressing us and ruling and controlling, but it's also the same process. We're learning not to be like this. So there's a higher wisdom in some of these things.
Well, what I'm wondering if the human minions, so to speak, just also have a much higher level of, say, for example, reptilian DNA, which would probably give them a tendency in that direction, more so than anything else, because that's not really innately human, I don't think, to be greedy. But through the programming and conditioning of our society and of humanity by the infiltration from these nefarious groups, I think has had a devastating consequence for humanity. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. We're not going to eliminate the fact that there's high levels of mind control and manipulation. Remember that even though we look at reptilians as being a lower level species, the reptilians actually have a very high IQ. They're very, very much able to mind control individuals and convince them to do things that they maybe wouldn't readily do, or to become submissive. And so essentially there is this power and control, and this is a galactic problem. It's not just our planet, but other planets are undergoing these challenges. And so
yeah. So they've done this before with other planets, and then they get to the point where they end up destroying the entire planet. And we're getting real close to that tipping point ourselves right now, as I understand it. But still, at the same time,
this book right here, before I started working with Peter, I talked about the Andronicus transmissions, and you talked about the Andronicus, Andronitox radio and all that we have. The Andronicus transmissions discusses how the reptilians came in to Andromeda. We're talking light years away, you know, and they went right through the galaxy and started taking over everything. And even with the Galactics, they had powerful mind control. This whole concept of scalar, I believe, came from them.
The only thing, when I was talking about the reptilians, I meant no indication that they were not highly intelligent, highly capable of mind control and things of that nature. It's just that they also have a very nefarious nature, a very,
Yes.
you know, the greed, the lack of compassion, love, and things that humanity used to, you know, excel at, shall we say.
Yeah, one of the things that Andronicus told me was that, and I channeled for like some from 2015 up through about 2018 or 2019 information. I used to do it weekly. It was a lot of information. I have probably about 6 books worth of conversations with Andronicus. And one of the things that Andronicus said was that they would they destroyed the planet itself. They turned it into they liked the radiation. They liked the everything to die. They were very destructive, and you could see that. You could see how our Earth is getting affected by these experiments and things that, you know, under the guise of science, they're
Yeah.
destroying what we have.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Double D says they are narcissists. Yes, I
yeah.
agree 100%.
And what is a narcissist? Narcissist does not care at all. It has no understanding or no and any idea of how anyone else is feeling. They're very, very detached of what's going on.
Jennifer's asking if they're in inner oh, not, another Jennifer, if they're in inner Earth.
They're in Earth. They're walking amongst us. There's plenty of people have footage of these weird eye dilations and in some of the effects of you know, you can tell that there's something wrong with them. Strange eye colors, and you know, you could see that like their eyes will literally fold up and look more like a reptilian iris. You know, the pupil of the eye.
Then I've also seen people with eyes that look totally black.
Yes.
What is that?
Well, they talked about the black-eyed children. There's black eye, but they're also could be grays. I mean, think about the grays. You have those big black lenses over their eyes.
Oh wow!
And they're also amongst us. Well, we're actually, people say, well, we want some, you know, reveal regarding what's happening with the ETs, and they've been around us for a long time. They're very, very discreet. They know what they're doing. They know how to disguise themselves.
Well, how many of them are, what percentage of them are shapeshifters that if all of a sudden the frequency was such on the planet that they couldn't hold their shapeshifting? I don't know if it's technology or if it's an innate ability. Is that possible to happen?
Yes, I think it has happened. And it's not just the frequency changing, but also the illusion that they put over us. They have veils of illusion. So that's why some people can see it, some people can't. Some people can see right through it. Like I could see through when there's something going on, but some people will have a hard time, and I'll say, well, look at that, you know. and then if you start focusing on it, you can start picking it up. But there was a syndrome that came out. There's psychologists are calling it a syndrome where people are seeing what they refer to as demons. And I'm looking up to see if I can find the article for you. Apparently, these people are seeing these very strange, distorted looking faces where their skin is pulled back, their mouth is like up to here, their ears are like pointed, and they're.
I think I saw some of that. That was totally bizarre. It was on a particular channel. I saw it on a channel. It was just a short 2-minute video of some really, really what appeared to be crazy people doing crazy things that you go, oh my God. Yeah.
And related to what's going on with the whole eclipse, there is a song called Black Hole Sun, and they actually show that the face is distorted, and they call them, you know, demons, but apparently these people that are seeing these demons, they also, you know, are they call it a syndrome. I'm trying to find the
Oh,
article.
wow. Yeah, I haven't heard that
one.
one. That would be interesting.
Here's I don't know if I can.
So have the
Do I-
Galactics removed some of them? Because Dawn is asking, some say they're all gone. Why would they say that? Maybe the full-blooded
some
ones
say
are.
that all these entities are gone.
Yeah.
I don't think we would be in chaos right now if they were all gone.
Exactly.
I think everything would be wonderful if they were all gone. So to me, it's look around you and you'll know. You don't have to be a psychic or anything like that. If you still see chaos and other problems, that means something is let loose. Something is wreaking havoc to some degree. I don't know if you just saw that I just sent over. So it's
yes, I just posted it in the chat.
Yeah, Soundgarden is the name, and I'm going to see if I can find that article.
Jennifer's asking, when will we start seeing them? Will we actually start seeing them? It's kind of like the movie They Live. That's what I always think of.
Well, this is the whole thing, that some people are actually seeing them now. And we can probably, if we look hard enough, we can probably find something on whether it's TikTok or YouTube where you actually see. This is one of the things from TikTok.
Do you want me to, I would have to open that up. I'm going to give it to the, in the chat so people can copy and paste it into their own deal. Okay. But I could open it and then we could look at, I don't know if is it very long or is it short or?
It's short. It's short. Let
me see
the key is that, yeah, the people are starting to see it, and it is just like that movie They Live. People should watch that. That was a very revealing movie. They try to discard it, but and of course they call us conspiracy theorists, but these things are literally happening. And people have asked me to say, some of the things that you talk about that you see, is this what you've been talking about? And I said, yes, I've been seeing this since I was a child. Some people are just starting to see it now. I can tell when there's something like that is showing up.
Okay, let me share the screen. I got that. It's wow.
I don't know if there's any copyright on it at all, but
I think you were sharing it on. It's been shared on.
Okay.
Already, so I don't think it matters. I don't think. Now where did it go?
You had it and then it just moved.
There
we go. Yeah, maybe go back. Go again. No.
Oh shoot. Where did it go?
Try to bring it up again, maybe.
Yeah.
There it is. Proso.
Oh, okay.
It's PO something.
Let me bring it back to where it was. Well, that ain't gonna do it. Hang on a second. Sorry about this. Let me see. Let me find it again. I don't understand why it just went away. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it wasn't supposed to do that. It's trying to hide something. Let me do it again. So bear with us here.
Yeah, she said that. Jennifer Dawn said it's calling it a disease. That's correct. They're trying to figure out why people are seeing this. Obviously, it's happening to more than one, because you wouldn't base a whole disease off of one individual. There must be multiple people having this experience.
Okay, now you should be able to see it. I think. Did it come right up? Yeah.
I can see it.
Okay. Now, if it'll let me play it.
Yeah, I think you have the audio is shut off. So if you just fix that part.
Scientists don't know the cause of PMO.
Can you hear it?
The patient in the study did suffer both carbon monoxide poisoning and a head injury.
So they said
that's a lot to take in.
I'll play it again. Okay.
Well, scientists are also using
to
understand a rare disorder called PMO.
In short, it causes people to see demonic. Researchers at Dartmouth, they created a digital representation of what one person has been experiencing. The resulting images just published in a medical journal out of the blue. The man started noticing that people's faces around him looked like their ears, noses, and mouths were stretched back, and other things were distorted. Scientists don't know the cause of PMO, but the patient in the study did suffer both carbon monoxide poisoning and a head injury.
That's a lot.
That's a lot to take in.
If it was one individual that had a head injury, would you put it in a medical journal? I don't think so. It would have to be quite a few that are seeing this as well.
And they call it a disease. It looked to me, it just looks like their original form is coming through, because they were somehow disguising it, whatever. A demon, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah.
That is something that's coming through. And one of the things that I've been talking about on my show is the appearance of ghouls. And so, time is something that's happening past, present, future, all at the same time, right?
Right.
So there's points in time where you can kind of view into whatever is appearing or what's coming through. And one of them was these ghouls. And I've had more than one intuitive bring that up to me. And that's like the undead, or some people might want to call them zombies. Some people might want to call them, I don't know, some kind of monsters or what have you. Cannibals is another.
Wow. Yeah, they're talking about cannibal.
Yeah, a group that we don't want around us, but essentially in some of the realities, let's say in our reality, certain things haven't happened, but they have in other realities. So maybe another parallel. And then there's these weird bleed-throughs. And then there's CERN that's actually pulling us together with that and creating this crossover. So these anomalies, or these things that maybe weren't supposed to happen here, they're trying to bring it in through here through reckless scientific experimentation on the planet, which is creating multiple problems for everyone. And people that just, it's introducing this level of chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go and talk about the eclipse, the eclipse has been spoken about for thousands of years, right? Every single society has a reflection of what this means. Mm-hmm. And if you want, I can share that with you if you want to go in that direction, or you want to hold off on that first.
Yeah, I'd just like it to answer a couple questions. Jay Thought was asking, do we call out the demon when we see it? Is that a demon? Or is that an alien with tech cover that isn't holding up anymore? Or is it a demon? And she's just wondering, would you call them out and rebuke them?
That's more of a demon than an alien from my perspective.
Okay.
I wouldn't call them anything, because they might consider that as an invite. And trust me, they do like to find ways to get consent to enter into your space. Wow. Another thing I also worked with haunted houses and things like that, where people were welcoming in, doing the Ouija board, doing all different types of things. And, so there's an invite, or an unintentional invite. So just to let people know, just say, I disconnect from whoever you are. You don't have permission to be in my space. Don't ask for them to come in. They can really do some damage on your life. They can create nightmares. They can actually take you in places that you don't want to be, through the astral. So no fear, just take charge of your life, take charge of your space. I always tell people, and hold your ground. The earth is your protection. There's levels of protection here. What they're trying to do is get you to leave astrally into their space where they can harm you or take over your body or something like that. I mean, it's...
Yes, I had a woman on just recently, and she was talking about the nanobots, the tech, and its effect on the human, making it easier for them to break through the bioelectric field, for one thing, and for another thing, then it makes it, they don't just want to attach now, they want to possess. And so the demons want to possess. and you certainly don't want to give them an invitation of any kind whatsoever.
No,
So,
they're really from the astral, so they're looking for a physical experience here, and the only way they can do that is to take over a vacant body or a body that has a space for them to inhabit. What happens to your soul? You get really messed up.
do people open up the ability for that to happen if they drink?
Drink, drugs, even
Alcohol.
ayahuasca. I tell
Yeah.
people, stay away from ayahuasca or anything, especially right now when all this activity is happening. And try to keep in a good consciousness. Also, people that are heavily depressed, traumatized, they don't want to be here anymore. People that do extreme spiritual experiences where they try to do some kind of journeying, but they leave the body for too long, it can be dangerous. So be wise about your practices and what you do. Remember, this is a critical time right now. There's a lot of activity happening, so you want to guard yourself to some degree.
And so protection is important for personal protection, you're saying?
You have to protect yourself. There's no one that can. There are people that we love, and we see that they're having problems, whether it's substance abuse, or they're very depressed, or they're young and they don't know any better, or that they dabbled in certain things that they shouldn't have. And so you can send love and protection for those people to help them become strong enough to say that, until they understand what they're doing, to make them strong enough so they're not, taken over in any way that's problematic. Because that's how we lose people. That's how they're getting hijacked, we'll say. That's another version of it.
Somebody's asking Zender's role. I did see something about him in the ACIO site as a new. I don't know if you want to talk about that or not. If you don't, that's okay too.
No, I'd love to talk about the team because the team was hand selected by Peter. So I'm in Cicada 3301, 6th Division. Also, Men in Black are involved in the 6th Division. I don't really work with the Men in Black, but I'll see them when they show up. They're really not as nefarious as people think they are, but anyhow, Peter works in the 12th Division, which is very military based. He has teams. So he works with Kruger, the Kruger military group, and he also created a specific team through Lincoln Clay called Unit 374. Anthony Zender is a stellar soldier. He's an unbelievable super soldier. Peter has been working with him since I've known him. He's been connected to Anthony, and we have a great deal of respect, and he's very harmonious individual. He also is he also does was a fighter, as an athlete. Someone that does a mixed martial arts and that sort of thing. So
I could bring it out. Should I open it up? I could bring up see what he looks like in his page. Let me do that.
Yeah, but there's also the rest of the team too. Each one of them brings something very, very powerful. We also have Taino or Tyson that's on Galactic Talk, and he too is very powerful. We have Michael, we have Jerome, and John, Navy John. So there's quite a few there. So if you go to assets, so you have there, and go down to associates.
Okay.
So there's Anthony Zender right here.
Yeah, I remember seeing his picture. Okay. So he has a lot of super soldier abilities too. He also did the MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he's involved with a lot of different. Plus, he is a true soldier. He, in this reality, he was also a soldier. You see, he was during the Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Oh, he was in. Yeah, he was in the Marines, right?
Marines, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of
Okay.
people know him, and he's also very spiritual. He does a lot of inner work. He's a meditator. You know, people always say you don't really, become powerful. What does meditation do for you? Well, that's what it does. It helps you to work on these different areas. And Michael is very, very spiritual as well, and he is from Korea, and he's quite an interesting, very talented individual. Was close to Faith Connors, who was connected to Kruger, Gabriel Kruger, as his granddaughter, who I had met Faith Connors as well.
So if someone wants to look up the different people that are involved, all they have to do is come to this section, look at the associates, and they're all the different people there and what their talents and so on are. Correct?
Absolutely. And this is also known as Taino. This is Tyson LeBose. And he came in a little later, but Peter had already known about him. He's originally from Haiti. And very, very amazing people, very interesting. And also they work as a team. There's no like ego, one above the other. And these people Peter has specifically identified as his elite soldiers that are here. Now, there are other soldiers that Peter has interacted with. Some are with us, some have been around us and then left. But for the most part, these are the strongest ones that we have right now.
Okay, and then there's Jerome. Peacekeeper, I like that.
Yeah, and he really means it. He's very committed to wanting to help out people. He is originally from Quebec.
Oh yeah, okay, Quebec, Canada. Oh, he's involved with the secret space program too. Well, I guess everybody
All of them
is.
are, yeah.
Oh.
Every single one of them are involved. And we have individual videos. Navy John came in. Navy John is also someone that both Jerome, Navy John, and Anthony Zender were in the military. So they're had experience in the military in this life, as well as the secret space programs.
Wow. Okay, so I think we've covered that pretty well. And if anybody is, you want more information, just go to the website, acio.org. It's like I said, it's all in the description, and we can move on and talk about some of the other things. Oh, here's a real quick question for you. Let me take this down. Source. So all that. Do you think those going into stores and smashing things are being paid to do that, or are they mind controlled?
I think they've being encouraged to do so by the agenda that's the how can I say, the political system that's involved, that are saying that I think particularly out in California, that they have certain laws that you will, under a certain amount you can steal or something like that. Rules that would never have existed before, but since this I'll call it the regime that's in power right now.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I can understand that people feel as though they've been deprived their entire life. A lot of these people that engage in that type of activity, and they feel, like they deserve something or something like that. But it's just wrong to go about it in that manner. Like if there had been a way where people would, when they want those things, they actually had a card, and it could be kept track of, but they could get it, kind of thing. So,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like it's more than that. It's anger, and
yes,
which is also manipulation. It's a manipulation of our culture to have infighting between, the male and female, between different races and cultures, and to create this the haves and the have-nots, creating this kind of division, this divisive, because the intention of, so on a political stance, the intention is to forfeit up the United States or to bring the United States down no longer being a superpower, and to diminish the effect and get rid of any kind of patriotism and loss of identity and all those things that made the United States very strong. So they're trying to get to this point of self-sabotaging. There's definitely MK Ultra and other forms of mind control, but simultaneously this is happening with also these shooters and other things where the ideas are implanted in the mind. It can be like a quick little statement that can activate someone, and then before you know it, you're doing something, or you're creating some kind of hive mind. And some of the stuff that the government's doing, and they've learned it from negative ETs, how to do these things, or to use certain type of technology to do it, to implant that on television.
Well,
Or
just with
YouTube.
those towers that they have, the way I understand it, they actually had listed all the different brain waves in there, and so they can send out frequency that makes a crowd angry.
Yes.
They can, and things of that nature, because they basically have already hacked our mind and so
And they
on.
can target it. They can take that frequency and target it to a specific location. Not that it's universal, but everything's experimentation. So we have levels of ETs that are actually where they're lab rats. They're experimenting on us.
Mhm.
They're experimenting on gender. They're experimenting on so many different aspects of humanity and what could happen if we did this. What would happen if we did that? They're enhancing people. They're putting in implants. They're doing all these different things that are affecting people. They're creating diseases, in the petri dishes. They're creating all different types of problems. Peter told me they just created 60 new drugs over and above like cocaine and fentanyl and marijuana. There's 60 new drugs that they want to throw out there to the public, to our youth, to those that already have addictions, and see what happens. It's really bad, and plus then they make money off of it. And I'm not just talking about the pharmaceutical companies. I'm talking about these
Cartel.
nefarious groups. We need to awaken and understand what's going on around us, and not allow the people to dissuade us from presenting this information. Because if Peter says something, we've even if it takes 2 years, it's coming to pass. He talked about the nanotech that was being put into the jab years before it came out. And
Well, they were spraying us with smart dust too.
Right.
Chemtrails.
Right. But the jab in particular was something that the doctors
Really
didn't
bad.
figure out until after the pandemic. Peter was telling us about it before, but we had no reference point. We didn't fully understand what was going to happen, what the outcome was going to happen. He knew about it already. He's able to travel. He travels into our future and sees what some of the outcomes are. And then he comes back and tells us. That's the culmination of what all these shows have been about since that I've done with him since about 2017.
Well, Jay Thought's asking, what if there becomes a need for people who know how to exercise a spirit? Once you have a possession, they can, I guess you're talking about the need for exorcism people who can exercise, not exercise, but get
be like an
spirits out of the
exorcist.
body. Yeah. So I don't know. That's
the Catholic Church has certain methods for it, but you do hear that there are cases where people are not freed from that and they end up dying. The entity comes in so strong that the person doesn't have the strength to get rid of it, and it overtakes the personality, the persona, who they are, and so this stronger force is in charge.
Would you believe this is true? What Lenny is saying? Jenna, consent can come from your own emotions. Someone has done real wrong to you and you want them to suffer. If a demon is around, they will jump into you. Is that true?
It takes more than that, but yeah, I mean, there's probably every single person on the planet has been angry at someone and wanted harm to them at some moment in their life. So that there's a grace period. There's a point where the soul, does certain things, and when you start to cross the line, and this is an individual situation, not everyone is the same, but when you get to a point where you cross that line, that's when you start getting in trouble. Like when you just really don't care. Your consciousness is fighting back, telling you don't do this. This is really bad, and then you ignore that and you go past it, and that's when you get into like the red zone, of violating your own conscience. That is on an individual basis, I believe.
Okay. Based on that, I want to ask you something. If someone wants to, I don't know how to word this. Let me think about it for a minute, and I'll see if I can ask it correctly. And in the meantime, Jay Thought wants to know about if you could explain more about the Men in Black.
The Men in Black are a ET race or a hybrid group. One of the things that the AC does, people have said, oh, the ACIO are here to create some kind of surveillance of every person that existed, because Peter offers to see the personal records, right? No, we're not surveying all of humanity. That might be the one world order agenda, but that's not anything that the ACIO has done. They do have a sense of all the souls that are here and those that are not souls. They know the difference, even in like my situation. So one of the things that they do focus on is any type of ET crafts that are coming in. If there's accidents, if there's problems, they know of all sorts of. One of the things they're very keyed into is who is visiting the planet, who is leaving the planet. They're very tuned into that. So that is the role of the 6th division. So if there's a crash, there are ETs that need help or whatever, they go there, they try to deal with whatever's going on. So that's primarily what the Men in Black do. If there are ETs here that are misbehaving, they will show up. And I had an incident where they showed up. It was at a baseball game for my son. And there was a being called Semyase, who was part of the 12D Pleiadians and who gets into nefarious stuff. Some people really like her, but I actually met her in person. She is not fully human. She's a type of Pleiadian.
Who's that?
And Semyase. So if you know the story of Billy Myers, do you recognize the story of Billy Myers?
Yeah,
okay.
I know about it.
I met her. I know, whether people believe me or not, I met her. I sat down on a bench next to her. She sat down very closely to me. She was talking to me. She was wearing sunglasses. I said in my mind, what's going on with this woman? Why is she, I want to see what, I felt like I knew that she was doing something she wasn't supposed to. And I said, look, she's hiding behind her sunglasses. And then she lifted her sunglasses in front and looked at me. She heard me telepathically. So I called up Peter while I was there with her. And I said, Semyase's here. And he said, oh, no. He says, there's a problem. I said, I know there's a problem. I said, what does she want? And then he explained to me it was something on a personal level. She's trying to take something. So later on that day, I see this couple at the baseball game. And this is up in New York, right? The couple looked like a husband and wife. They caught my attention. I looked at them. They were both wearing like mirrored sunglasses. I turned and looked, and they turned in tandem, like both at the same time, and looked at me. Like you couldn't have timed it perfectly. And there's no way. It was almost like robotic, the way that they did it. And I knew immediately that they were Men in Black. just the way that they moved. So they appeared like a couple, like a husband and wife.
Wow.
And yeah, and they were right there. And I told Peter, I said, the men in black are here. And he said, you're in a lot of trouble. I said, she did like a bait and switch on me. She did something and wanted to make it look like I did it. So this is a problem that I have with the numbers group, that,
Wow.
they try to blame me on certain things. And I mean, I didn't get in any trouble for it, but I remember standing by them and they had this frequency going on. And a lot of times I'll see them astrally, but this was one of the rare occasions where they were there physically, disguised as a parent or a husband and wife.
Uh-huh. Wow. Huh. Boy, people are in for a lot of surprises, I'm afraid.
Everything's right here. People are waiting for something to show up. It's here already.
Wait till they realize what the real story is. Well, you know what? That just reminds me of one thing real quick. What was the take on Paradise? I mean, I heard that the city of Paradise in California that they destroyed, they were an alien group, as I understand it. Is that true? And they were good. They were benevolent, but the bad guys didn't want them here. Is that true? Or were they bad and they needed to get rid of them? Which was it?
I'm going to tell you what happened. I was actually there 2 weeks before it happened. I was traveling in California. Someone brought me there. I was headed to Mount Shasta, and we drove right through Paradise.
Wow.
And so when I got home and I saw that they were hit with lasers, I thought, that's terrible. That was really, a nasty thing that they did. And most of the people were older people. But yes, it was a very strange situation. And I think they were just showing their muscle, showing what they were capable of doing. And, then what happened over in Hawaii, and then you look at the after effect of all of these elite, stepping in and taking over the property. So that's kind of what they were doing in California as well. They're trying to clear the border of California.
How are we ever going to get past all these nefarious ones doing all this? I mean, what do you see as the answer? Or
they can try to do as much as they want, but eventually their frequency won't hold up here, and you're going to see that there are those that are dropping off. It's like some of these celebrities that look like they were replaced.
Yeah. And
they get to a point, it's some point where they get extracted or something else happens. Mm-hmm. And they lose their station of power.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people that'll be happening to quite a few of these characters. We'll hear about them getting sick or being in an accident or different things of that nature, and then they'll just
looking different, replaced or cloned or what have you.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that going on lately.
Yeah, I mean, look at Biden. Biden's been, how many times has he been replaced?
I heard he had 4 clones. And that's not necessarily clones. They could be, masked people. They could be actors. They could be lookalikes. Any of that. So
not the original. Definitely not the original anymore.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. He's not on this plane of existence anymore. Correct.
Not the original one. The original one was very racist and was very nasty as well. But what's going on right now is evil on another level, and how they're trying to control and manipulate everything to maintain that power.
So maybe we should move on to the eclipse and talk about that some more and what you expect or what people are expecting, because they sure have been whipping up the fear for it.
Right. And, they have.
And, I have a lifetime of eclipses coming and going, and not once was there any problem related to it. I know we're in a special time now, but what's your take on all this?
Well, this one is sort of unique. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that whole the Christian perspective that came up, where you have this intersection between the eclipse that happened in 2017. It crosses one way, and then the other one crosses the
X.
other for 2024. It creates an X. It goes through multiple towns called Nineveh, which I'm surprised that there were that many towns called Nineveh. They claim
I
that there's
know.
8 of them,
I
right?
know. I was rather shocked too. And then one of them's Jonah.
One of them's Jonah, and one of them is also let's see, there's a rapture as well.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and then they bring up Cetus, which is the constellation, which is the whale. So the storyline for those that are not Christian and don't understand the Bible, it's Jonah and the whale. Jonah was he tried to run away from his responsibilities as a prophet, and then he got on a boat, and then the boat started to capsize and everything, and he said, I know I'm the problem. So he threw himself out of the boat and got swallowed up by the whale that brought him to Nineveh so that he could give them a warning to repent. So essentially the Christians are saying this is a time to repent, is the writing on the wall. These situations are happening right now. So that's one perspective. NASA is doing this, talking about the Project APAP, which is the snake goddess, and who is the nemesis of Ra, the sun god. So there's that conflict. They talk about in the Greek, Apollyon or Abaddon, who is supposed to be like a sun god, but then is then opening up to like the darkness. So Apollyon is supposed to be the bad one, and they usually attribute to Revelations in the end times. It's Abaddon and Apollyon that is deceive the people and bring them into. So a lot of this is coming back as biblical. But there's also the Aztecs called it the jaguar would eat the sun when there's that's their point of view, is when you have an eclipse. The Mayans say it's a broken sun or a sign of destruction, and the Vikings refer to it as Ragnarok. The Navajo suggests that you don't look at the sun, like it's bad luck, and they would go into a protected space. The Egyptians said it's bad omens and chaos, depicting when Seth stole the eye of Horus. And then we also have the Nazi black sun, which is supposed to be the darker side of things. And, that's the esoteric and all that kind of activity. And then there's, all right. So then there's also, you're using looking glasses, which is also like the looking glass. It's time travel. Alice in Wonderland, who goes through the looking glass. So it's almost like a transport of things. And there was an article that I had that I could share with you. And some people talk about that there's going to be rituals, satanic, esoteric practices. And I guess NASA wants to shoot rockets at the moon at some place, some location. So that's another weird thing. That's going to be on Wallops Island in Virginia.
Yeah, good old NASA, never a straight answer.
Right. Or instigating, right? It's almost like what, like that whole, I don't know if you remember that old movie where, one of the early experimental movies where they send this rocket that hits the moon and it looks like it's poking him in the eye. It's like NASA's trying to incite something here. But, you look at, there was always something that brought in, some fear regarding the eclipse. Think about the sun is life. It's our existence. Everything that is alive needs the sun, right? So anything.
Right. And they're trying to block the sun, but that's a whole nother story.
But it's sort of symbolic of that.
Yeah.
And I think the bigger issue here is going to bring me right back to CERN again, because talking about the looking glass, Alice in Wonderland, time travel, goes back to what CERN is doing in some of these facilities that are creating this supposed scientific experimentations to delve into pierce through the fabric of our reality, which then opens up something else. And some people say we're trying to open up a portal into the sun, like the black hole sun that I said earlier in time, where you're going through this portal through the sun and welcoming in the zombies, the cannibals, the ghouls, or what have you, or ushering in the New World Order, which some people associated with the black sun of what the Nazis were bringing in.
Well, you know what,
So-
Jessica, one of the things that I've thought for the longest time is they're talking about marching in the New World Order. It's already here. It's been here for years. We have the Vatican, we have Washington, and we have the Crown. They've been controlling. They just want to tighten the noose. That's how I see it. I mean, they want total control. Before they had partial, what they considered partial, and now they just want total control. And the other thing about the United States, I always thought that most people wanted to come here or wanted to be able to get here because it was a beacon of freedom, of something that wasn't at other countries, but that freedom turned into an illusion. And then they went about feminizing the men as much as possible. So there was no fight left. I mean, it's all a very nefarious schedule. And sometimes I think the Bible is part of the playbook. But that's just an opinion.
Okay. No, I agree with you completely, because this is not the first time that humanity has gone down this road. That's why we talk about the mud floods. Because here with all of this information, the point I'm trying to make is they have a plan.
Yeah.
They have a plan that even if it's not going to happen naturally, we want to make it happen naturally. We want this to happen. How do they do it? They're going to press it. They're going to do something to the fabric of our reality to try to bring through bleed-throughs of things that they can't even hardly imagine. These are things that I've been seeing and others have been seeing that goes beyond our reality, but is kind of on the other side of that veil. If they break open that veil, this is where this darkness can come through. That's why we have to not consent to it and say we don't want to have any part of it. But their intention is very real. Even there's a lot of people that are depopulation agenda and all that. That has already happened in the past. We're the smartest. We're the wisest to their antics from many other generations of the past that did not know. They had no awareness of these things happening. So there are groups, we say 12 D Pleiadians is one of them, maybe the reptilians as well. They kind of want to just wipe out the population, reset it. They had, like during the mud floods, they had all of these orphans. They can mold children into whatever they want. They want to change their gender. They want them to not like the opposite sex. They want them to be racist. They can mold them in any way that they want to keep a division or a constant war flowing. Meanwhile, completely reset and do whatever they want with the planet, get everyone out of their way. Maybe they want to roam the earth. I mean, if you look at the Bible, what the Bible said regarding, that's just the Bible, but there are other historians that talk about giants. They talk about other kinds of beings that were here in the past. And so if they start showing up and they no longer have to shapeshift, they'll probably be very happy that they can just be and do whatever they want. So we are, in a sense, in a type of war right now.
Oh, that's definitely spiritual war. Somebody said they went to Wally World's website and saw all the eclipse essentials. So they're going to make bank on this fear that they're in, that they're trying. But I also heard, and I could bring this up if I open. I also heard, I mean, I don't believe it's going to happen, but they wanted to they wanted to cause the Madrid fault to actually happen. And let me see if I can find a picture that I have on that.
There was multiple hits of lightning hits that were very abnormal that
Yes,
happened over in Vancouver.
16,000.
Yeah, so obviously they're trying to incite something, and here again, they're talking about climate change and global warming. Do they really care when they start slamming the earth with all this technology, or working on the earth's altering the weather and all of these different things that they're doing?
Yeah, are you able to
Yep,
see that?
I can.
Okay, so there's a couple other ones here that I was going to show you, and there's the two. There's the eclipse
Yeah.
and the
Mhm.
X, and I've seen them make X's in the sky with the chemtrails here. I kid you not.
Yeah. And who else uses X? Elon Musk.
Twitter. Yeah.
Yep.
And who else identified an X in the tech that they found inside this thing? I kid you not. Yeah. So this is the
Absolutely.
magnitude of this is 1895, I guess, when this the Madrid did its thing in the past, and they're trying to make it happen again, is what it was.
Yeah, there was another one that just happened in New York and New Jersey. I was talking to my friend today about that, and she sent me a picture where there was, how they have trees and they have those metal bars that go around to, like, in the city areas, so that you can have like flowers on the interior. So, like in the city, they put those bars around it, like a circular protective area around. She says that was broken, and the tree roots were uplifted, and there was bulbs of like not broken at all. They were like in perfect condition. She said that was the strangest looking thing of what happened in New York.
Well, New York is in for a lot, I think. And then the other thing that's going on with this eclipse is they purchased red heifers from Texas that they intend to sacrifice during the solar eclipse. So there's going to be bloodletting, so to speak, during the eclipse, while they're probably doing all kinds of demonic ceremonies and so on, and thinking about opening portals. It's really bad. These poor heifers are going to die for no reason at all.
Yeah, but they're trying to, like you said, they're trying to fulfill. They're manipulating an agenda that was written in Revelation to fit into this agenda that they want.
Yeah, and CERN to test 4 billion accelerator on the day of the solar eclipse. See, this is just verifying everything you said. Jessica. Yeah. And I just, we didn't talk too much about the bridge, but that was said to actually have been done intentionally to trap the nefarious ones from being able to leave, or bringing in more children in the containers and so on.
Yeah.
But look at from a fiscal standpoint, this is we're going to feel the impact of this. That 28 million in goods crossing annually. The collapse has effectively shut down the Port of Baltimore, which is one of the busiest in the U.S. Last year, the port handled 80 billion of cargo. Many industries are feeling the ripple effect. And the York County Economic Alliance said 40 million tons of freight comes into the county each year from Maryland, while 38 tons heads out. So, that's going. We're going to notice that. I don't know what the plan is there, but anyway,
the plan is they're trying to hit us from many different angles to depopulate. It's very transparent.
Yeah.
Anything that they can to cut off the food source, to maybe provide a reason for cannibalism.
They just killed a whole bunch of chickens and destroyed their eggs too, saying that there was some kind of Asian flu. That's a blatant lie. Why? I don't know why the farmers or the cattlemen, ranchers, whoever, why did you go along with it?
Have you
you
looked
know,
at how many farms are owned by by China?
and Bill Gates. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
frightening. I mean, I don't think a foreign
that's
country should be able to own our prime land, either.
not in the old America, but in the
No,
new America, I guess. The United States
yeah.
has become a
Well,
free for all for anything possible that's evil.
that's
Yeah.
why these people have got to step up and speak out and stop sitting on the couch. Anybody who hasn't, isn't aware, it's causing. It's really problematic because we need as many people awake and on board as possible to get the collective
We
of
do.
humanity to change this, to keep this from bad things from happening, and to bring back what we really want instead of what we don't want.
Absolutely. No, I agree 100%. And they've been pressuring people. I know that like some of these farm owners, people say, well, why did they sell their farms? They push them to a degree where they can't, they're suffering. They won't allow them to thrive in those farms. So they have no other choice.
Well, this is
And I know
interesting.
that, yeah.
H2O says only foreign owned farms are catching on fire.
I wouldn't
I,
be surprised
that's interesting. I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that.
because
That's
they're deliberately trying to cut off the food source. They are looking to take over. They don't want to come in a military
Oh,
battle. They want to walk in.
so they buy it and then destroy it.
Yeah, they're pretty much saying we have the food or the food that was grown by the farmers prior to us, but that the farms are already existing.
And
But we're
meanwhile,
gonna,
while they're demonizing Russia, it may be the best source of food in the future. They
yeah.
have organic farms. They support that sort of thing, and they're literally ruining the soil, the
Well, I guess
atmosphere.
the Ukraine had beautiful soil. They were it was like the breadbasket of Eastern Europe, and Peter said they deliberately added radiated soil to it, so it's now corrupted, and then they're selling
Ah,
food grown from there to Europe. Yeah, it's so dark, and like I said, that there has to come a place where there is a separation between the good and the evil, and I know it's not really that black and white. There's not like just good and evil, but there's definitely such horrible things that are happening, and just the intention of wanting to do something like this is, in my opinion, will not be ignored, will be noticed. I do pray for the people that they open up their eyes, and they start speaking out and doing whatever they can, because they've already tried to shut down their voices, those that are in the know. And we know that, right?
yeah, and they take people down who are trying to put the truth out there. I
Mhm.
lost my whole YouTube channel, and I wasn't even that big, so I was really surprised. Like, what? Why me?
Yeah, just said the one too many things that they didn't want to hear.
I didn't want anybody
Absolutely.
else to hear. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Alchemist frequency. Yeah. That's what's happening. We're getting a split.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does. It does create a split in those that are making choices. But those that are manipulated, like I said, there was some grace period there, but we do ask that their eyes are opened so that they have to deal with and see the truth of what's happening.
Oh wow. Look at this. Ukraine will not be farmable for over 800 years.
Yeah, it's radiated.
Is there any kind of alien technology that can
Yeah.
fix that?
And there's also scientific technology that can fix it. It's just they don't want people to know about it. There's
Here we
technology
go
to
then.
clean up our oceans. There's technology to clean up our air. They're choosing to not do that. They're choosing to destroy the planet instead, which they will
And
be
this
held responsible for.
Well, that's not going to do the planet much good after the fact. That's for sure.
They have reversed it. We've had incidences where certain things were done, and I know the ACIO has stepped in to try to help, but I believe the scientific community does have solutions for all of these problems, but they're not implementing them.
Yeah. Yeah. Warren says I'm on YouTube viewing this, and I probably have said things I don't know. That just makes me mad. I don't like censoring myself or my guests. I just
And I don't want you to get in any trouble, so I do try to watch what we've
already said. I mean, I can shut it off at this point, but we're almost finished anyway. I can take it down from YouTube. If people want to watch it over again, they can go to Rumble. Rumble's a better thing. And please,
Rumble, yeah, it's easier to post something.
Please help me out by liking and sharing and subscribing. It makes a difference. More people will see the shows if you do that. And I do my best not to talk about products, but that doesn't mean I don't have any, because if I didn't make some sales or get some donations, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing.
Gail, you shouldn't apologize for supplying products, because people need to have something that they know is safe and that's going to be healthy for them.
Thank you.
So I think it's good that you have products.
They're really good stuff. I use them myself.
Absolutely. I've even learned about products I'd never seen before. I think it was the Shilajit, I think it's called.
Shilajit. Yeah, I got to put that back up on my.
I mean, that's fantastic that you have stuff like that. And so people should be supporting that. If they don't want to buy it from you, that's fine, but they should not be suggesting that there's anything wrong with you, Puzzle. You're trying to help them. And that was one of your strengths. Your knowledge and background was in the health industry. Yeah. And if you have products that can keep people healthy, and they don't have to go to, get help medically, I mean, that's wonderful, and these are basic things that are available online.
Well, I really believe that we have people that are being inspired from creator, benevolent ETs, whatever, whoever, but benevolence is downloading things to people that are capable of creating these products that actually help people.
Absolutely. And getting back to nature and getting back to the things that the body is in agreement with. And we have a lot of atmospheric between the food products, the earth, the chemtrails, and all of these other elements that are being added to our food source and our air quality. We need as much help as we can.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with
it. I'm glad that Alchemist, I'm glad you brought that up, because yes, Star's a very good friend. She helps me out because I can't be on the phone that much because I'm doing this a lot. Anyway, and that Mormito, I've been taking it up for almost a year now, and I love it. It's helped my hair. It helps my skin. And then the masterpiece, I like that because that is a detoxifier, like it's going out of style. And then I have the patches. Well, I'm not going to go on that anymore, but all that information is in the description. And what I try to do is I have a show with someone from the company that talks about it. So then you know what we're dealing with. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
I think it's great, Gail. Don't apologize for it. If people don't want to buy it, that's fine. And when people are on YouTube, remember, this is their time and energy that they could be utilizing towards a job or some other form of income. So people have to figure out a way sometimes to supplement the many hours that are spent in doing research and doing presentations.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, somebody says we're all too broke to donate. Well, it doesn't really take very much if everybody did it. But that's the problem, But I understand too.
People support in different levels. Some people have the money. Some people want to buy products. Some people are just here to support the information. Not everybody is going to be there to donate, and I think that's the important part. I mean, there's so many different. I have people that give me a little bit here. They give someone else a little bit there. And the way it is.
I like to trade off too. That kind of helps me to be able to try these things, because if I do shows, it's an energy exchange. I mean, I put a lot of time and energy into every show that I do, because it takes time before the show, it takes time during the show, and it takes time after the show to put it out and around on different platforms so more people see it.
You don't know that until you start doing it.
Yeah,
right, Gail?
exactly.
You don't realize how much goes into it. Absolutely.
A lot. Well, based on that, we're coming to a close here. Do you have anything else that you want to add, or let people know, or anything like that?
Yeah, there's someone says, does conflict exist in the higher ups? Yeah, there's disagreements. Remember, there's different races and species and beings that have different perspectives on things, and I think some of that has to get worked out, as it does here in this level as well. But they don't go into war; they'll have discussions. But what I want to say in closing is, fear is a very, very powerful emotion. Don't add fear to anything that's happening. The eclipses have always happened. If they try to insert an agenda, don't go along with it. Ask for protection over all those who are benevolent, and all those that are being deceived and manipulated, that can't see through it. And be strong, support one another. Don't get into infighting and disagreeing over petty things. It's not important right now. What's important is being in the greater battle, and every single individual is important. Everyone is contributing on their own level. Highest intention for humanity, that's one of our logos. And so we're just going to ask for that highest intention, the highest timeline, that where we should be, reset back to where we should be, and whatever their agendas are, let them go. And if they really want an apocalypse, they can go have it somewhere else.
Exactly. Yeah.
And figure out a reality where they can live through that, because it's already played out somewhere.
Besides the Matrix being a documentary, the Truman Show was another one.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll get to see behind the curtain this time.
I think we are, because like I said, they've already done this. They've depopulated before through the mud floods in Tataria, if people want to research that. So we don't have to go through it again. Just everyone just be in agreement that we are protected and safe, and we're always cared for and loved and heard. And every individual's voice and thoughts and intentions and prayers are heard. So stay strong and stay in a higher consciousness, place of love, and you'll be okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate your coming on, and I think we covered a lot of good material.
So at least something to think about, right?
Yes, definitely. Now, when I end the show, that for some reason, and I've asked Restream about it, the ending credit, sometimes it goes blank. We'll see if it works this time. It still plays the song, but you don't see anything. I don't know. They don't even know what's going on, because apparently it's not, my show's not the only one that it's happened to. So if you don't see anything, that's, just the way it is for now. And in case you didn't know, I don't edit either. So what you see is what you get. And I'm not a professional studio or anything of that nature. I just, we do what we do to get the information out there. And again, thank you, Jessica. And I guess that's a wrap. And we'll see you again soon. And tomorrow I'll have a show with Michelle Marie Angel, which is usually spiritually related. And then on Sunday, I'm having a show with Jenny Lee again. So stay tuned. I'm working my butt off trying to get the information out there. So please, I hope to see you there. And I love it when the audience interacts with the guests. That's always makes it so much more fun. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. And thanks for having me on, Gail. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Well, we can do it again sometime too. So Thank you, everyone. And we'll see you again soon. Bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, fighting our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. So today we're going to talk about vision, intention, and divine intervention. And Michelle Marie is going to lead us in this. And this is what has been said. There's power in deep perception. There's wisdom in deep reflection. And there is a resurrection of personal power amongst humanity. Our evolution is the revolution, especially as we are united in consciousness through vision and vibration. We are powerful. And with the help of God and the angels and masters, we are surely creating a new world. We are aspiring to and reaching higher states of consciousness and mastery of the creative principle of our innermost divine beingness. Let's explore the qualities of our new evolved nature. Let's relax and not look back. We are here to rise above with love and to reach and maintain the highest vibrational frequencies through holistic, infinite, eternal love intelligence, the light of our own consciousness. Be receptive and welcome the miracles that we have and are creating. We are working together. Be the master. So let me bring Michelle on. She writes some of the most wonderful stuff. Thank you, Michelle. Welcome. Hi. So let's talk about this stuff. It's happening.
It's exciting. We're all masters in the making.
Yes,
and
we are.
All playing our own divine part and being bringing forth our passion and expressing each of our own divinity. And we're like explorers and scientists, and we're understanding our consciousness technologies more and more, and that's our empowerment. And so, yeah, we have a lot to be excited and happy about. And we can also be, I would say, patient and receptive, because we're being activated, and we don't need to push the river or try to make something happen or anything like that, because everything's happening in the flow. It's all in the flow.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I got a great thing during meditation. And of course, my books, which I talk about and are helpful tools to raising higher consciousness, which is a primary focus in my soul's mission, is to help raise consciousness. And so some of the books I've written are about vision and vibration. For example, It Is a New World After All, Poetry and Prose to Inspire a New World Vision.
Yes.
And
great book, by the way. And you wrote it quite a long time ago already.
I did, because I was tuned in to this vibrational frequency to download this information. And so when people read the book, it helps you to attune to that vibrational frequency. It eliminates old programming, and it reinstalls new programming so that your own soul has its highest chance to express its highest potential and mastery. So, they help bring you into mastery quickly. And so, and the other one too, Live Love, is about master vision and vibration to create a better world. So I'm all about, we are creating a better world together. And so it is good to know what's been happening and to be a truth seeker. But on the other hand, it's best to focus on solutions and be a conscious creator, and be fully present and aware of the evolution that our soul is going to. And so that has been brought out by many people. And so when we oversee our thoughts, feelings, words, and actions, and we deepen our perception through, inner focus and communion, then we have a better ability to sense truth in our divine knowingness, and also to bring out that deepest part of pure love that we all truly are in our divine spark. So we're masters because we've already got what it takes inside of us, each and every one of us. And so we can choose to focus our intention and attention on the best part of ourselves and bring that out.
Now that sounds like a plan, a divine plan, as a matter of fact. And I picked up this particular picture because it just reminded me of the love wave, and that's what's coming. That's what's going to be filling it, receptive people's hearts. It's going to be love, and it's.
Oh, that reminded me of another book I wrote. I might even upload it while we're talking, but Love Our Evolution is one of the stories for awakened awareness. And if I'd known you were going to bring that up, I would have loaded that one, because I do have my 48 Stories for Waking Awareness in audiobook format, but they're not really published and available to the public. But for our purposes, when we select topics, I will upload these audiobooks and put it on my Rumble channel or YouTube channel, and put it on our show. And then I take it back down, because I'm preparing all 48 Stories for Waking Awareness for publication at this time.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, we were gonna find something in this book, weren't we? Were we gonna read one of your
Yes, I
poems?
think it was page 160. If you could read that, that would be great.
I
Because
would love to.
yeah, you can read the title. It's basically, if we are coming to the place where we understand that we are creators, and we want to be conscious creators, because we have been unconscious creators, and we haven't really mastered our attention and intention.
Yeah.
And being intentional is really, really important, and to really focus on our intentions.
Yeah, we weren't trained that way. And in fact, we were conditioned and entrained in, what shall I call it? I was going to say ignorance, but I guess there's some truth in that right there. But programs that were not beneficial to our own soul's evolution.
Yes, our powers were usurped.
Yes, that's
Yes.
a good way of putting it. Thank you.
Yeah. So our direct connection to God, our very own self, our very own divine self, within, is they tried to distract us and keep our attention away, and say we didn't have this direct connection, and
tell us we needed a middleman. We had to have a priest, or we had to have a pastor or whatever in order for this to happen.
Yeah.
Wrong.
No,
Very wrong.
that's actually, to me, it's the great revival. Everybody knows their own direct connection to God and follows the passion of their heart and attunes to God's will. And then we're all in harmony, and we can create peace and purity and perfection. And we're doing that's where we're headed.
And I can see it too. And I feel like more and more of the true light workers are coming together and supporting each other more and more all the time. That's what we need. If you're on board with this type of thing that we have on our shows, you're one of the conscious creators too. You're one of the light workers. You're someone there that's putting that out into the field. And that's what we need. We need a love-infused field.
Well, and field is the perfect word, because we are creating morphogenic fields based on intentions. Intentions create a vortex. And so then we get a stronger and stronger morphogenic field. So when we're visioning and with intention our new earth, we all basically, from our inner purest self, want the same thing. We want peace. We want prosperity for all. We want the environment to be, pure and perfect and in harmony. And we understand that resources are basically as unlimited as God intelligence. And so, we can, adjust, our frequency and our vibration and our vision, and, tune into the one whole, which is in our own divine spark within. And also to our blueprint, and see what exactly is our part to play in the divine plan according to our blueprint, because we all have gifts and talents and, amazing superpowers.
Yes, I think a lot of people, myself included, are not so as much anymore, but a lot of people feel intimidated when they compare themselves to others that are doing what might appear to them be a lot more than what they seem to be accomplishing. But everybody's path, everybody's journey is different, and that's not important. And you really shouldn't compare yourself to others, because you're here for your purpose.
No, I have to say, a lot of times little things really count the most. My mom was recounting a story to me just today, as a matter of fact, and it was absolutely precious. She, my dad had passed, and so she was a single mother, and she went to work for a doctor And so she was there at the end of the day, and this older gentleman came in and was just unloading on her about his wife and stuff like that. And she was like being polite and everything, but wondering, why this was happening and everything. And at the very end of it all, after a pause, he said, very heartfelt, "Wow, I didn't know all that was going to come out. I think I just really needed someone to listen."
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And she got teary-eyed when she told me, because it was such a, you did something for another human being. And so it's the little things, not just the big things, and the things like being out in the limelight or having a bunch of followers, or
having a bunch of books, or having a bunch of writings, or a bunch of videos, or any of that stuff.
It's the little things in life, and if you affect one person or take care of one person, each soul has a blueprint, and we each, we're so unique, and there should be no comparison whatsoever, because everybody is equally special and a diamond-like soul with many facets and qualities to shine our lights.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary Jean. Yes. It's easy to start doing that. I do it myself, but I stop myself too. So I know if I do it, other people do it too. So thank you, Mary Jean, for saying that. So, okay, let's get back to reading this.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. The title is Consciously Creating Reality. When humans understand how love transforms, distorted perceptions are no more. The reality we create as experience on earth will render peace and harmony as we yield the birth of what we imagine and feel inside, from perceived suffering when true self hides, to consciously creating in the flow of life's love, experiencing exactly what our dreams are made of. In the stillness and silence where we reach our core, our expansive awareness feeds illusion no more. The voice of our soul sends out through our feelings the wisdom of mastery of life and its dealings. Drawing wisdom from feeling, we now clearly see how to use the physics of oneness the new senses perceive, transforming all energies with love's intention, using consciousness wisely, directing our attention. Attention now reserved for the idea we choose to form into physical reality, mistakes no longer born. Harnessing energy from which all is created, with love we create the peace long awaited. As we accept the darkness and love, it as well, we melt all with the light as wisdom will tell. The transformation of energy to what we enjoy renders feelings of delight, and life is our toy. No longer wrestling or resisting outer reality, expressions of love form our personality. While love transforms in our individual space, it becomes the energy of the world in every case. We are now awake with awareness of all and how self fits in answering life's call. We shine our own light as we hone who we are, increasing our luminosity as a bright love star.
Yay! See, and I'm using the words and claiming that this is already true, and that's part of visioning and creating reality. I'm saying it in the now.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and there really only is the now, the eternal moment of now.
Definitely. And it's as we, I feel like I've come a long way myself in terms of how to look at things, and doing your own shadow work and thinking about things that you need to look past, forgive yourself for, let go of, move on, and care about other people.
That's interesting. I want that brings something up for me. So I ended up giving someone a sort of a spiritual counseling and a reading and an energy session on Monday. And I was expressing about a life experience I had. And at the time, you know, we all have like difficult life experiences sometimes, and then we overcome them. And then we have this strength and this ability to really understand and empathize with people that have other similar, you know, like life experiences. And also, so that same principle I saw in a movie yesterday. This guy was in a horrible car crash with a semi on a bridge.
Ooh.
And he actually had an NDE. He died for 90 minutes.
I was just gonna say that when you said, did he survive?
He did survive miraculously. After they had pronounced him dead and covered up his car, you know, this man came up and said, can I pray for this man? They said, well, he's already dead. He said, I feel like in my heart, God wants me to pray for this man. He goes, if you want to, go ahead, but he's already dead. So he went in and he sort of went into the back of the crunched up, you know, can opener, you know, can opener, open car. And he just, you know, went in and prayed for this person who was, you know, really super crushed, physically crushed. Oh, wow. And so the guy started singing, and the person that prayed for him went out and said to the EMT, he's alive, he's singing. The guy said, no, he's dead. We already checked him. And he goes, well, no, he's singing. He's like, are you telling us how to do our job? He goes, will you please just take his pulse? And so they went back again, you know, reluctantly. And he took the pulse and he's like, we've got a pulse here. And they pulled the plastic back. Anyway, they took him to the hospital. He had this long journey of recovery. He had seen heaven. He didn't really want to recover. He wanted to be in heaven. He was in horrible pain. He went through many surgeries, months in the hospital, was despondent, and finally came back. And he ended up, and he had these, what do you call them? Braces within his bones kind of thing. And, you know, like I said, he was very, very crushed up. Anyway, so he finally got over it after, you know, months. And like a year later, he went in to a church. It was actually a church. And there was a young man, and he was in a wheelchair with his leg out with these clamps in his leg. And the guy by now was, you know, could walk on crutches. And he went up to the youngster. He was probably a late teenager. And he said, it's going to be all right. You're going to be able to walk. And the guy was like, huh? And you could just tell he was so downtrodden. And so the guy said, it's going to be okay. I've been through it. And I know it's painful. And most people don't understand how painful it is. But you're going to be able to walk. You're going to be okay. And the guy goes, really? And he saw the guy. And anyway, he goes, here's my card. You can call me any time of the day or night. I'm here for you. I will help you. And just call me whenever you need to talk about it. Because he had been there. And after that, he felt like, this gives my life purpose. He went through something horrific and horrific pain and so forth. And to be able to use it to help someone else, you know. And so a lot of times we bemoan some of our experiences or even feel guilty or beat ourselves up. But no, they all have a purpose. Every experience has a lesson and a purpose and makes us stronger and helps us evolve and prepares us for service. And, you know, so, you know, I always say every experience is valid. In other words, there's a purpose for it. And, you know, just like, you know, Romans 8:28, everything is used for good for those who love God and are called according to his purposes. So, you know, everything can be turned into good and have a good purpose for it. So I think that's one thing that we're transmuting, and we're doing it by bringing in the light. The light shines awareness and turns the gold of experience into the lead of wisdom, which is incorporated in as part of our soul. That's our evolution. And we use it to be of service. And that's the purpose. Purpose to me in life gives more objectivity and neutrality instead of duality and bias and subjectivity. In other words, when you go up to purpose, it's like the crown of the sword, where it's not this or that, but it's, like it's good. It's all good. It's all reconciled into the pure goodness that it's meant to be. So I think that we all have perfect, unique lives and perfect, unique experiences and perfect.
Hi, Elizabeth. I had to put that up there because I'm part Irish too.
Me too.
Irish and Welsh. So welcome.
Me
welcome.
too. Irish, Welsh, and Scottish primarily.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Irish, Welsh, and German and Polish.
So
I'm good.
there was something I wanted to read.
One's my father's side, one's my mother's side. Yeah.
Yeah, both sides for me too. Yeah. When the last person passed away in my dad's family, I found a book, and someone had gone to the trouble of making a hardbound book with 200 years of genealogy, and not just who had who, but stories, what they did, and it went back on that side. It went back to Wales, a couple from Wales. And then on my mom's side, it was Scottish and Irish. So, really interesting. So back to our empowerment and higher consciousness. I do want to read this one little thing that could be helpful. And that is, like, when we use our words, thoughts, words, all of these things. So, how I write decrees and focus on the words. This is a quote from Richard Bartlett in The Physics of Miracles. And it says, he writes, "Words are cups of light that contain holographic patterns and pictures." So if you think about the words in a book and the words that you use, it's light with holographic pictures. It carries the vision and vibration. And so when we share intentions and then call in other dimensional beings, guides, angels, masters, galactics, fae realm, we can work consciously in cooperation with, beings of higher vibrational frequency, or just, interdimensionally. We can work together and cooperate. So the decrees actually invoke, the angels, masters, and so forth, and rise to that vibration. And we work cooperatively to add more power, and also, give us more an exponential strength to our conscious creation, because it's unified consciousness.
Yes. Well, I do feel that the consciousness is raising just by what we're seeing happening in our world. People that are doing bad things are being called out. And
exposure from the light of awareness.
Yes, exactly.
They can't operate in the light. And as soon as there's awareness, that's the light. The light is shining. The light of awareness is shining on them, and their operations cease to function. And it's sort of like, in the truth movement and the Great Awakening and everything. So things have been brought into the light. And so people have unified in cooperation, consciousness, using discernment, using intuition, and bringing things out into the light. And so they've discovered the playbook, the plans, the agendas, how they deceive, and they're not getting away with it anymore. I mean, right away they're called out. Like if there's a, false flag or, some deception, like, that scene that they used for the news, that was in, another time and place than the one that they're trying to say it's from right now.
That was from a game.
Exactly, like one from the game, exactly. And so, it's it's becoming quite a humorous show, I think, to some extent. There's a little.
It's good we have gamers out there too, because it's my understanding that quite a bit has been used from those different games at times, from the pictures to some of the storylines.
Exactly. So just imagine that we're all, I have this thing called pixel consciousness that I write about in my books, that we're all a pixel on this big picture thing, okay? And then so we have our little scope of awareness, and we bring that to the table and we share that information. Suddenly everybody has the big picture because of sharing information.
Yes, and the other thing that I see happening, which I find very exciting too, a lot of the certain people whose purpose it is, and they have the ability and the position or place in life to be able to do it, are getting downloads of healing technologies.
Oh, yeah. And also being brought to like the perfect literature that inspires a memory, because we've been masters before. And so in our DNA, the DNA activation brings back memories of mastery. And so things can flash inside, and we can see, we can all be, we're all remote viewers. We're all, dimensional travelers. We all have expanded awareness. We can go anywhere with our mind. We're free. When we choose to be and realize that we are free. It's our mind we free first. And if you free your mind, then you're free.
Our freedom is in our heart. Our mind is what traps us, because we try to overanalyze things, think about it too much, when our heart tells us what we really want.
Well,
I think
that's exactly right. You're spot on. When I do readings and energy work, one of the things that I've done is an activity called Put Your House in Order. Okay. So the mind is actually not in charge. Like the ego mind tries to be in charge. Okay. But if you put the higher intelligence or your soul spirit in control, that's putting your house in order. Your highest intelligence is heart intelligence. That is the central point, the portal where all intelligence meet and combine to be a holistic intelligence. And that's where the oneness and connection with all that is happens, in your heart. So in your heart, and putting your house in order, you instruct your mind that it is subject to your heart and soul intelligence. And it is a tool of consciousness, not one that's trying to be in control. Okay. People who are ego-minded try to be in control. So you're not in control, and you get myopic because the mind has a set of abilities. It's more concrete, whereas the right brain is imagination. And then the feeling through the heart is connected through the soul.
I'm sure I have to shut this off. Sorry. I didn't shut my phone off.
Okay.
Anyway, keep talking. Well, when we're talking about the different kinds of intelligences, there's another one.
And when I said put your house in order, that's basically you're making the lower intelligences, which are part of your holistic intelligence, but you're making them subjective to your highest intelligence, which is your God, soul, self, spirit, which you feel in your heart in that knowingness. So the human mind is duality, but the heart is unity. So you can transcend and reconcile duality by coming into unity through the heart intelligence. So what you said was exactly spot on. But you can consciously put your house in order and not let your, like we have a physical intelligence too. So you don't want your body to be in charge of your consciousness, because then it's just going to seek physical pleasure and, not really have a conscience or whatever. So you want your soul spirit or your conscience to be at the top. That's your house in order. And then your mind and your body. And bam, higher consciousness, higher decisions.
Mary Jean says, free your mind and the rest will follow.
Exactly right, Mary Jean. Exactly right.
Here's another good comment from Elizabeth. As Zora from Hollow Earth says, the mind is for collecting information. The real mind is in the heart.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The real knowing is in the heart, because the knowing comes from the, all that is infinite intelligence of the universe, the oneness consciousness. Yeah.
Definitely. What about where does emotional intelligence fit in this picture?
Well, the mind can create feelings and emotions from programs. And that's where a lot of deception and manipulation takes place, actually. If they install programs where they can manipulate you through emotions, the mind creating feelings rather than the soul feelings, there's a difference. The mind created feelings from a program where you get emotional and triggered and everything. That's really not being intelligent. The soul intelligence comes from peace and inner knowing. And the triggering of emotional things from programs will get you off balance, and you can't even perceive or reflect upon the higher intelligence.
Okay. Well,
those stuck things that we have inside of us, emotional blockages from patterns that we've created in our subconscious mind. That's what a lot of people call shadow work. Getting rid of those things that are programs that no longer serve our highest good. Sometimes they were necessary at the time, like if we were children and we had to block emotions that we couldn't handle at the time, then there's like set aside, but we have these programs. And then we also have sort of like low self-esteem, low self-worth, attract the same narcissistic partner over and over again, or, we create bad patterns with those. And then we can overcome those. And the higher consciousness brings in the light, and it actually just shines light, brings things up for healing, and it can transmute and dissipate with compassion and mercy for ourselves.
Yeah, I think people sometimes find it easier to forgive someone else than they do themselves, and it requires both. I'll put this up here because it's something to be aware of. Note to all: train derailment near Arizona, New Mexico border. Propane tanks on multiple cars. Interesting. Well, let's have an intention that nothing bad happens.
Everything is used
no explosion
and awareness. And the first thing to remember is there is no death. And what's happening right now is, the old guard, this is the changing of the guard in the divine plan. The old guard are in their death throes. They're going to try anything and everything to put fear into people. So don't go into fear. Don't go into fear. And also, to buy into their agenda, problem, reaction, solution, and, things like that. So rise above it all. If we keep our focus on the new vision for humanity, those things will go away automatically. But the more attention or energy or fear we give them, then we allow them to exist or help them to exist by giving them energy.
Exactly. It's hard to explain that to people sometimes, because we've all done it at one time or another, focus too much on something negative, and that actually helps to create it. And that's not what we want.
Without dwelling on it, but then we just need to shift our attention to solutions and what we choose to create.
Yeah. Teresa says dysfunctional programs we set up around certain events trying to protect ourselves get triggered.
Yeah. And then when we get triggered, then we become aware of those, and we can solve the problem with a new solution and a new awareness. So, it's almost like you can be the mother of your inner child, and you can transmute that energy, and again, use alchemy to turn that experience into wisdom.
Yeah. And Elizabeth says, they say the emotional body, the mental body, and the four-body system all have to be in sync.
That's the harmony of the universe. Absolutely. And when your house is in order, then you can bring everything into harmony. And peace and harmony and intelligence. It's like, they all go together.
Yeah, peace is very, very important to me, and I think it is to everyone. Peace of mind, peace in your surroundings, the kind of peace that you experience when you're out in nature and you're just in awe of the beauty. That's a very special kind of peace.
So I have a couple things to share. One of them was like a download when I was, I start contemplating like, okay, the topic of tonight, and I just got, I could talk about it and I could read my poems and books, but this was like present moment download, like a complete, like an explanation kind of thing. And, it came through and it's just perfect. So I have that to share, and then a story for awakened awareness. And then we can also have some more poems read by you, Gail. So what would you like to do first?
Oh, let's what you've said first. Let's just go right there. We'll do the poem reading last.
Okay.
I want to see what you got there, because it's always good.
Yeah, this is this stuff is when I'm focused and attuned to higher consciousness in meditation, which I do every day. So I'm sort of like attuned, and these things come through. I always have something to write with near me in meditation if something wants to come through. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Good advice for others to do the same.
All of us.
Okay.
This is for all of us. And it's around vision, intention, and divine intervention. The kingdom of the soul is the realm of high consciousness. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and everything else will be added unto you. Heaven is within. Holistic intelligence is of unity of self and oneness of all. Unity of self is soul perception combined with imagination and mental conception. It is the home of inspired ideas that the heart feels passionate about. The vibrational frequency is the light of truth with the depth of pure love. This is divine consciousness that creates the perfect, highest, harmonious reality. The universal vision is perception and intention of God's divine plan. The soul, or true spiritual self-identity, is aware of its fractal blueprint or divine part to play in the universal divine plan. Being in tune with divine will, or God's will, is being the living light of truth, one with the deep intuitive knowing of the soul or conscience. Without seeking wholeness or high consciousness to perceive the universal vision, divine plan, God's will, we may falter or fall short of creating our greatest good. Causal consciousness must be realized by the empowered soul, the fact that we are creating. We are in the stage of evolution of creating reality consciously. We are eliminating deceit and victim consciousness. We can no longer be programmed.
Yay.
We can no longer.
That's a big one.
Yeah. Manipulation through fear is becoming less effective to most people. This is the essence of the Great Awakening. The divine spark of God, love-based intelligence, is operating within and through each one of us. We are coming to understand the physics of our quantum consciousness, the technology of our own divine radiance, the vibrational frequency that we project upon the ethers reflect back to us in our life, conditions, and experiences. And now, as we deepen and expand, we can perceive and interact with higher dimensional beings. These are the angels, the masters, the interdimensional and the higher beings. And we can talk to them and send them love and gratitude. And they will come to us and we can invoke them. It works both ways. Knowing oneness as fact, we can now operate with multi-dimensional cooperation. We are uplifting humanity to higher heights and manifesting our visions and intentions. So we're doing it cooperatively and powerfully right now.
Very good. Very good. I would like to talk a little bit about victim consciousness, programming. I think that's a big thing for people to overcome.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
And then the other big one is the Savior program.
Right. Because we need to be sovereign and singular. If we're sovereign and singular, everything comes from within. Our source, our light, our divine spark, our knowingness, the truth, the love, intuitive knowing.
And then we have really what you could call true freedom.
Freedom is the sovereignty, really, of, being, we are at the helm of our own ship. And we are responsible and accountable for our choices. And so we make our own decisions, and we don't need to get swayed or deceived or buy into programs or, accept anything less than what we deserve as divine beings with divine authority. And you can feel that divine authority inside, because when you start feeling that and stand for the truth and live for the truth, you don't take shit.
That's true.
Pardon my French, but
the best, yeah. Oh, okay.
So we can go for a poem, or we also have the lovely Story for Awakened Awareness, which is rather colorful and sweet.
Well, let's do a poem in between. So
okay.
I'll read one if
you idea.
Want to direct me to a long one.
You know what? There's one called Modeling Life, and I'm going to have to look up the page because I know that's like a really. What was the name of the one that you just read? I forgot.
Conscious Creating Reality. Or consciousness.
Oh, okay, yeah. Modeling Life is like really.
I'm going to read what Teresa just said because it's relevant too.
Okay, great.
While you're looking, I noticed I no longer get affected by parasitic energies coming through tech, etc. I don't get attacked, but can fool the energy to clear, and no longer now. Here, probably no longer. I mean, that's good. That's excellent.
That's part of the mastery. Yeah. That's part of the mastery, because you close your aura. You can put up shields with intention. You can install protection with intention. You can recognize energy vampires and not get your attention drawn by people that are narcissistic, egotistical, or just, drama queens or something like that. So I think that those are sort of universal things that people are going through. Yeah,
definitely.
So the one that I'm going to
thank you, Teresa.
Yeah, that was good. The one that I would like to request comes from this book. It is a new world after all. And it's in the section called Intention. And it's on page 156.
Okay, Modeling Life. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, I'll read this. One of your many poems. Modeling Life. Consciousness is the clay or source of what we make. Our intention gives directions for the forms to take. The love in our hearts is the energy, the essence in motion that stops to be. Our consciousness is the light we turn into form. The idea of our mind will all be born. If we are not aware of how we create, we still experience the forms of our mistake. Our superconsciousness is ultimately in control. If we're not alert, our foibles take their toll. All levels of consciousness come into play. In the end, all is perfect, come what may. All practice is valuable to what we are learning, but conscious creators are no longer yearning. They observe and take control of their mind. Ideas blend with love. These people are kind. By being aware of how we create, we love ourselves and others with dreams that we make. Conscious of life and how we're evolving, no longer perplexed by the problems we're solving. But now we are all conscious and using all data from life that is no longer confusing. The recipe for reality and absolving all pain has its basis in love, from which we all gain. Suddenly, as we unite, we heal all of humanity. We suffer no more from separateness or vanity. With cooperation, we live in joy and peace. The healing comes from the love we increase.
Yay, turn up the love. That's on my website. Turn up the love. Turn up the love.
Turn up the love. Turn up the love. We have a love wave coming in, and
I like it. I feel it. I really feel these energies of recent, and I mean, I feel like I'm getting like divine grace coming in, and I feel like I'm being showered with blessings and activations, and you know, these energies that are coming in, I think that are, you know, universally blessing all of us in ways that we probably don't yet understand. But I'm sure it's universal, just like the sun shines on all of us. These cosmic energies are coming in to affect all of us. And even if we have little irritations or ascension symptoms or whatever, then they come and they go. But we're being shifted, we're being helped, we're being assisted, we're being activated. There's mercy and grace happening.
I definitely feel it too. I really do. And the blessings are coming. I you know, some of them have already come. Anyway, and Teresa says, awesome. I know I've graduated. Oh, I can see it all and very apparent. Clarity enhanced too. Clarity. Yes. I've had more clarity too. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. And Elizabeth says, and I know Jenny Lee was telling everybody, put up your armor of protection this week because a lot's going down, and so just be prepared. And when you do that, it's you're protected, and the mirror just sends anything negative right back to the person whoever sent it.
Right. And another consciousness technology is to be invisible to all inimical forces. So if there's somebody that's like against you, an enemy type, or somebody that, you know, wants to do you harm, you can be with intention, just be intend to be invisible. So I think that our heart and our vibrational frequencies, our radiation responds to our intention. And so we are like the microcosm of the macrocosm. The technologies that Tesla was working with, and, you know, the Philadelphia experiment, for example, they made the USS Eldridge disappear.
Right.
They sort of messed up on their technology, and some people got caught in the metal when they came back. But, you know, that's what happens when you, even with conscious creation, you're not like perfect when you first start putting the formula together. You know, you think, oh, I forgot about that one detail. You know, it's like, whoops. Back to the drawing board. But you know, just intention is a huge thing. And you can, you know, mantras, affirmations they're all good. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love the one song, I am the light of my soul. I frequently play that song when I'm down or whatever.
See, we're all doing it. We're all doing this. It's
And
great.
when I do my little meditative prayer in the morning too, I ask to be blind to the enemy.
Well, ask the enemy to be blind to you too. Invisible. Yeah, intention is key. Yeah. Intention is like so powerful. Intention is a function of willpower. And our willpower, you know, we really are powerful. Our willpower, you know, wields the light of our being.
Yes, this, putting mirrors around sends the energy back. If they send something negative to you, it sends it right back to them. And you can even add additional power to that mirror if you want. Send it back 100-fold or something like that. But anyway, so.
You know what? I intentionally put signs up on the outside of my aura one time, and I thought, you know, it was just energy, whatever. But a psychic saw that and said, "You have," and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you see that?" But,
Oh,
you know,
really? A psychic saw it?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Wow, you put up some good
Yeah,
signs.
intention is really. Yeah, vision with intention. Absolutely. Yeah, I put stuff out there. And, you know, also, you know, a lot of our energy is, you know, we're in service and we love one another. And so, you know, when we think of people, somebody told me today that a loved one, a parent passed away. And so, you know, I've been sending love and compassion to that person all day and to their family. And gosh, you know, there's just been, you know, a couple times, even throughout the day, it's like somebody needed some energy lift up, you know, and so, you know, saying prayers and seeing angels around them and asking for divine intervention for them on their behalf. You know, we're constantly doing this very good work of raising vibration and healing and using compassion and so forth.
The Teresa is just mentioning that mirrors facing outward, sending all back and not of the highest good. So,
and also, if we're here, if one of our purposes is to transmute, we will take that energy, transmute it into a higher vibrational frequency, and send it back as love. So it changes the energy. So we're not sending back bad energy. We're just constantly transmuting and sending out love. So unconditional love gives people the place, a space to grow and expand if they so choose.
I just can't wait till humanity gets, at least most of humanity gets this, and we start doing it. There's going to be such a profound change. It's just going to be wonderful.
Well, yeah,
beautiful.
many are doing it, and we are creating morphogenic fields, and we're going to get to that 100th monkey effect where we pass the precipice and everybody instantly knows how to do it because we're connected in our heart and soul intelligence. It could be just, you know, in a flash, so to speak, go through all of consciousness.
Yeah, flash.
Higher awareness.
Right. Yeah. And I thought it was really interesting too, a way of showing how we affect each other through communication and what we put out there. I really like the cosmic web concept of that, even though it was a spider web, that Rainetta Jones was talking about.
You know what? I have another analogy as a network. And I actually had a QHHT session last Friday. And when she was asking questions of my higher self, I was telling her, so first of all, the educational center that I am creating to disseminate my classes and books and so forth for holistic higher consciousness is going to be part of a network. So my place is going to have a cluster of people doing higher educational, holistic, you know, spiritual education, and it's going to form a community. Well, there's going to be clusters and communities of people working together for higher consciousness. And then, so the analogy that came through was Tinker Toys. So, you know, the round parts where all the sticks went in. If anybody remembers Tinker Toys, it might date you, but
remember that little round circular thing, you dump them out.
It's like a hub. It's a hub. And then all these sticks can go in it. Well, then the sticks go to other round hubs, round wooden pieces. So there's a bunch of round wooden pieces, and they represent the clusters and these of people working together. And then all of these clusters are networked together, which makes sort of a web or a structure of a system, basically, of all these energies working together to bring in higher consciousness, a better world. And each person, no matter which hub that they're working with, and they can work in more than one, but and with other clusters. So it's a very powerful network that is changing the world.
Yes, it is. And Elizabeth added, transmute, transmute, transmute from all that is not of the light, from cause, core, and effect, and from the Akashic records.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That, we can use the vital flame, we can use compassion, we can use intention, all of the above. And, when you feel compassion and realize that each person is doing the best they can, and they don't realize, like, for example, if you're getting your energy from source because you tune into your divine spark and you meditate or commune with God or go in nature, or you get energy from source, then you don't need to create drama and steal other people's energy. But the people that don't get energy from source, they don't really understand that, and so they unconsciously create drama to steal their energy. But the whole thing is, once everybody gets calibrated consciousness, then they're going to all be attuned to their own divine source, and then self-source. And so everybody has a divine spark, and they realize, and then they can realize, they don't need to create drama or steal energy or be an energy vampire, because source is unlimited ideas and light and love and so forth. So, and our ability to create makes unlimited resources, unlimited abundance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Someone mentioned about the wisdom of Rainetta, and she talks all the time how she goes in, she calls it the information field, and she goes and travels in it when she wants to get information. Mm-hmm. And she's very much into she's very high unity consciousness. Just
that's exactly what it is. It's called a lot of things. It's oneness awareness. It's high consciousness. It's it's really the infinite intelligence of all that is.
Yeah.
And it's dynamic. And we're all evolving. We all have our path, and it's all perfect. And we have a lot to celebrate. And we have work to do, because we're helping everybody, our brothers and sisters, and we're working interdimensionally in cooperation as we call in divine intervention and higher powers, and not try to take it all on ourselves. Mm-hmm. We don't have to lean onto our own understanding or think that we're alone or separate, because we have this network. Everybody is part of the network.
Very true. Very true. Okay. You had something else you wanted to share, right?
Yes, I do. And
Teresa calls it the unified field of intelligence.
Yes. Yeah. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. The unified field. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's right. Okay. So what do I, share screen. And then I go to this, and then I go to this, then I go to share. So, okay, if you're ready, I can turn it on.
Wait just 1 second. Let me take off some of the, let me take this off. And I guess it's as big as it can get, right?
Yeah. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready now.
The Evolution Revolution by Michelle Marie Angel.
I'm going to turn it down a little bit.
Humanity. Just like a volcano that erupts
How's that?
inside, there's a major evolution that can no longer hide.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
The earth now quakes as inner energy shift. The whole of humanity is beginning to lift. A vast awakening of inner perception, a newfound purpose for outer direction. The source of all life and all forms of matter gives rise to a new world amongst all the chatter. Oh, some don't see the new changes yet, but those tuned in are really getting it. Some can hardly manage their own survival. Some still see separateness and others as rivals. Some tune into love, others to fear. Some feel peace inside, others won't hear. With patience and guidance, God leads us each home when we are all finished with the prodigal roam. As we awaken, we embrace all as one. We feel the Holy Spirit, but we know it's not done. We know we are part of God's divine plan. We observe purpose as we begin to understand. We see outer havoc as we breed paradise inside. We know God is doer when ego has died. With compassion, we lift those who need aid. With forgiveness, we see our own shadows fade. With total acceptance, we let others be. Being divine love, we know we are free. Our essence is spirit, connected to all. Living truth and integrity, we stand very tall. Wisdom is rising as our consciousness blooms. Our ancestors seem to be right in the room. Opening to realms of vast inner space, we live in a new interdimensional place. Pillars of light bound by love that is true, we see behind actions all motives in view. We have the power of truth from pure intuition. We sense this urgency to fulfill our soul's mission. On bended knee, we acknowledge our Creator. Humbly, we surrender to a self that is greater. Inner peace is our personal constitution. Outer peace is emerging from this inner revolution. The end is only the beginning when you open your heart. Open hearts of love.
Very nice, very nice, very nice.
Open Living Education, www.smileforlove.com.
Oh yeah, that's happened to me before. You have to shut it off at the source. Yeah. It doesn't just stop here. You have to stop it at the source too.
Yeah.
But anyway.
But I did mention my website, and it is smile4love.com. And there's a lot of resources there. Audiobooks, decrees, links to my books, articles that I've written, videos that I've done.
It's all in the it's all in the description for people to find, and it's all there, and all you have to do is copy and paste and put it in your browser and you'll be right there.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you, Teresa. Very kind.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
So was there anything else in particular we were going to cover? Let's find another.
Well, we could find another poem. Well, actually, there was something. It was something that I bookmarked called vision lifting. And so what we want to do, if we're changing our world, we're lifting our vision. So basically, with our mastery, we are learning to put our attention on the images, using our imagination to create visions of our manifested intentions. So basically, we generally look at the outer reality. We see people, our community, we see the news and all this stuff. So if we take our attention away from that, go into causal consciousness from within, create our brand new original vision of our new world, aspects of our new world, and even things that we want to create for our life. It could be a car, for example. It could be, a relationship, a job. It could be, something, you know, for other people. We create for other people too that we care about. So, you know, and humanity as a whole. You know, I do a lot of prayers and intentions for humanity as a whole. And so there's this thing called vision lifting. And this is from the book Live Love, Master Vision and Vibration to Create a Better World. And vision lifting, it's basically, I'm not going to read it, I'm going to actually just start explaining it. So let's say that you're when you're looking straight ahead, that's what you're focusing your attention on. Okay, so now let's say you want to take your attention away from the outer reality, the things that are going wrong in the world, the things that you really don't choose as a reality. You put them off to the peripheral vision. You're still aware of it, but you're not focusing on it in order to create more. So vision lifting is replacing that scene with another scene. Okay, so let's say that I have a person in my family or friend who is abusing alcohol. And so I can, instead of seeing that person in that reality, I can lift that vision of that person who does not have addiction issues or self-esteem issues. And I see them, I pull in their immaculate concept of their blueprint, and I see them, you know, in a suit, in service to humanity, uplifted into higher wisdom and the higher potential of the self, that it's potential, but I'm focusing my attention on that, on manifesting that possibility into reality. So in physics, we have waves of scintillating possibilities. And so in our light consciousness, just like we have photonic consciousness and intelligence, we can focus on a vision and we can turn that wave into a particle or into reality or into form. Okay, holding the vision is really important, and having faith in the vision is really important, and having our faith in ourselves as conscious creators is really important. So also, it's important to be a never giver upper. So just because something,
I know somebody who says that all the time, never ever give up. I agree with them 100%.
Yes. So a never giver upper will know that their creation is going to come about in the perfect divine timing, in the perfect divine way, the way the universe orchestrates everything harmoniously, because it's always attached to other things, right? So one example of that is somebody was learning manifestation, and they, in their mind, they created a distinct picture of an unusual flower, like the petals were green instead of the stem, and the stem might have been purple instead of green, but they created this vision of this flower shape and everything, and they focused their attention on it, and they used their power of feeling, and they had all the recipe right, and then set it off into the universe, released it, and let it go for manifestation. And then the person thought, well, that didn't work. It didn't just appear, and forgot all about it. And a couple of years later, they were working somewhere, and some boxes of flowers had been created by students. And she opened one up, and there was one exactly, weirdly and exactly what she had envisioned. So, and that was a couple years later. So when I was reverse engineering some of the things that I created, because I didn't know I was a creator, but then I learned I was a creator, and some things I had a memory of creating it after the fact. So I was being a creator, but I wasn't doing it like this is really going to become reality. But when I did have a reality, and I remembered having a feeling and a wish or intention, of that thing. And I'm like, wow. So that happened a few times, and where I put two and two together, so to speak. And then I started consciously creating, and I started playing with all the different aspects of creation, the feeling, the vision, the letting go. And I started studying, what makes it turn up faster? What makes it sustainable, like it's going to last, not a quick thing. And, so I started studying the different aspects of conscious creation and practicing. So everybody can practice. Everybody does create. Everybody creates. That's our nature. That's how we're made. But to do it consciously and to learn the physics of it, and to get reliable results, that's what we're up to right now.
This might be a lot to ask, but could you give an example that might help people a lot of how you do your conscious creation?
Yes. Basically, there's you set an intention and you create a vision, which is the image. The image is representative. Let's say you don't speak the same language as someone, but you can send a picture and everybody understands the picture. An image or a picture could be like a universal language, sort of like a symbol or an archetype. Okay. So you create a picture or a scene, for example. And then you go into that scene and you are active within it. Instead of being outside looking at it, you're in it. And then you can engage your senses. You can see it. You can feel it. You can smell it. And I have a couple specific examples I will tell you in just a minute.
Okay.
So, and then you release it and let it go. Like your mind goes on to something else and it's released into the universe. So it's also called, in scientific terms, collapsing the wave function. You set an intention, you focus on it and give it some vision, and then you let it go. You use your imagination. So intention, imagination, and feeling, and then you let it go. Okay, so unconscious intention, and this is in my book, Live Love, because, I kind of go through my process of becoming a conscious creator. So one day I was at school teaching 6th grade, and I was walking back from the lunchroom, and the kids were sort of being wild, and instead of walking in line or being orderly, they just weren't paying attention or minding or anything. And I thought, well, I'm not going to get stressed out about this. I think they're going to get back alive one way or the other. I'm just going to imagine I'm at the beach. So in my mind, I went to the beach. I could smell the salty air. I felt the sand on my feet. I felt the sun on my face. It was like my mind was at the beach. And I lived in Daytona Beach at the time, so it was nearby. And so got back to class. 2 girls got in a fight. I tried to break it up, putting my hand between them. One of them went to bite the other girl, bit me, made a little puncture, and called the campus advisor. Everything happened really fast. They said, you're going to leave on workman's comp and go get a tetanus shot. So my class was taken over. I had to go and get a tetanus shot. I stopped by, got a tetanus shot. It was early in the day because we had early lunch. It was like, noon, between 11 and noon when it all came down. And then I got on my bathing suit, went to the beach, and like within an hour almost of that vision, I was at the beach. And I was so absorbed in the feeling of it when I was, walking. It was like I left the kids because I didn't want to get stressed out. And so I went to the beach in my mind and I engaged my senses. So in hindsight, I never thought it would just come to pass that quickly. So I started doing this consciously. And so the other one, when I did it consciously, I think I told you about the hot tub one. So I decided to manifest a hot tub, but I didn't have money for a hot tub at the time. So I sat on my bedroom floor and I just closed my eyes, and I could smell the frothy air. I could feel the hot water. You know, there's a certain smell that comes with hot tubs, and I was feeling relaxed, and I was in the experience of the hot tub. And, you know, I had a desire for a hot tub. And so I created that experience that I already had a hot tub. And I had looked at hot tubs, actually, but I didn't have the finances to buy a hot tub at that time. So the very next day, and then I released it, let it go, but I gave it full focus. And in my mind, I was in that hot tub. The very next day, my friend called up and said, Michelle, how would you like a hot tub? And I said, yes, I would like a hot tub. I didn't tell him about the intention or the vision, but he said, well, I'm in a trade, a business trade organization. And so I have rooms at the inn that I can trade for different things. And I have a friend of mine who has a hot tub. Well, I don't need any hot tubs right now, because he had a hot tub at each one of his cabins. He said, but what I do need is I would like you to do a workshop for my employees. So I will give him a weekend at my inn. You can do a workshop for my employees, and then you can have the hot tub that he would have given me. And I said, okay. So I did the workshop, and I received the hot tub, and it got delivered to my house, and it was like wonderful. And then I was in that hot tub in the reality of what I had manifested consciously this time, because I really, you know, focused my attention on being in it with all of the smells and feelings and sights and everything. So is that a good example?
Yes, yes.
I actually, on my YouTube, Smile Soul Power, I actually have a video with those and more, and it's called Success Stories, because I was talking about conscious manifestation to a friend of mine, and he said, well, I said, I have a lot of success stories, and he said, well, can you post those? And I said, sure, I'll make a video on that. So Smile Soul Power on YouTube has I made a video called Success Stories, and there's a whole bunch of them, and it gives you the understanding of how to consciously create, and then you just apply it. You know, it's like if I gave you a recipe for a chocolate cake, the best one ever, you can make the best chocolate cake ever because you just follow the recipe. The same thing with conscious creation, just follow the recipe and read about it and learn about it. And there's, you know, different people that teach conscious creation, and they call it different things. That some people call it the law of attraction. Some people call it collapsing the wave function using the language of physics. You know, you can call it manifesting. You can call it whatever you want, but the process is a consciousness technology that we all are able to use. You just take the recipe, follow the recipe, and it will work.
Yes, thank you for that. And this is an important question. If I can get it to work there. I've been very tired a lot lately, and I am adjusting to upgrades. Anyone else feeling this? I am.
Yes. Last week on Sunday, I knew the energies were coming in a lot and that we were getting these upgrades and so forth. And I had a whole day of listening to soft music, and I slept a lot, and I just took the whole day to integrate because I knew that's what was going on, that we're assimilating. You know, that last video I did, we were talking about the energies, the upgrades, receiving our gifts and so forth. And so integration, when you're getting the upgrades, it's natural to get tired. And that's when we're doing integration and assimilation. And so we go through these, it's a process. But yeah, I think a lot of people are feeling that.
Elizabeth just said, yes, Teresa, myself and all my friends. I'm feeling very tired. Ascension symptoms. Yes, indeed. Yes, yes, yes. So we're all aware that we're all been very tired and we're getting upgraded. And when you're asleep is when you heal. When you're asleep is when you're upgraded. It's just so much easier because you're not so busy doing something else.
Yeah. And when you're receptive and you're prepared for it, it's just happening really naturally. And what I mentioned before about, this is God's grace. This is mercy. This is like a lot of things. Like we might take steps to evolve our consciousness, but and to alchemize and to transmute energy and transform energy and evolve. But grace is when it's also getting help. We're getting help and we're getting gifts and we're just receiving with no effort at all whatsoever on our part. So it's really good to be aware that we can just be open to receive and take it in. And it's okay to be tired. It's okay to, take time to assimilate and just honor your feelings and your body and everything, and really be happy and get ready to celebrate.
Oh, Joshua was saying that some days he cries for no reason. I've had that happen. And I see something in
I have a book about that.
You wrote another book about it.
Well, yes, and because I looked into the different processes of ascension, and one of them is called Cry, Baby, Cry, Purify. This is the purification process, and crying is healing, and it is really just part of the ascension process, and you're transmuting energy. You are really transmuting energy, and it's happening from inside. So the crying is release. And if you think of tears as being water, think of what follows a rain, but a beautiful rainbow, and God's promises and gifts are all coming in. So then you get light and receive your gifts. It's a great process. So, watch for the rainbow and all the gifts coming in after you're, done crying in that process of, just really transmuting energy and releasing. Yeah. Yeah. Elizabeth. Yes.
And I just like to remind people to don't be afraid to ask for help.
Yeah.
There are help directly from Creator, or help from benevolent angels and other beings. You have to ask if you want help, and you will get help. Yes. Oh, see, Teresa, yeah, very good. Joshua, great, you're shifting. What's awesome, it happens much faster right now, and it is happening faster. So crying is a good thing. Men are taught not to cry, though. You know that, don't you? Yeah.
I wouldn't even worry about that because it is really a good thing. A lot of things that were thought of as are really not bad at all. They're healing processes. Crying is
program each gender, and there's only two, were have programs, about how they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to do, and some of them, and men aren't supposed to cry, and women are too emotional. I mean, all these different things that we've heard from society, throw them away.
Exactly. That's why I wrote my books. I'm changing the paradigm. We're all changing the paradigm, and that's just really my part to play. And so, we're gonna do this thing by helping each other in whatever way we can. So, for
yes, it is designed to limit us. Yeah.
Yeah.
The programs, that's what they do. They have limited us very effectively, but it's not working so well now.
Well, because they can't stop ascension.
Exactly. And they're trying. They are trying. So they're blocking the sun. They're trying to create food shortages. They're doing all these things. And it's so funny. I mean, I have to laugh because so many times things are backfiring. And I love it. It just makes me laugh.
I know. Hey, guess what I did for Josh?
What?
Well, I actually just on the fly uploaded that book. Oops. I'll have to, it looks like I made it restricted or private. I'm just going to go back in and make it public. It's
Are you
not.
gonna bring
Okay. Yep. I'm ready for me to share it. Want me to share it?
Yeah,
Baby,
yeah,
cry.
yes. I was waiting for you to share it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Oh, yes. Here.
Cry, Baby, Cry, Purify by Michelle Marie Angel. Take heart, purification is an upgrade.
Upgrade.
Let the living waters overflow with tears. Cry away the pain you've been holding in for years. Cry, baby, cry. Let love come to heal. Release pent-up emotions to shine the self that is real. Cry, baby, cry. Feel your feelings deep. Face them with courage. Learn secrets that they keep. Cry, baby, cry. Talk to God while you do it. His love will comfort you. Peace will come through it. Remember the memories that caused you such pain. Heal them with forgiveness so you can love again. Cry, baby, cry. It's time to purify. Really feel your feelings. Feel your soul on the other side. Give yourself compassion as a mother to her child. Rise above to be that love, for in God's image you've been styled. Cry away the darkness to let the light shine in. Perceive the wisdom from the energy within. A layer of energy has been uplifted with revelations and insights and joy you are gifted. Don't be dismayed when teardrops gush again. Purification is a process. It will have an end. Cry, baby, cry until you reach the other side. Know that your feelings forever cannot hide. Love, baby, love, while your feelings find expression. Here's where experience reveals each lesson. Face yourself with courage. Find out who you are. Let go of ego images. Your soul it cannot mar. Eternally, you're beautiful, perfect in every way. Love yourself completely every moment of the day. Cry, baby, cry. Cry new tears of relief. God's love is always with you. He will take away your grief. As a child of God, you have a perfect destiny. You will find your light and shine through eternity. Cry, baby, cry. Purification is a blessing. Only temporarily will your face be a little messy. Love, baby, love. Feel divine love shining through. The pain is washed away, joyfully expressing the real you. Christ consciousness is born within the Holy Spirit. Feel its vibration. Know truth when you are near it. Welcome new potential and deeper perceptions too. Keep God in your heart as He is keeping you. The end is only the beginning when you follow your heart.
I like how you end them. That is so true. Very good, very good. Yeah, it's interesting that you brought that up, Michelle, because I just had a discussion with my son who had somebody telling him that men don't cry. You're not supposed to cry. Don't
You
cry.
know, it's out the alchemy of consciousness, and you're transmuting energy, and all of the energy from that turns into wisdom for your soul. It really is part of the upgrade process. So it's really a blessing to be able to cry because it's alchemy and you're receiving Christ consciousness.
Awesome. Thank you, Teresa. That was a very awesome video presentation. Thank you for that. And I think we're going to have to give it a wrap here, because if our videos get too long, then I can't replay them in a playlist. Like
Okay.
I'm going to have to split up the one that I did with Rainetta, because if it's over 2 hours, I can't put it up again, which is problematic.
And I want to say thank you to Elizabeth.
Oh, yeah.
And those are 48 stories for awakened awareness, which is part of my soul's mission. And I hope to get them published. And I forgot all about that one. I hadn't looked at it in probably years. They're just sort of like adding up and building up and ready for public consumption when in divine timing when they come out. So I loaded that up, just for you all, this audience.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I'm getting some exclusives over here. Rainetta
That's right.
did that too.
That's totally right. I'm going to take it back down because I have, the 48, there's 4 sets of 12. And so they come together as a set. And so it's almost like a class where you have to take every class in order to graduate. So they sort of all go together, but it's all about ascension.
Mm-hmm. And I would like to mention this one thing that was talked about on the show I did with Margie Kay, and that is about music. And she was actually shown how the music actually goes into people in the colors, or she saw the colors dancing around people and going into people, and it was healing, a healing effect.
Yeah.
And all of our old churches and buildings were built in such a way that they would have healed us, but they took all that down, but we're getting it all back.
Yeah, and everything is music and words. It's all light with vibrational frequencies.
Sound and light. Yeah.
So, the sound of the words, the light of the consciousness, and all of that are transmitting codes. All of that is transmitting codes.
Alrighty then. Well, we'll call it a wrap for today, and we'll see you all again very soon.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you, all our listeners,
everybody.
And thank you, everyone.
God bless everybody.
We love you. Thank you for being here, and shine your light.
Yay!
That light bright. Thank you. Bye, everyone. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide.
is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I am delighted and happy to have with me today Anon. And we're going to talk about the jail system in the United States and who benefits. Does society benefit, or who in society actually benefits? We have mass incarceration in the United States, and we're going to talk about that. So let me bring SG on. Anon. Hi, SG.
Hey there, good to be back. Thank you for having me.
Oh, welcome. I feel honored to have you on. And I think we're talking about a very important subject that people are not aware of, a lot about what goes on in the American jail system, whether it be county jails or prison. So I have a couple of articles, or I have something I could share if you want before we get started, or we can wait until we talk about it some more. But I know that the United States incarcerates far more people than most countries, industrialized countries, and our jails are in very bad condition. So have you heard anything about that, SG? You're in contact with a lot of people.
Indeed, at different points along the way, this is an issue that's been brought to my attention, and it's one I've done a considerable amount, actually, of personal research into. And if you want, we can start with some of these documents and articles you were going to share there, but sort of we're casting it against the backdrop, I think, of our discussion today, that the prison industrial complex that exists in the United States of America is just exactly that. This is a slave labor for-profit workforce. Many of the inmates within, the U.S. prison system are compensated at a rate of about 40 to 50 cents to $1.50 per day for 8 to 10 hours worth of work. They're charged $4 and $5 for things like peanut butter at the commissary. They're charged over $5 a call, usually, on outgoing calls from these institutions. And of course, as you can imagine, the government has profiteering fingers all over it, with the state entities, the state organizations benefiting from the work of prisoners' hands, such as all of the prison systems in the United States that produce furniture for state and public government offices, right? Chairs and couches, things of this nature, things that they're compensated, again, 50 cents a day for to make. So this is no different than El Salvador, right? This is no different than a Soviet gulag here in the United States of America. We like to think that that prison industrial complex is built on some more noble idea of slave labor, in and of the fact that inmates are assumed to have been convicted of a legitimate crime. But as we've clearly seen with President Trump in recent days, the justice system ad hoc does not work in the way that we believed it once did, and that we've always thought that it did. It has had a very festering corruption for a very long time, certainly since the close of the Second World War, that has made the U.S. due process system essentially unrecognizable. It has been one of the most lethal silent weapons against the productivity and the wealth of the American middle class.
And I think certain people are easily targeted too. I think if they ever get into the system, they're more easily targeted by law enforcement. And I really think that what's going on here is a RICO setup in many ways, because there are people that are profiting from that incarceration. And many people, especially here in the state of Arizona, we have a very high incarceration rate. It's according to a report, more than 50% of people in Arizona prisons had mental health needs, and nearly 30% demonstrated a moderate to high mental health need. Not to mention the fact that they're creating mental health needs by jailing somebody for many times victimless crimes, or many times they already have some type of addiction problem or mental problem or something like that. Putting them behind bars just causes more damage, giving them more reason to use when they get out, and they also is used inside. So it's really turned into a horrific situation, but most people aren't aware of it.
That's absolutely true. And, I'll go so far as to say this, Gail. I have a whistleblower report that's been sent to me just in the last couple of years that detailed a story of an inmate that was instructed to lift very, very large sacks, very canvas sacks of books in a relocation project that was happening inside one of the U.S. Department of Correctional Institution systems. And I'm not actually able to say that system on air. But in this project, in this carrying through this relocation of books, all of these inmates were used essentially as donkeys to move we're talking thousands of books out of a prison legal library and into another form of storage there on the grounds of the site. And this particular inmate injured himself in so doing. Now, remember, inmates are not allowed to refuse an officer's instruction. It's considered insubordination. And so you can actually incur greater punishments and retaliation, oftentimes in the form of very intentional retribution inside these institutions for non-compliance. And so this is a situation where, the choice, the option to participate in this activity or not participate in this activity is simply not there. And this inmate is in their 60s, right? So this is not an easy undertaking to be lifting heavy canvas sacks of books. It was estimated that these sacks were anywhere from 70 to 100 pounds each. So that's the equivalent of a military rucksack, right? And you have individuals that are poorly nourished, that do not have a good environment to sleep in. Yes, some of them are there because they are in fact guilty of the things they do. I'm not willing to go out on the limb that many people are and to claim that a great many of them are innocent, but some of them truly are innocent. There is a vast swath of them that is categorically overcharged and overpunished by the system itself, which lends us back to that profiteering discussion we were having just a moment ago, right? How long can you monetize an asset? That's the principle behind that idea. And so anyway, coming back to this whistleblower story, this individual injured their back, went to the on-site medical unit, the infirmary there on the grounds, and was essentially told that there's nothing they can do. He's not entitled to any scans. The injury itself is not severe enough to justify taking this person off site. And so he was issued a cane, told to take some Advil and walk it off. Now, I'm not privy to what has happened beyond that. I'm not privy to this individual's health at the present day and time. But I can say that if you have a system which is telling individuals to walk off back injuries, and you don't have a right or entitlement to a scan of what that injury may have been, yet you incurred that injury in the service of the institution by instruction, not by willful compliance, how is that not a violation of cruel and unusual punishment in the Constitution?
That's exactly what it is. And based on the story that you got, I got another story that a lot of guys, when they're sick, are told by the department, just drink some water, drink more water, which undoubtedly is fluoridated water. I also think that they very liberally give people extended time in isolation. And I think it's a form of psychological warfare on the individual to force them into a plea or something that where they get to the point, well, anything's better than where I am right now. So I'll just sign this. I don't care. You know, it doesn't matter if I did it or not. I want to get out of here. That happens to quite a few. And also, I know that in the state of Arizona, and I know that I interviewed a man that wrote Report to the Governor, which was John Harris Thaler. It's in my list of shows on Rumble about the level of corruption in the state of Arizona and the number of judges who are on the take, the bribery that goes on with the prosecutors and the cartel and all kinds of issues. But it's a horrible problem, and people just, we're so brainwashed that we don't see the other side of the coin. The side, if you're put in those shoes, and I think the J6ers are getting a good taste of what it's like when you're not even, when you're innocent. And sometimes even if something happened, what a person could be unjustly punished extremely because of the benefits. Now, I don't know if you got any information on this, SG, but I was told at one point in time, like, I believe this is a county jail, they get like $6,000 a day from the feds for inmates, and they keep them in there unconvicted for years, especially in this state because it's known as a prison state.
I don't have any information personally on Arizona specifically, but I will say that story sort of echoes the same flavor of the nepotistic corruption and the financial corruption that exists throughout the prison legal profiteering complex. And that's what I term it. I call it the prison judicial profiteering complex. We have a justice system here in the United States of America based on good principles, based in sensible, the Bill of Rights is an extremely well-crafted document. It sort of captures the essence, the spirit, the principle of the thing that has to apply for it to be considered true due process. And yet we have a system now, while built on those principles, has run amok in anything but, right? We have the DOJ clearly showing us, for example, what's on display with President Trump, the weaponization of the Justice Department, the weaponization of the legal process, the tyranny of the FBI, which is a federal law enforcement agency. And it's worth noting that the FBI holds tremendous clout at the state and local level as far as jurisdictional oversight and overreach, and the ability to move into an area and make it an absolute living hell on local law enforcement that may actually be patriotic and trying to do their job correctly. So we have a system that is purposefully imbalanced. We have a finger on the scale towards the corruption side, because if you cooperate with those national and federal authorities at that state and local level, you get money, you get favor, you get promises not to interfere in certain investigations, or promises that you will not conduct other styles of investigations of a federal crime nature, right? This is how the corruption works. And the profiteering prison system is the monetized arm of that corruption that we're talking about, right? Mississippi burning in real time here in the United States of America, and it has been going on for a very long time. You know, we sort of have countercultural understandings, for example, that prison systems in Mississippi or Alabama or Georgia or Oklahoma or the Plain States or even the great out west of the 19th century were extremely poor in their quality, typically weaponized against specific demographics of people. At one point in our history, it was certainly the African-American demographic. And now that weaponization, especially in the last half of the 20th century and in the beginning of the 21st century, has been expanded to include we the people of all ideologies, demographics, and backgrounds, right? Those that are vulnerable to the system in a mental health capacity, those who are vulnerable to the system in the sense that they're too loud for the system, they're making too much noise, they're poking their head into places that it shouldn't be, right? The weaponization of law enforcement and the prosecutorial office and that pulpit of power, which is an extraordinarily empowered position, almost really disproportionately so in the United States legal system as compared to a magistrate level position anywhere else in the Western world or the world over for that matter. So we have a construct that has been built over the last, say, 80 to 100 years here in the United States that has entirely inverted due process on its face. Our Bill of Rights was abrogated a long time ago and was sort of put into a subservient public facade service position where the masses were kept quiet and cooperative, believing that they did have those rights preserved, whereas the actual truth of the matter behind the judgeships, the courtships, the law enforcement agencies, the incestuous relationship between bureaucracies, local, county, and state and federal government officials and federal government positions of power, right? This is at all levels in our system. It's one of the reasons, Gail, personally, that I believe this process, which I purport to say is continuity of government here in the United States of America, this is one of the main reasons I believe that this process had to occur, because in order to map that level of corruption, in order to truly understand where the levers are turning, where the junctions are making the imprisonment of innocent people and the weaponization of the judiciary as a point of focus, where these things are occurring, need to be interceded with, and they need to be properly destroyed by we the people. But we can't get on with that process until we have a true understanding of what our actual system here in the United States is in the background.
And it's also, I don't know if you see the chart that I put up, the incarceration rates of people and how it's gone up over the years. The only reason it's gone up is because there's money involved. Whenever there's money involved, this kind of thing happens. It just has driven our country into things that really shouldn't happen. And then there's people who are warehoused in prison. They have extremely high cash bail. Okay, something that's totally not even remotely possible by not only the average American, but certainly not the low-income American. There's something wrong with that right there, okay? And then there's judges who forbid exculpatory evidence. That's another thing that comes into play. And they get bribed from anywhere from the government officials to cartel people and so on. I don't have any specific information on that, but money drives everything in this country. And the other thing that we see is a big difference in, let's see, what is it? Probation, the leading type of correctional control. Everybody that I've ever talked to tells me that the probation is set up in such a way that the slightest infraction will get you right back in jail again. And a lot of times it's at the discretion of people that really shouldn't be making decisions like that. I'm looking for the particular one that that shows the difference in ethnic background, and I'm not seeing it at the moment. But anyway, if I find it here, here it is. Okay, look at this. Look at the difference between Black American Indians. They've always been incarcerating them, and then white, and then the total incarceration rate. But if you look at this group, what's common in this group? The very low income compared to this group, and even this group now. But still, even this group is twice as much as this. So this increases your likelihood of being incarcerated, but I think it's more related to economics than it is to race, or just as much so.
That's a fascinating observation. And I think I would have to agree with that for the simple reason that the poor classes of the world, right? The individuals that make up we, the people that live in that sort of subprime and poverty level or just over poverty level positions, which is more and more a great deal of what was formerly a powerful middle class in the mid to late 20th century. That group is going to naturally be more vulnerable to just about anything because the choice regarding the trade of time for money, the trade of labor of their hands for money, is a situation that's really a non-consent situation, right? You have to work, you have to provide. And so if you're in a class, an income demographic where everything that you do with the work of your hands during the waking hours of the day goes to providing for your immediate needs and satisfying the various bills and things that you may have, some of which you may have by choice and some of which you may not have by choice, such as, unexpected accidents and exorbitant medical costs, for example. Oftentimes that class of people fails to carry health insurance because it is so expensive in its own right. So you're looking at, a real possibility of these types of expenses adding fuel to the fire, and they are considerably less able to resist when something happens where they run afoul of the legal system, or maybe where the legal system runs afoul of them in a very unfortunate junction point, right? Where there may be a seeking to cover up a local crime syndicate, for example. This is a true thing. These things do happen in our communities. They happen within our towns and states, right? There are other situations where you simply have self-interested careerists who are trying to pad their belt and pad their notches, and they don't mind to do so on the suffering of other human beings. And that's exactly what the judicial system and this idea of, moving through that in an elected way and then a law enforcement way, and then maybe even as a public servant way later on, it lends itself to needing to be tough on crime, which means that we need to leverage the hammer of the system more than the compassionate hand of the system, right? And so, looking at things like this and discussing, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I just meant there is no compassion in the system as I see it. I've seen that in my experience and people that I've talked to. Because here's another thing, and I don't want you to lose your train of thought, but here's another thing that I don't want to forget to bring up because it's really critical. We have an extremely high recidivism rate. People come back in. Well, this is what they do to people. They put them in jail. Let's say they were in there for 5 years. Maybe they should have been in there for 1 or 2 at the most. But anyway, say they were in there 5 years. They've lost everything. They've probably been forgotten about by any family members. They don't have cars. They don't have clothes. They get out. And in Arizona, everything's a felony. It's hard to get a place to stay. If you haven't got somebody that's going to help you when you get out, how are you supposed to survive? How are you supposed to live? The employers will ask for a background check. They won't want to hire you. The housing people, they won't want to let you in a place because of that felony. And I mean, it just goes on and on. You set them up to fail when they get out and wonder why they end up back in when the only options that they may have had was maybe to steal something or get some money from, and I don't see how that's much different than the system extorting money from the people. So that's just my opinion, but I've seen what it's done to people, and it's
absolutely. And you raise a very important point, and it's exactly, this is ironic because this is exactly where my train of thought was about to proceed to. The encouragement back into the system, the intentional imbalance that we have with those poor demographics, right? It makes them very vulnerable to running afoul of the system again. And so the system is designed to encourage an extraordinarily tight and high rate of recidivism because you have an economic motive at the core. This is a profiteering complex. This is a human indentured servitude for-profit complex. And so when you have lots of capital to draw from, when you have lots of indentured servants to monetize, right, and to produce these items of value and these things of value that the state then utilizes for its own ends and its own aims, this is one of the reasons the tax system, as it pertains to allocating certain amounts of public money for purchases of the government, is such a complete and total fraud. None of that tax money that is paid for the purposes of acquiring property for the government usually goes towards that. Very little, if any. I'm not a financial advisor, but I would say less than 10% in my own personal, uncredentialed opinion, that less than 10% of that is actually going towards the property that they say, because that property is manufactured by this system. And so in order to enable the government money laundering profiteering complex that all of our elected officials, whether they know it or not, are participating in, you need a perfectly imbalanced judicial system aimed primarily at vulnerable classes of people, which is what we've just described, to make this possible. And this is why in the United States of America, we have more than 26% of the entire incarcerated population of planet Earth. And yet we have less than 4.5%, based on the most recent numbers, of the population of the planet itself. That is an extremely disproportionate angle relative to the proportion of incarcerated individuals. But the American taxpayer, in league with the American prison profiteer complex, literally finances the entirety of the world.
Absolutely. And let's not leave the courts out of this, because the courts are profiteers as well. I mean, unless you included that in that, but they are a business, and they're registered with Dun and Bradstreet rather very stealthily. And the public defender, which anyone who's in these lower income groups will call you, is a public pretender, not a defender, because they don't really represent the people, because all three of them, the prosecutor, the judge, and they're all paid by the same company. Okay. So the public defender is paid by the court system. So is the prosecutor, and so is the judge. And we're not taking into account their bribes or their career advancement because they got so many convictions, or the police, their quotas for how many arrests they make. It's gotten, because of the financial nature of this, it's gotten totally out of hand in terms of why people do what they do. And you saw the same thing happen in the medical field, and I don't want to go there right now, but whenever there's a financial incentive of some sort, the whole perspective of compassion or caring or trying to do what's really right for the individual is lost.
It absolutely is. And that's one of the reasons the framers of the Constitution highlighted high crimes and misdemeanors alongside bribery. And they specifically named bribery, which tells me that the framers understood the gravity that financial crime could actually cause, the type of events that financial crime, high financial crime in pulpits of power, to include government, elected officials and judges, many of whom are elected, some of whom are appointed here in the United States, depends on which state that you're in. But the framers understood that the bribery component of human nature was fatalistic. It was a mortal situation if you had a government that was captured by any amount of financial or nepotistic corruption. And we have both, here in the United States of America. We have, extreme billionaire donors out there across all political ideologies who donate to the processes, the election campaigns. Right now, now many of us know that those are selected as well. So the donations even are sort of questionable. Are they financing election fraud, for example? Are they financing criminality to encourage a certain outcome? I think with people like Mark Zuckerberg, you could certainly say yes, right, with the Zucker boxes of the 2020 election in Wisconsin. And yet many of those billionaires have entanglement within the prison profiteering complex themselves. The owner, for example, of a group called Platinum Equity, which is the ownership and management group of the Detroit Pistons athletic team, the NBA team, I believe it's NBA. That individual is also, through Platinum Equity, is also the owner of Securus Communication Systems, which is one of the largest phone and telecom systems utilized for inmate to exterior world communication from within the Department of Corrections nationwide. And that is a system that has been, in my own personal opinion, responsible for the extortion of millions of dollars from inmates and families of inmates, because again, You're talking about a system that pays these individuals around $1 per day, but charges them $5 and $6 per phone call. So you're talking about trading,
Yes.
and these phone calls are limited in time to around 25 to 30 minutes, depending on which state you're in and their local policies. So you're trading literally a week's worth of work for 30 minutes of conversation and contact with the outside world. And this is fundamentally nepotistic because you have individuals who own companies like Securus Communications that make very large financial donations to the local, state, and federal electoral process, right? And those donations ensure that the profiteering complex remains in power. So this is a very deep-seated corruption that is concentrated, as we've talked a little bit about, on this call. It's concentrated around money and finance. And until we divorce financial corruption from the judiciary itself, until we make it impossible for a judge to be bribed in the capacity that we have seen in the last 120 years here in the United States of America, I don't think that we'll see intense movement forward on this issue. It's one of the reasons, again, I'm going to highlight that this continuity of government operation needed to take place, because we needed to have the lawful right to deploy the entirety of the reconnaissance, mapping, and surveillance technology and technological capabilities available to the U.S. military to turn it inward on the nation and figure out just how exactly we accomplished the largest scale of domestic treachery, I think, that has ever been seen in the history of the world.
Yes, and we're getting some comments in about people that are seeing what's going on or have experienced it themselves. Mathis said, my lawyer, the judge, and the prosecutor were all in this together, had no idea what I was pleading to. This felony indentured me to the state. This kind of thing goes on far more than people realize. Once you get caught up, it's really very serious. And it's not here in Arizona. I can speak to this because I've known a few people that have been in their system. The phone calls, 15 to 20 minutes, will cost you probably around $4, which is a lot. If you and these people need outside contact. Okay, then they have a tablet system that they've brought in so that they have something to do in there. Which is very expensive. It was like when we first got cell phones and they were charging you like 16 cents a minute or something like that. That's about how expensive these tablets are. And then there's commissary, a chance to give them something so they don't have to just eat the food, which is one of the biggest complaints of all. And who knows what they actually provide or what grade of food they actually give. And that's really another major aspect. Here we go. Let me see. Also, they make you produce products in jail for 10 cents an hour, which is what you were addressing earlier, correct? And the garbage food is marked up 1,000%. So if you want to buy ramen noodles, which I don't really recommend, you're not going to pay a quarter for them like you. Maybe they've raised the price now here, but you're going to pay probably $1.50 or $1.25 for them at least, so they mark stuff way up. It's all a part of extortion, not only from the individual who's already locked in a cage. Okay. That is bad enough. But here are these other items that in order for them to have any contact with their family or loved ones, it requires money. And again, who's that going to hurt the most? The lower income people. And if we didn't have this problem, I don't think there'd be anywhere near as many people in here. If this GCR or reparations or any of that actually happens, crime rates would go down. We have med beds. These people could go through a med bed regimen and be released, in my opinion, because being locked in a cage is not going to help anyone.
Well, I will say, I think at the end of the day, and in the spirit of a good discussion here, I want to highlight that where I stand on this issue, I think, is probably going to be more akin to the fact that while there may be a tremendous amount of individuals, and I do believe this is the case, that are wrongfully imprisoned. And I think there is an even greater amount, quite frankly, a much higher proportion than we're aware of here at the population level, that is overcharged and over-sentenced, over-punished within that system. I also understand the need for some sort of internment system that provides true rehabilitation, right? We would like to look at the criminal justice system and think that punishment is not a part of it, that it's supposed to be a rehabilitative type situation. And I think we can achieve that in a truly common law-based world. I think that's going to take quite a bit of work to get there, potentially a couple of decades really to iron something like that out. But in the interim, I also understand the need to remove true violent individuals, true individuals that would terrorize society, such as all of our public servants right now here in the United States of America, to remove them from society and to provide some sort of rehabilitation that may also have some unpleasantries involved. And we could have a discussion about unpleasantries, within the framework of staying outside of cruel and unusual punishment, that I think is important as a nation to have. My main focus, I think, with a lot of this, and I really want to highlight this for the audience out there too, Gail, because I think it's important for them to know, is that we have a system that is fundamentally imbalanced. It is set on its cornerstone in the wrong way. And if we don't pull that cornerstone back out and have a discussion about why it is so, why court systems have commercial IDs with a business entity, why oaths of office that we've now tracked out, even with judges, are sworn to the International Monetary Fund, right? This is not conjecture. These are FOIA requests that show that we have not only a financial, but a foreign financial involvement in our judiciary here in the United States. And that involvement leads to every bit of the corruption that we've been talking about here. It leads to the incentivization of reincarceration, right? It leads to the over sentencing and overcharging, and the passing of bills that purposefully allow for greater and greater punishments while not addressing true core election or true core criminality issues that have occurred here in the United States that have painfully obvious evidence that all of us, we the people, are aware of, right? This is a major component to the discussion. The prison profiteer system is relevant to the election fraud system. It's relevant to the COVID-19 big pharma criminal cartel system. It's relevant to the hegemony of control that emanates from Silicon Valley, that emanates over and above American entertainment, American sports, American tech, right, and cyber capabilities. This profiteering complex is a major black market money generation system that enables the flow of drugs to these low-income communities, of human trafficking to these low-income communities, to predispose these low-income communities by purposefully impoverishing them at the political pulpit level of power. I'm getting so impassioned here. I'm getting a little tongue-tied. This is a very important concept for patriots to grasp. We do need punishment and rehabilitation. That is a need in any organized society. That's the purpose of law, is to keep people inside the social contract that we all sign, right? With due process and common law. And that contract, of course, being the Constitution for the Republic of the United States of America. So in that sense, the prison system may have some validity and some relevance even to the day and time that we live in. But if we don't reorient the compass of that, and if we don't disentangle that from these webs of corruption that we've highlighted on this call today, we will never be able to achieve a humanistic but still purposeful rehabilitation and consequential system that is necessary to preserve, I think, that grand society adherence to the common law contract that we all want to have anyway.
I think what you're talking about has been demonstrated in a country like Denmark. They actually rehabilitate the people. There's an extremely low recidivism rate there as opposed to what we have here. And I'm wondering if one of the problems that we have too is, as we kind of mentioned, all of these guys are don't have signed oaths of office. This is a short little video I could show too. There was one other thing I wanted to bring up. My kind of slipped my mind at the moment, but maybe I'll. This is only like 2 minutes long, I think, and I think it's relevant because it's what part of the problem. Oh, I know what I was going to say. If anyone else was in the situation and didn't have the money that Trump has, they would be in jail already. Okay, because once they decide that's what they want to do to you, there's just no letting up. And he is fortunate that he is able to have the team that he has that, keeps that from happening. But that hasn't stopped them from going after him either, has it? So that's another area where money comes in, because where I understand it, unless it's different from state to state, like in New York, I'm not sure, but any fine that a judge imposes, he gets a percentage. So that's a financial incentive right there to make a ridiculously high fine that you're
like $454 million.
Yeah. So if he got 40% of that, I don't know if you're real quick with math, but or even 45% of that, he's getting a chunk of money that probably goes into his 401k. And if I'm wrong about that, please, if anybody can prove that that's not correct. And, I'm not sure about the exact amount, but there is a percentage that's granted to those judges. So that's a problem, because that's an incentive. That's like the doctors, when they give a shot, they get so much per shot. And if their whole, it can be big. It can be really big. And that's what's really bad. Hang on a second. I had something pop up here that shouldn't even be here. Okay, let me play this video short here.
On January 10th of 1963, 45 current communist goals were submitted to the congressional record. Number 13 was, do away with loyalty oaths. 60 years later, on the very same day, Biden, Obrador, and Trudeau met in Mexico City for the Declaration of North America, which states a plan to unify North America under the ideas of diversity, climate change, migration, health, and regional security. The beginning of a North American Union, which is a step towards a one-world government. According to law, elected officials must swear an oath that they will support, defend, and bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And through the Freedom of Information Act, U.S. Attorney Todd Callender, along with his team, Project Proper Oath, found that not a single member of the existing cabinet has a valid oath of office. Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, has no oath of office and has also failed to register as a foreign agent, which is required due to serving on the boards and conducting international business with Raytheon, Nucor, and Tenet Healthcare. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, has no oath of office. U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Xavier Becerra, responsible for declaring a national emergency, has no oath of office. Former Director of the Centers for Disease Control, Rochelle Walensky, had no oath of office. U.S. Special Counsel Jack Smith, responsible for investigating the January 6th U.S. Capitol attack, has no oath of office. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Matthew Graves, Chief Prosecutor of Jan 6ers, has no oath of office. Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, has no oath of office. Within 30 days of appointment to public office, all public officials are legally required to have a signed and notarized copy of their oath of office. And it appears as if no elected officials in the federal government have one. They are either non-existent, incomplete, or fraudulent. The fraudulent ones are missing signatures, are not notarized, and in most of them, the words, "So help me God," are in all caps. In the U.S. Constitution, "So help me God" is not in all caps. And this matters, as many have been telling us for decades, including the great Jordan Maxwell.
Today, the entire world of mankind under a world law, which is referred to as the law of the high seas or international maritime admiralty. When you were born, you came out of your mother's water. Since you out of your mother's water, you are a maritime product. This is why when you were born, the doc has to sign your birth certificate. The Maritime Admiralty Manifest, showing that your mother brought you into the world and you were going to make money. Anything in this country, if it's a lawful legal document, signed, your name must be, according to Maritime, be in all capital letters. Because you do not own your body. You do not own yourself. All capital letters implies that you are a maritime admiralty product. You are not a human. You're not a living entity. You're a product. You're a living entity person. The actual you is represented under law by upper and lower case names. So you are a corporation or not, but you are merely a subsidiary of a larger corporation called United States. This is the way the law works.
Reporting for InfoWars, this is Greg Reese.
Greg does some great work.
Indeed, and this serves to highlight exactly the situation of domestic corruption and treason that we're talking about, right? This is the scale of what has happened here in the United States of America. They will truly need to invent another word to encapsulate the style of betrayal and the level of betrayal and selling out of mankind, not just the United States, but the world as a whole, because of what happened to the United States, immediately after our Civil War during the 19th century, to really fully understand what has happened here. This is a case study on domestic insurrection that has literally been more than a century long at this point. If we trace that just back to the Federal Reserve System and the sheer unconstitutionality and the seditious conspiracy to deprive the United States government of its own currency and its ability to control its currency as outlined in the Constitution for the Republic of the United States, that in and of itself is an otherworldly level of treason and conspiracy that was committed, and yet it has produced the situation here in the United States of America alongside a vast scale of corruption, sort of branching off from that, that is untenable, I think. I think that, when Julian Assange comes out and says 98% of all governments worldwide are compromised to the core and they're not for we the people, I think this is actually what he's referring to. I think he's referring to just how deep the financial corporatized web of control actually goes, and just how fake, phony, and false the idea of an elected representative body in alignment with our true core constitutional values here in the United States, just how false that has actually been. We have evidence to show that the election fraud has been happening since the days of Nixon. Nixon was actually on record stating to a Chicago newspaper that he didn't challenge election fraud in the election, despite the fact that he ended up winning that process, because it would have torn the nation apart. So we're looking at a multi-generational problem. The prison system tying directly into the admiralty law system worldwide. What is admiralty law? Admiralty law is piracy. If you're on a pirate ship, you are their indentured servant. In fact, you agree in coming aboard the ship to bear true faith and allegiance only to the pirate body, and to give all of the work, all of the productivity, all of the rights that you may otherwise possess as a human being over to that supervisory body, typically the captain of the ship, right? Because you're now a part of the crew, you are not yourself. And so that's exactly what we have seen heaped onto the world. And if you are not yourself under the eyes of a commercial legal system, then you can be easily warped into an involuntary indentured servant, which is a violation of the 13th Amendment for the Constitution of the United States. So this is an incredible period of time, I think, that we're living in, Gail, because people are starting to unearth that insurrection has actually occurred bureaucratically. It wasn't just the November 2020 election. This has been happening for a long time. People are learning that the commercialization of our government, which we can see through the endless advertisements that strike us at every point in our journey from the time we wake up to the time we close our eyes at night, right? This commercially focused system, this construct of society that we all live in, it permeates even our judiciary, and people are beginning to understand and appreciate what that really means. I have an optimistic view, I think, for those patriots in the future as we go forward, especially those that may be, behind bars now trying to blow the whistle, or those that have history, and lives that have been ruined by this type of system. I have high hopes that we'll see some sort of reconciliation and recompense offered, because we've all been made a product of a commercial slavery system here in the United States of America that essentially overplayed its hand when it went so far as to participate in the COVID pandemic and the 2020 election steal of the United States.
Yes, and then like Mathis said here, will the RV revisit old cases like that, like his, that were clearly driven by the prosecutor agenda, and because that is the problem. They all have, none of them have signed an oath of office, and if they did, they signed it to the corporation, not to our original Constitution, and that means every prosecutor, every bar attorney or judge, anyone that belongs to the bar is actually a foreign agent. And this is why they're saying they all need to be retrained in constitutional law. But I would think that all of these cases would be, Marcy said, I feel like all is null and void considering all was done under fraud, deceit, and manipulation. And I think that's true. How this is going to go forward and be corrected, I'm not sure. But I guess I know your time is short. So if you have any final words, please go ahead and put them out there.
Well, I think this is a great place to conclude, because we're talking about entering into a new era, and the RV itself will be, I think, a component of how this system plays out. Right, once we take finance and put it into a more sovereign focused system, and that's actually being, I think, implemented in the background, literally. And I have some interesting knowledge of the matter based on conversations I've had with my own personal banker. But with respect to that, I don't think that that's the switch. I think that is the match that lights a much broader pile. I think that we're going to see a cascade of events happen societally once we get a handle on this, endless corruption, right? This runaway corruption in government, in corporations, in international finance and business. All of it sort of ties itself together. The UK has a UK prison industrial profiteering complex, right? France has the same. Germany has the same. The United States is particularly vicious about it, but they have, but Canada also has one, and Mexico for the longest time had one, and we've seen sort of the destabilization of Central America lend to a blending of society really with that complex itself, which I would characterize as a regression, not progression. So moving through this, this RV and entering into this new period, I think that we remove the ability to corrupt one another in important pulpits of power, and we can have honest conversations about the things that happen. There are many corrupt judges, for example, who are blackmailed or who are being manipulated with death threats, and they're not actually against the idea of due process. They just went to the wrong party, or they participated in the wrong payoff, or maybe they had a moment of human weakness, and now they're forever captured by a system that will ruin their entire life as well. And I've personally believed that to be the case, because you have a mafioso style system at the top of society that is very unafraid and unashamed to deploy its own teeth against its own inner workings if it preserves the hegemony of the entire hydra, right? One head will eat another to preserve the beast itself. So in this process, in order to drag out the beast, we have to drain the blood from it, and the financial corruption, and a reset of some kind with the world financial commerce system, that I think is the opening salvo of major change, especially major corruption change. And I think something like that will lead us into a point where we can have an honest conversation, within each of our states and provinces and localities and municipalities worldwide. We can have a true, honest conversation about what occurred here and how do we fix it, and then we can implement the fix. I'm very optimistic about it, but I think it will take some time to go back and adjudicate some of these, these cases that have come before, where people were overpunished, or were manipulated or coerced by the government, or where they were entrapped by law enforcement agencies. I think that the redress of those will come, but it will take some time, beginning with that, financial changeover.
Yeah, well, with a financial change, the chances of robbery and stealing, I think, will go down substantially, because people will have basic needs met, especially in the lower income groups. But I'd like to also say this, just so that people are aware of it too. When you go into court and they do convict you or whatever, and they decide to send you to a jail or prison, the judge signs it, the prosecutor signs it, and the defense attorney or public pretender signs it also. So you got all three. What happens if the public defender wouldn't sign? That would be interesting to find out, because I have no idea. But I know that they just all sign in order to be okay in the system, so they can continue to extort money from people. Because the other thing of it is that's why nobody has any standing in the courts, because once you hire an attorney, that means you're an incompetent, like a mental retard that can't defend themselves. And that's a whole nother area. We might have to have another show on this sometime, SG. But I appreciate your input, and thank you very much for coming on the show. I know you have to take off. So that being said, thank you everyone for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe, and get this around to as many places as you possibly can, because this is information that people need to be aware of. I know there's a lot of people who might have an incarcerated friend or relative or something like that, and they become more and more aware of it all the time. But the system is rigged against you as an American citizen. Right now, they're just letting the illegals that come in, they're just letting them go, no matter what they've done. So there's a real problem in our system that needs to change, and the only way we're going to change it is by informing people. An educated populace is absolutely necessary to stop this injustice to American citizens.
Indeed. And it has been an honor to be back, and I hope to have further discussions with you in the future. Stay safe, and God bless.
God bless you too. Thank you so much, SG. And thank you everyone for listening, and we'll see you again in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are, and like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice. control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Left your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that we have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And today I have a very interesting guest, and we're going to talk about Hollow Earth and returning to our future. I said that wrong, but anyway, let me bring Brooks Agnew on. He's full of information.
Hi, how are
Hi,
you?
Brooks. Welcome. I'm good. I'm good. I used your picture this time from your website and your X2 radio. Is that what it is?
Yep.
And you're
X
on
squared
iHeart?
radio.
X squared. Yeah, that makes more sense. Don't mind me. The other thing is that Birth TV series. Has that started yet?
It has not, but we are getting closer.
Okay.
I can't give any more information now because it jinxes things, but we are moving closer.
Oh,
It is-
okay.
it is taking baby steps forward.
All right. Well, I wanted to start off by talking about Hollow Earth and
Okay.
what you know about Hollow Earth. Now, someone told me recently, I used to kind of follow the Tolosians and what's his name? Adama, and some of his things that he would put out. But anyway, somebody told me that the Tolosians left. Do you know anything about that?
Well, I don't. I mean, I've heard the stories, and I've certainly been to Mount Shasta many times, and I have great respect for those that have made direct observations like that. I'm a scientist, so I'm not really a believer. I'm more of a knower. So I look for corroborated facts, or repeatable facts that I can run experiments on and make sure that they're validated. And the stories I have great respect for, but nothing has been validated so far.
Okay. What about what Admiral Byrd discovered inside the
Well,
Earth?
that's certainly part of the research for sure. I could start at the beginning and kind of get to that point.
Okay.
I was approached by a woman in 2001 whose name is E.J. Clark, and she said, I have an idea for a book. I just got done with a lecture, and she came up to me and said, I have an idea for a book. And I said, that's wonderful. And I hadn't written a book yet. I'd written lots of articles and done lectures, and she said, well, I have a picture I want to show you. And she showed me an image, and she said, what do you think this looks like? And I said, well, it could be a particle accelerator. And she said, well, that's what I thought too. But it comes off a Babylonian scroll that's 5,000 years old.
Wow.
I said, okay, you have my attention. Well, we
Really?
started writing. So in 2004, 3 years of writing, we finished the Arc of Millions of Years, which turned out to be volume 1.
Oh, that's
We didn't
right.
know it was going to be volume 1, but so we published it. And one of the pieces of evidence that we gathered as we researched these 44 ancient cultures and their experiments and their attempts to understand man's relationship, not with the heavens, but with Earth, was a book that was called Our Hollow Earth. And I read the book and I thought it was interesting and I put it on the shelf and didn't think about it again. But as we finished volume 1, NASA and JPL started making some moves that sort of brought into focus for me what I call sand in the balance. So right now the balance is like this, and it's like, Earth is, we live on a molten ball floating through space, and we live on tectonic plates floating on the surface like cornflakes in a bowl of milk. Everybody knows this. This is what my textbook says, and that's where I'm going to stick with it. But when NASA and JPL started doing experiments, high dollar experiments, to try to discover things, for instance, like the origin of the auroras, both the Borealis and Australis, the balance began to move a little bit. And when they ran the Themis probe and launched it and tried to discover the source of the energy that creates these auroras, it ostensibly was caused by what's called a cosmic bullet, just something that blew up interdimensionally in space. And when the explosion reached Earth, there was the aurora. So NASA published their paper. Actually, it was JPL published the paper and said, that's it. The auroras are caused by cosmic bullets. And that was it. One experiment. And I wrote them and I said, you guys can't do that. You have to have reliability, repeatability. What is a cosmic bullet? They went mum. They didn't say a thing. And then there were 5 satellites in the Themis probe. They took satellites 4 and 5, and they relocated them to the moon. So they're now in orbit around the moon. They've been there since 2007. So that was tilting the balance for me. And the next thing that happened in space was we began to make very accurate measurements of what we call the Lagrange points, because we were getting ready to put a big space telescope out there called the James Webb. It took a while to build, and they wanted to put it in one of these points of equilibrium. There are 5 of them around Earth. One's on the other side of the moon, one's on the other side of Earth, 2 locations on our orbit path, and the one on the other side of the sun. And these are points of equidistant, gravitational wells, we call them, places where you're neither pulled to or from either one of the bodies. It's kind of a spot of equilibrium. And they began to measure these quite accurately so that they would know where to put this telescope on the far side of the moon. And they came up about 1,200 kilometers short. And they ran the experiment again, still 1,200 kilometers short. It no sense, based on the assumption that Earth is a solid ball of molten rock floating through space. We know our diameter. We know how long it takes us to get around the sun. Therefore, we know the weight of the Earth, which we calculated the density. It turns out it was wrong. Turns out planet Earth, is very much like what that book, Our Hollow Earth, said. We are actually 2 bodies, not one. We have a solid core made of iron and xenon, and we have a crust made of iron and nickel and all the other components that make up Earth, and they're separate from one another. They're orbiting, they're rotating on the same axis, but there's a space between them, and that's where the 1,200 kilometer shortfall comes in the Lagrange points. So the balance began to tilt a little bit more. So then I said, okay, well, let's go get all the information from all the expeditions that have been done to the Arctic and Antarctic, and let's see what we can find. Of course, we run across Admiral Byrd. That's the most famous. And I researched that experiment that he ran, which was where he took his airplane, which was a Ford trimotor aircraft. He took it apart, put it on a cargo ship called the Chantilly, which he leased, and sailed the Chantilly for Spitsbergen. And when they got there, of course, there's no dock in 1926. There's no dock. So you just kind of anchor off the beach. Now you got to get from the boat to the beach. So they actually build a floating dock, and they start hand carrying all the supplies they need off the boat onto the beach, right? Including the airplane in pieces. Well, as luck would have it, the weather turned bad. Icebergs started coming in. It looked like it was the Chantilly was going to be in big trouble, so they had to hurry up. And they actually lost some of the cargo in the water because the water was getting pretty rough. But they managed to get the plane and most of the supplies onto the beach, and the Chantilly sailed out of the bay so it wouldn't get damaged. They reassembled the plane in freezing cold weather, filled it up with gas, put extra cans, in the center floorboard, and then he and his engineer, Admiral Byrd and his engineer, took off toward the North Pole. And their intention was to fly over the North Pole, circle a little bit, and fly back. And what happened was they could not see the ground unless they were flying at about 2,500 feet, which is quite the challenge in the Arctic because there are, bergs that stick up 800-900 feet, and you could easily fly into one of them. And this is 1926. There's no nav aids, there's no radios, there's no way to tell where you are other than a compass and a sextant. I don't know if have you ever used a sextant, Gail?
No.
I tried. It takes an expert to run a sextant when your feet are on the ground or on the deck of a boat. But it's really difficult from the cockpit of a plane. But that's what he did to tell his position. Wow. Now, he says he flew over the North Pole or circled it a few times and turned and flew back. But he arrived too early. Now, he said he had a tailwind going in both directions. I don't know about that. My parents used to tell me stories about walking uphill both ways to school barefoot in the snow. I didn't believe them then either, and I don't think he had a tailwind going both ways. And that was in 1926. Now, the flight was duplicated a few years later by another pilot, and he did make it to the North Pole, and it took him longer to get there and back by a significant amount, a different aircraft, but it took him longer. So there were a lot of anomalies about this. And then, of course, he started making a lot of TV appearances. In 1929, he flew over the South Pole. So in 26 and 29, he sets 2 world records by doing this. And, of course, he's an aviation hero and not a splatter mark on the side of an iceberg somewhere. So I have to give him great respect for that. Then what happened was, I believe it was about 8 years ago, Al Bielek, who has passed away now, but I knew him back then, said he acquired a diary of Admiral Byrd's nephew, I think. Might have been his son, but I think it was his nephew. And he read it and authenticated it. And I said, well, send it to me and let me do a philological analysis on it. Philology is the study of language patterns. So I looked at it, I read through it, and I said, Al, I don't mean to disrespect you or anything, but this doesn't match. This is not Admiral Byrd's language patterns. He didn't write this diary. In the diary, there were much more elaborate claims, like the plane was seized by a tractor beam and it was pulled into the inner earth, and that he actually met beings who were 12 feet tall and saw, mastodons and all this stuff. And then the plane was released and he was able to fly back. And it was some kind of time portal because they were gone for quite a long time, but they actually arrived sooner than they should have. So a lot of strange anomalies.
Anomaly. Yeah. Wow.
So none of that was corroborated. None of it we could run experiments on and validate. And of course, the philological analysis turned out a failure as far as the language patterns go. So that was maybe not true. It was fantastic. It's been a great rumor around the world, but it wasn't true. But that doesn't take away the next piece of evidence, because in 2006, I believe it was, Dr. Y. Sessions of Washington University up in St. Louis commissioned his grad students, probably for cold pizza, to go through 600,000 seismograms. These are printouts that are done when there are earthquakes from seismometers. These are accelerometers that measure the vibration, amplitude, and frequency and length when there's an earthquake. So they put all these seismograms into a supercomputer and ran the models. And what they discovered and published was the appearance of a body of water the size of the Arctic Ocean, which is a sizable body of water, underneath the Atlantic Ocean, under the crust. They could see the damping waves of the water on the inside of the crust. Now, that was a very powerful and repeatable piece of data. So I like that piece of data. And the next one was modern seismology that's networked. Now, this didn't happen until about 2009, but they started to network the seismometers together so that when there was an earthquake, say, like we just had one in Taiwan, right? Like 7.7 or something like that.
Yeah,
That's a very hard-hitting earthquake. And what it does is sends vibrations all the way through the planet, and other seismometers around the planet also picked up that earthquake, but sometime later. And what they're able to do is actually do a CAT scan of the Earth. As these vibrations come through the Earth, they can use the other seismometers and the time delays and the direction of those waves based on reflections. We call them shear waves or pressure waves. And we could take a picture of the inside of the planet. Well, as scientists want to do, we don't like data that conflicts with our theories. So what they did is they manipulated the data to not just have the pressure waves and the shear waves. They added a third wave called a shadow wave. A shadow wave. That's a wave that arrives at the seismometer, okay, but they don't know where it comes from. And the reason they don't know where it's come from is they're trying to fit it into their current theory that we live on this molten ball. And so what smart mathematicians did is they took the data and they ran it backwards. So in other words, the wave that showed up at the seismometer, they calculated backwards to the point of the earthquake. So in other words, they ran the CAT scan the other way. And when they did this, they discovered that the crust of the Earth is actually about 900 miles thick. And it has some mountain ranges and some valleys, but 900 miles thick. And the core of the Earth, we know from other readings from Japan, Carnegie Science, and Cambridge. This is a triple experiment and I'll explain to you what they did. But they determined that the core of the Earth is between 1,200 and 1,300 miles in diameter, and it is solid iron at about 5 5,000 degrees C or 5 million degrees C. No, it's 5,000 degrees C. So that means it's putting off white light, not like the sun, but white light like a plant light in the iron range. But if you do the math, the 900-mile thick crust, which if you take both of them, that's 1,800 miles, and the 1,200-mile core leaves a gap because the Earth's about 7,400 miles in diameter. And that gap is exactly what showed up on the seismograms when they were run backwards. So this data started to fit together and started to paint a very different picture in real numbers of what the construction of planet Earth looks like. And it explained a lot of anomalies. One is what we call, don't know if you know what the law of partial pressures is. But the law of partial pressures says that if I had this bottle of, let's say it had some chemicals in it, and I had a headspace, that is to say an area that's just open air in the bottle, that I could stick a needle in the cap and sample the headspace, and I could send that through a gas chromatograph, and it would have the chemicals that are in the solution in the air in the right proportions. That's called the law of partial pressures.
Oh, wow.
And we do that all the time with our ocean and our atmosphere, all the time. It's probably been done this month. What's missing is the xenon. The xenon is missing about 90% of it. It's in the water, but it's not in the air. It's just gone. And we don't know if it's leak. We thought maybe it was leaking out into space because it's a noble gas. It's not really reactive with anything. But it turns out that it formed a crystalline matrix with the core of the Earth. And if you take the volume of the core of the Earth and the crystalline matrix that it forms in 3D, there's the missing xenon. So all these pieces, real hard scientific pieces, started to fall in place. And I said, now we're talking. Now we're really thinking that planets don't form as solid balls. They actually form as hollow spheres, and some of them have cores and some of them do not.
Really? Wow. That's fascinating. So that proves that there is a
well, I don't know about proof, but it's definitely, the hypothesis is really gaining some steam now. A couple other items. One is, of course, our magnetic pole. Now, my ancestor, Sir James Ross, in 1831, is the original discoverer of the North Magnetic Pole. And it almost killed him, but he discovered it. And what this indicates to us is it's not aligned with the North Pole, the actual North Pole of the Earth. It's off quite a few degrees. And it wobbles. It drifts back and forth, like not a little bit, but like across town a lot. And this is the result of what's called the Coriolis effect. Now, the Coriolis effect is any spinning body is going to have a force that's running at a right angle to that rotation. So if the Earth's rotating this way, the Coriolis effect is going to run at a right angle to that force. Now, if you have two bodies, one inside the other, what will happen is they'll begin to wobble back and forth. And that's exactly what we see with our pole. And we also know that about 100,000 years ago, the core flipped over. And when it did, the poles reversed. It could happen. And it doesn't take a long time. Some scientists think it takes about 10,000 years for this flip to occur. But record that we have in molten rock says that it's probably about 100 years or less for this to flip. That's pretty cataclysmic for a planet.
I was just going to say that's got to be pretty catastrophic, to say the least.
Not so much in the sense that, oceans leave their bounds and, the ground splits open. Not so much that as it is when the magnetism of the planet changes, all the insects, all the fish, all the birds, the weather patterns, everything shifts, which means the life support system that we have on the surface of the planet is going to be radically different.
Wow. Wow. How does that, what you know there, impact with what's happening astrologically, with the eclipse and that sort of thing? I can't help but ask about that.
Well, that's a good question. People do wonder about that. Every single year, there are between 2 and 5 eclipses on the Earth.
Yeah.
Every year. We don't have them over the U.S. very often, maybe every 6 to 25 years, but 2 to 5 a year. And we don't see anything. Nothing happens except, the birds stop tweeting, when the shadow goes past. This, and I saw the totality in 2017, and that was amazing. That was just amazing to see the totality. Like 2 minutes and 30 seconds of pitch black. The corona was amazing. I got tons of great pictures. Stars came out. Street lights came on. It was crazy. This eclipse that's going to occur in 4 days, it is going to last 4 minutes, over 4 minutes, about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That's a long time. That's a big shadow. And so people are going to be awestruck. And we know that when the moon blocks the flow of ions from the sun for that long, that there is an effect. We're not exactly sure what it is. So every time there is an earthquake, every time there is an eclipse, NASA launches test rockets up into that column of shadow to try to take
What's the purpose of that?
Well, they just try to take measurements. NASA's all about collecting information. Some of it they share, some of it they don't share. So they're going to launch 3 sounding rockets. That's what they're called, sounding rockets. They're going to launch them up. They have various instruments on them, and they're going to take measurements while the sun is blocked out. And we'll just gather more information. We do it every single time there's an eclipse.
Mm-hmm. Measurements of what? What are they measuring?
Well, of course, the measure, because the fact there's no photons, coming through our atmosphere. So that means the charge of our upper atmosphere, the stratosphere, or the troposphere, which is where we live, all that changes, at least in the shadow of the moon. So they're going to take particle samples, they're going to take radiation samples, and this is basically the only time we get a photon-free environment. So nothing's being sputtered off. No molecules are being split. Everything is in stasis. So they're going to try to take samples and see what our atmosphere looks like without photons streaming through it.
Wow. I was under the impression that photons are good for us.
A photon is a wavelength of energy that's released when electrons leave the higher energy states and fall to lower energy states. So when a photon of, say, ultraviolet light comes into our atmosphere, it will strike certain molecules and kick off an electron. And when it kicks off that electron, a higher energy electron will fall in to fill that spot. When that electron falls, it fluoresces another photon, which is in another wavelength of light. If you go out in the direct sunlight and there's, say, UVB in that, or even hopefully not UVC, but UVB, that's very short wavelength ultraviolet, like in the 350 nanometer range. And that strikes your skin. Your skin is made of protein, and the protein is made up of all kinds of complex molecular bonds, single bonds, double bonds, and even triple bonds. What happens is that ultraviolet light splits double bonds. We call it photodimerization. And that skin cell, or that molecule in that skin cell, actually effectively dies. It turns into a free radical, which is very reactive, and it can turn into something like skin cancer. So today, I would say, modern times, let's put it that way, in 2024, if you go out in the direct sunlight, say on the beach in Florida or in the direct sunlight in Texas or Arizona, 15 minutes is all the human body can take. After that, you're being damaged. And now, it didn't used to be that way. I think the radiation that the sun is putting off today is more intense in shorter wavelengths than it ever that in our lifetimes. When we were kids, we could run and play in the sun all day long, and we would just get
Yeah,
tan.
it,
But
it
you can't.
changed colors too. It looks white now, whereas it used to be more yellow.
Yeah, yeah. The atmosphere has changed. The magnetosphere has changed. The amount of shortwave ultraviolet radiation that's making it through the atmosphere and striking our skin has changed. Now, some people bring up chemtrails, and this is a very good point, because although chemtrails will block longer wavelengths like infrared light, which is what heat comes from, that's what makes your car hot and your water boil and all that stuff. Ultraviolet that doesn't do that, but the longer wave, like 1,050 nanometers, which is infrared, the chemtrails will block that, but it intensifies the ultraviolet. And the other thing that we need to know is that we're now approaching the solar maximum of solar cycle 25. Now, what does that mean? It means that when there are coronal mass ejections, high latitude sunspots on the sun that release particles, they come racing to Earth at about 7,000 kilometers a second. They take about 73 hours to get to us. But when they strike our upper atmosphere, they run into molecules in our air. And what happens is they sputter off what are called cosmic rays. And those cosmic rays form very high altitude clouds. That's why sometimes you get up in the morning and it's just crystal clear blue skies. But sometime in the early afternoon, it all goes hazy. Very high haze, not like clouds, but more like a white wax paper up there. That's cosmic rays. That's what's formed. Very high altitude clouds like that are formed by cosmic rays, and that begins to cool the planet. But it also intensifies the ultraviolet radiation.
That is amazing. Okay. Well, I was wondering why they were. There's a lot of talk about this particular eclipse, and very little. I just recall. I never remember anything happening on an eclipse that mattered. You know what I mean? It just came and went.
Yeah. But I mean, totality is just breathtaking. If you can get to it where you're right under the moon, the moon completely blocks out the sun. You could take your glasses off. You don't have to look through a filter or anything. It's just amazing to see that dark disk and nothing but the white corona all the way around, and stars are out. And then you can look out over to the horizon and you can see light a few miles away. But where you are, the street lights are on. It is cool, and it is awe-inspiring. It just takes your breath away how beautiful it is.
Oh, wow. I've never been in line with it. I've always been someplace where it's miles away, something like that. And I see somebody is saying the eclipse will be nothing. I know they're planning a lot of things, but that still could be nothing.
Well, I will tell you this. If something big happens, the government did it.
Exactly. Thank you. I was going to say the same thing. You read my mind. I was going to say, well, if anything happens, it was created.
Yeah. It's, nothing is going to happen. People will freak out for 4 minutes, and then it's, everything's back to normal. But it's they're blowing it up into something because they're trying to create unrest among the people.
They're doing a pretty good job of it too. I have to say. I don't know why, Radia, while you're asking about all these other people, it's really inappropriate at this time. Okay, I'd
Yeah,
appreciate.
I know all these people. They're all my friends.
I know. Yeah, I do too, and I've had many of them on my show. I just don't know why you're asking about them. I can't give an update. You have to look them up. But anyway, um, moving right along. What about remembering our future self?
Well, this is as I study deeper and deeper into these things, I realize that humans, as far as we know, are the only beings on Earth that can perceive time. We can reflect upon the past, and we can change the way the past has affected us. We can resolve the past with others by discussing it with them. We can also perceive the now, which is really quite esoteric because I don't even know if there's such a thing as a now. I mean, a now is like a laser pointer, but that's not human consciousness. Human consciousness is more like a headlight. It can be like a searchlight.
Ah,
Even. We can see much more of our quote present than people give us credit for. We could see several minutes in the past, and we could see several minutes in the future. We do it all the time. We drive, we fly, we plan, we do this stuff. And what remembering the future is about, let me give you an example. In the 1700s, most of the world learned to read by reading the Bible. It was the most published book and the most widely read book on earth. And the Bible is full of prophecies. These are conditional predictions, things that are going to come to pass. A look into the future by God, given to prophets and seers and revelators. And I'm pretty confident that it's the word of God, and I'm pretty confident that all the big things are probably in the Bible, right? Nothing big is going to escape the Bible, except that it did. Because some of those people that learned to read by reading the Bible in the mid 1700s said, according to this book, we're all going to march from here to Armageddon and we're all going to die. Basically, that's it. Well, in the mid 1700s, men became authors of their own future. They moved to America, away from the crown, away from the armies. They managed to wrest for themselves some semblance of independence, like you could log or you could mine or you could fish or you could work stone or whatever, and you could make your own fortune in this country without the crown ever being involved. So men became kind of masters of their own future. And at that point, they said, you know what? We don't really like that future. We don't want to march inexorably to Armageddon and die. Let's choose another future. Let's craft another future. And so they did. And they formed this new form of government, this new country, which, by the way, very rapidly, within about 60 years, became the most powerful nation on the earth. And it has remained so until this very day. And yet, somehow, the Bible missed it. No such thing as liberty or freedom, or there was no nation like America. We weren't even hinted at in the Bible. It was totally something different. But the Bible missed it. What I think is that the founding fathers envisioned a new future, and then they worked in the past, which was their present, to make that future happen. And I said, well, if they can do it, why can't we do it? And what I learned was that vision of the future is just about energy. That's all. It's just energy. The universe is made up of it. We're made up of it. And our consciousness is an energy signal. We're not just receivers. We're also transmitters.
Yeah.
Very powerful transmitters. So I ran some experiments, of course. I said, what if we craft a future condition or a future thing that we want, or the thing that we want to build, or thing we want to do, thing we want to be. We'll craft it. All the details, and I don't have one here on my desk. It's right behind me in my bookcase. I have these blue lab notebooks, and what I do is I write down what I want to do or what I want to have in the future, and I put all the details that I can in it. The color, the size, the weight, the cost, the features, mileage, whatever, everything about it I can. And once I create that image in the future, it has its own energy signature. I've put it on it myself. Then I come back to the past, which is now, and I remember that future that I created. And then I start to listen around me. And what am I listening for? I'm listening for the things that are resonating with that sound I put out there in the future. And it could be stuff you wouldn't even think of. Like, I ask people, Gail, this question sometimes. What is your greatest desire right now? What is it that you want? And you know what the most common answer I get? What's your dream? You know what the common answer I get? I want $1 million.
My son would say that.
Everyone almost says that. And so I say, really? You want $1 million? Okay, so what are you going to do with the $1 million? Are you just going to put it on the floor and jump in it, or make a mobile out of it in your room? Oh, no. I'm going to use the $1 million to buy myself a nice house and a nice car, and I don't want to worry about where my next meal's coming from. So I say, so really your dream is that you want the house and the car, and you want some semblance of security so you don't have to work your ass off as hard as you're doing right now. That's what you really dream of. But what you've done is you've told the universe how that's going to be. All this is going to be possible when I get my $1 million. Well, guess what? It doesn't happen, because that's not the way the universe works. You put the dream out there of the house, design it, draw it up, put all the furniture in it, figure out how much it's going to cost, find out what piece of land it's going to go on, put every detail you can down on paper, and then come back and listen. And what will happen is things that resonate with that frequency that you put out in the future are going to start vibrating. And if you put energy into those things around you right here, local, that energy goes all the way back to the future and begins to materialize that dream. And I tested it, and it worked. And just because I did it doesn't mean that everyone can do it. So I said, okay, let's test it out. So I went and interviewed some professional baseball players. And I asked them, how many times did you try to come out of the minors before you made it into the major leagues? It was 8 times. I said, really? That's interesting. So I asked a real estate professional that I know who sells houses, and she's quite successful at it. I said, when you started in real estate, you didn't like quit your job. She said, oh, no. I worked full time, and then I did real estate part time. I said, so how many houses did you sell before you said, I can do this? I know I'm in the zone. I can do this. And she said, I think it was my 8th house. The 8th house, I said, I can do this. And I quit my job, and I've been selling real estate ever since. And then the last one, I went to 2 professional golfers, and I asked them, how many times did you play in the pro-ams before you went pro? And it was 8. I said, why 8? What is the significance of this? And I started to study the Fibonacci sequence. You know, when you start with 0 and you add 1, and then you add 1 to that, you get 2, and then 3, and then 5, and then, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55. And guess what? At 8 iterations of any 2 numbers, it doesn't have to start with 0. You could start with 75 and 216. Okay, one's odd, one's even. They're not divisible into each other. They don't even know each other. But you add 75 to 216, you get 291. Okay, great. Take 291, add it to 216, 507. 8 iterations, guess what happens? You reach the golden mean, 1.61821. That is the resonant frequency of the universe. That is where energy becomes matter. That's the ratio at which planets are arranged around suns. The periodic chart is laid out that way. The human body is laid out that way. Plants, bacteria, everything in the universe grows that way. And
That's
that's why
fascinating.
8 was important.
Wow. Now, basically, is that what you could call the physics of manifestation?
Well, I call it the physics of the soul, but you're absolutely right. It is the physics of manifestation. Now, I have to use caution here because the Fibonacci spiral goes both ways, right? It goes counterclockwise and it also goes clockwise. It's like a big S and it's eternal. The clockwise is a destructive male energy, and we consider it kind of the dark side. But guess what? All the same physics apply. So if you want to manifest darkness and evil and wickedness and power and domination, the principles of resonation work just as well. And what do? What do? They bathe us in their version of the future. Every channel, every commercial, every time you hear a news actor say something, it's like the same words over and over. How many times did we hear the words? What was it? Oh yeah, deadly coronavirus pandemic. Deadly coronavirus pandemic. Deadly coronavirus. They bathed us in it over and over and over again until the principles of physics started to work in their favor. Well, the female energy, which is the counterclockwise energy, is very creative and it's very, I will say, productive and bright and light. And so it's up to us to generate this counterclockwise energy that's creative and try to offset, and I believe we do to about 50% of the world, good things for our lives and for those people around us. And it would be really nice if we could tilt the balance a little bit in our favor, don't you think?
Oh, that would be awesome. That's what we really need to do right now.
But these are physics principles. There's no magic to this. These are rules and formulas that were set up by the creator for us to use. So use them.
Right. Wow. Well, I've heard before about that when you want something to, like you were saying, if you wanted a car, you would draw it out, you'd pick the color, you get all the details or as many details as you possibly can. As one example, another example was somebody said, and this actually happened. They said, put up a little sign that you want $5,000 in your bank account. And it actually happened.
I try not to manifest.
A long time ago, but it happened. I need to do that again, I think.
I try not to manifest money because I don't think the universe really works that way. But there was a book that came out. Rhonda Byrne wrote it, ostensibly. It was called The Secret. And in this book, she got on Oprah. I mean, everybody did this. You go to a magazine and find the house you want or the motorcycle you want or whatever, and you cut it out and put it on your refrigerator with magnets. And then every time you walk by to get a ham sandwich or a glass of water, you look at that picture and eventually you'll have it. And the reason that it was a flash in the pan, the reason it didn't work is because it doesn't work that way. You can't just keep hitting the bell over and over and over again. Oh, it'll make the sound, but that's not the way it works. You have to put energy into the things that the sound is vibrating. That's what manifests that thing in the future.
The sound.
Just holding on to that bell and smacking it with a hammer over and over and over again is going to frustrate the crap out of you, and you're going to stop believing. These principles do work, but you have to hit the bell and release it. Stop holding on to it and look around. I'll give you an example. I had an idea for a local business opportunity, and I had the perfect investor in mind for it. So I wrote the business plan up and I got everything ready and I tried to get an appointment with that investor for about a year. I called his secretary. I left messages for him. I sent him emails. I couldn't get the least bit of interest out of him. So I released it. I said, he's not going to do it. So a few days later, in my email, I get this notice for a meetup. You know what meetup is, right? It's an app on your phone where you can put your interests in. Anyway, I'm interested in painting. I like to paint pictures. And so a meetup came up at an art studio about 20 miles away on the other side of Charlotte. And it said, bring your equipment down and your brushes and everything and a bottle of wine and come and just join us. We'll sit around and paint and drink and listen to music. And it was kind of a rainy Tuesday. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do that. That's what I'm going to do. It just feels right. So I loaded up my gear, put it in the car, drove down to the art studio, hustled my stuff in there, and I was setting it up on my table. They had some space in a table, and I opened my wine, and I had already put my backwash on. I was waiting for it to dry, and I felt a tap on my shoulder. And I looked up, and it was him. I said, Brian, what are you doing here? I don't know. I just saw this meetup in my email, and I thought, why not? Go down and paint for a little while. What are you doing here? I said, the same thing. It just felt right, and I just came down. He said, you mind if I set up next to you? I said, no problem. So we painted, we talked, we drank wine, and he invested in that business, and it's still running in this city today.
Oh, how awesome. But you let it go.
You have to let the bell go.
Let go of it.
Let it ring. It's sort of like if you have let's say you have one tuning fork in one hand and you have 3 tuning forks in the other hand. And one of them is in tune with this one. So you whack this one, the sound waves go through the air. The other 2 are going to do nothing. But the one that's in harmonic balance with it is going to begin vibrating. If you strike that tuning fork, this one will keep right on vibrating. That's what I'm talking about. Put the energy into the things that resonate with the dream in the future. And you'll know what it is because it'll have that feel. It'll have that frequency.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay.
So that's what I mean by remembering the future. Create the future and then come back in the past with that memory and use it to build stuff.
That sounds like I'm going to have to try it. Now I'm going to have to test that out.
Well, lots of people have. Yeah. That book, Remembering the Future, The Physics of the Soul and Time Travel, has been a bestseller on Amazon for a long, long time. Lots and lots of people have tried those techniques.
Well, I'm going to have to pick that book up and read it and give it a try and see what happens. Okay. I was looking for some questions, but none of these are relevant to what we're talking about. So,
yeah, I get that sometimes in the chat room. People talking about stuff that has nothing to do with the program, but
yeah, that's what I was gonna. I almost was. Why aren't you paying attention? You know, it's kind of rude. Actually, it is rude. Actually, but
by the way, if you want to see all these people they've been talking about in the chat room, why don't you come next week to LA? Because we're all speaking at the same conference next week in Los Angeles at the Sonesta.
Oh, what is that? What's the name of the conference?
It's called the Biomed Expo. It's also called the Alchemy Expo or Alchemy Event, a UFO disclosure, and AI Expo Con. 4 events in one.
I was wondering. I think we did last time, but we could play the trailer to Birth. If you want.
Oh yeah, that is definitely making some progress. So I'll be as confident as I can be without giving out any details, because as sure as I do, it'll solidify and drop out of the air. So
So do you want me to do it or not?
yeah, play it, because people, the thing is, tens of
It
thousands.
sounds fascinating. I'm waiting for it to come out.
The Birth Trilogy is a fabulous story. It's an assumption that planet Earth is a living thing and has a consciousness, and it has a symbiotic relationship with the people living on it. And in ancient times,
Makes sense to me.
Well, the trailer will explain it is better than I can off the cuff.
Okay, let me bring that up. And let me make sure I have this big. I need to make it bigger. There we go.
Planet Earth is a living thing. It has a symbiotic relationship with the human race living here. When the more part of humankind is wicked, Earth has an allergic reaction. Hurricanes, quakes, volcanoes, floods, and ice ages scatter and destroy mankind, and they begin again. When humans are good and kind, Earth releases its bounty to them, and they prosper and grow. But in the last 400 years, man grew too fast. They learned to sail and fly. They discovered vast riches of energy buried in the ground and reached far out to the other planets. Earth could not keep up with humans, and now there are 8 billion souls alive at one time on the surface. Although this consciousness signal is more powerful than anything before felt, about half the race is wicked, and half is good and kind. Earth cannot decide whether to destroy mankind or release its bounty to them. Only now, at the end of the age, it has decided to split back into its original forms. The spirit Earth and the temporal Earth are separating. The cataclysms have begun. The higher frequency matter is dividing from the lower frequency matter. This includes humans as the grand division begins. But humans are not the only sentient beings on Earth. An ancient power teaches men of war and power and knows the old Earth will one day return home across the Milky Way galaxy. The American election season has begun, but something goes wrong. The two groomed candidates end up in a fistfight on national television, and a candidate only known on the internet wins as a write-in nominee. Miraculously, elected President Riker calls together an unlikely team of ordinary people to save the world. And the war is about to start between the worlds as the two planets begin phasing apart. Racing against time and a world full of enemies, the team discovers the truth about Earth. Now, they must tell everyone. The forces of darkness mean to stop them by any means necessary. Love can save a world. Hatred can destroy it. But souls are older than worlds, and life is a rare and delicate thing for a soul. Can a race car driver fly a jet? Can a traffic reporter save the human race?
Can a nuclear activist give birth to a new world? What is the purpose of life? Death. Birth. A true story of Earth.
It's coming.
Da 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 da. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I don't mean.
We're back.
Oops, sorry. Sorry about that. I had to shut it off. Otherwise, it just goes on to the next one. Wow. That looks very, very interesting. That's why I had to ask.
Well, the trilogy, I have to tell you a story, because I wrote volume 1, and then I went on Coast to Coast, and I went on a bunch of radio programs talking about it. And it's very, it's a white knuckle ride, because it's an action adventure sci-fi drama about the end times, about rapture that's like off the chain, like you never saw a rapture before. And so they asked me, so when are you going to write the next book? I mean, when is it volume 2 coming out? I said, well, it'll be a couple of years probably. And that's not what happened at all. I'll tell you, Gail, I went to bed that night or a few nights later, and volume 2 woke me up in the middle of the night. I got back in the chair and I started writing. And no sooner did I finish volume 2, I started on volume 3. I wrote 1,100 pages, 3 books in 18 months. It was the most amazing experience. The books streamed out of me. And the dialogue, of course, all the books are in audio. So if you're intimidated by 1,100 pages, don't worry about it. I read it for you. And you could just take the journey. We call it the birth journey. The fans just love this series of books, and they want to see it on TV. And I think it'll be very powerful if we do get it done.
I think so too. I'm looking forward to it. Be sure and send me a something to let me know when it's ready to go.
Oh, I will. I mean, you'll be one of the first people to know. I'll know more in a couple of weeks. Like I said, we're going out to LA to speak at this conference. Of course, I'm going to be in Hollywood. So we are going to meet with the network. I can't tell you who it is yet, but we've already talked about prices, and that part's done. And now we're in the final negotiations. So if it doesn't fall apart, which can happen, if it doesn't fall apart, we're going to sign this deal, and we're going to start making the most amazing TV series ever.
Oh, that'd be awesome. That'll be awesome. It sounds like it. That sounds like something I'd actually watch. I don't even watch TV at all anymore.
Well, there's some good stuff out there. There's a show called The 3-Body Problem, which is an old Hugo Award-winning novel, and they really did a good job with the CGI. But that's not everything, because remember, Rebel Moon came out, and the CGI was off the chain on that one. But the story was old. It was the same old empire, oppressing the same old rebels, and people didn't like it. They were tired of it. But 3-Body Problem is some pretty hard.
3-Body Problems? Is that what it?
Yeah, it's based on an old Hugo science fiction novel of the same name that had a planet like Earth, but instead of revolving around one sun, it revolved around 3 suns. And because there's all this uncertainty in how the suns align, there are frequent cataclysms on this planet. So it takes 20 times, 200 times longer for them to progress than it does us, because we have a stable planet. But what occurs is during World War II, the Chinese receive a message from that race on that planet. And it's about 4 light years away. And the Chinese receive this message, and then they try to send a message back. But they keep trying the wrong way, and they finally figure out they have to broadcast through the sun in order to amplify the signal to get back to that planet, and they answered. And what happened was they described Earth as a terrible place full of warfare, which it was in World War II for China. And they invited the aliens to come here and save us. Only that's not what they're coming to do. They're coming to take our world away from us. So that's where the season ended. We'll wait for season 2 to see how it progresses. But it has a massive share. It's got 100 share right now, whereas normal sci-fi or esoteric has at best maybe a 10.5 or a 3.6. So people want this kind of entertainment.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, there was a physicist that Carrie Cassidy had on. Richard Miller, I think is his name, if I remember correctly. Don't quote me on that. But anyway, there has been a kind of a prediction based on math that this spring there could be a major event of some sort without real descriptions as to what, but more like the Carrington event, or that's what they call it, I believe. And so it's just, do you know anything about that? No.
Well, a Carrington event, as your listeners probably know, it was in 1859. There was a massive coronal mass ejection. Of course, we weren't a very high-tech world in 1859. The highest tech thing we had was telegraph. But the telegraph wires strung along hundreds of miles next to railroad tracks. And what happens when there's a coronal mass ejection of that size, it dumps tens of millions of volts into the atmosphere, which is looking for a way to ground. And it found it on the telegraph wires. And when it reached the ground, which was the telegraph office, it burned it to the ground. That was the Carrington event. Now, if we had a Carrington event level CME today, it would be quite a different calamity. We have tons of satellites, thousands of satellites in space that would be damaged. We are an electronic society. If our electronics went down in a catastrophic way like that, with tens of millions of volts trying to find a way to ground, I don't think that our present infrastructure could support the population that we have. Well, some of the population would perish pretty quickly because they rely on electronics to stay alive. They are on life support of some kind or another.
Yeah.
Or people that need to have daily infusions of drugs, like diabetics and all that. They have to have a daily infusion of drugs to stay alive. That supply will play out because there won't be any microelectronics functioning to produce it. So you're probably looking at 30 million people a month dying for about a year all over the planet. It would be pretty rough. It would take about 2 years, 3 years to recover a basic level of electronic support, but it could take a decade to get it back, or more, to get it back to where it is today.
Wow. Well, let's hope nothing like that happens.
A Carrington event would take hours and hours and hours and hours to reach Earth. We would see it a long time, days before it actually reached the Earth. So we could actually isolate our grid. We could harden a lot of our things. We could tell people, turn your cell phones off and wrap it up in a piece of foil for a couple days. We could probably get through it. The thing we couldn't get through would be something like a surprise EMP attack, an electromagnetic pulse attack. Nobody would know that was coming, and that would have severe damage. But a CME from the sun, we would have about 2 days to prepare for it. And there's probably a lot we could do on this planet to weather it.
Well, that's actually good to know because it sounded like, pretty bad. But knowing that we would have advance notice and so on.
A lot of these guys make their living on things really being bad. But I can sometimes punch holes in that with my own mathematics.
Oh, that's good. Yes, that's definitely good. Math is not one of my best subjects, that's for sure. But I'm glad it is for other people. And because we all have something and we all contribute in different ways. But that's it. Who is it? I think it was Sherry Edwards says that the universe isn't mathematics. It's all mathematics.
Well, it is. I mean, it has to be. It has to be. Math is the language of the universe, and we don't understand all the math. For instance, we don't really truthfully understand the four forces of the universe, which is gravity, electromagnetism, and the strong and weak molecular forces. My community has very slowly come to the realization that there's a fifth force in the universe, and that is consciousness. We don't like to say it because we can't measure it. We can't run experiments and weigh it and, assign a color to it, but we can't deny that it exists. And we're pretty sure that it is a downward causation event, this consciousness. It probably is why the third dimension exists in the first place, because of the tetrahedron is really the first molecule, the first shape that takes us from the second dimension to the third dimension. And after that, it's just a matter of suns cranking out enough protons to make other molecules. And the rest is just mathematics. But that being said, CERN is our best experiment at trying to understand how that works. And we've only been able to, pump up protons and slam them into each other 99.9% the speed of light and splatter the little beggars apart. It's sort of like when you were 8 years old and you got that, robot for Christmas and you wanted to figure out what made it work. So you smashed it on the ground and you could see all the pieces, but you can't for the life of you put it back together. Well, that's kind of where we're at right now. We know all the energies that are inside a proton, but we don't know how to take those energies and make a proton. We've never made one. Stars do it all the time, but we haven't figured out how to do it yet.
That's fascinating. Okay. I forgot what I was going to say right now. Sorry about that. I looked over at the chat and then I just lost my train of thought. It seems to be happening more lately with this. I don't know if it's the energies or what, but other people have mentioned that sort of thing too. Well, thank you. Walla Beauty Brand by Gaia 7 says, thank you, Gil. You're an amazing guest. So you're an amazing guest, and I know, and that's why I have had you on. And I really appreciate everything that you talk about because it's important stuff.
Well, a lot of people are interested in this, but sometimes they don't have the toolbox to be able to understand it all. So I try my very best to take these complex things and at least create some kind of analogy where you can understand what I'm talking about, what these forces are. And that way, when you have other guests on, which try to, let's say, talk down to people or use language that, like they use words like alchemy or they use words like over unity.
I really appreciate that, Brooks, because that is a big problem. Sometimes they can talk over somebody's head and then you miss the whole point of it.
There's a whole word salad with this genre. Believe me. And I love them. I really love them. I love to hear them speak. I love to meet them at conferences and shake their hands and sign and have dinner with them. They're wonderful people. But a lot of time this double speak people just don't understand it.
Yeah. It's they go over people's heads, and it's always better to be able to keep it at a level where people know what you're talking about, at least.
Yeah. Well,
So
it's nice to
important.
have words that can help people make the transition. Like if you use the word alchemy, people's eyes immediately glaze over. They don't even know what that means. And I've listened to all kinds of conjugations of alchemy, alchemical, alchemize. I mean, you can't believe. Alchemy is simply the ancient attempt to change lead or base metals into gold. That's what alchemy was. And the ultimate alchemy is taking paper and turning it into gold, which is exactly what they have done.
Really?
A dollar bill is just paper. Expensive linen paper, it is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
But it's gold. You might as well take road gravel and turn it into gold. That's what they've done.
Somebody
And the
said,
other one, quantum. They use the word quantum all the time because it just sounds cool and it was popular on TV. But it just means small. That's all it means.
I've got this. I should have. It just means small. Yeah, I've heard it so many times. It's just kind of like they're referring to something outside of our visual
Don't
realm.
you know? Yeah.
Makes it sound really special.
And let's not forget dimensional. Dimensional is another one.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Or parallel.
Yep.
The parallel universes. Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is what Lunar Sunray, I agree 100%. We need people or teachers like yourself that can match the level of the students where you're at so people can understand what you're saying, what you're talking about. And that's really important. So thank you for that.
Well, I think the concept that most people struggle with and really want to know is our unique ability to perceive time, because we can see the future and see the past. And you have all kinds of teachers out there, and even the Buddha will say, no, forget about the future. That's not here yet. And forget about the past. That's already done. There's only the now. Just focus on the now. Well, we're not blackbirds, out in the field looking for seeds. We're not just, okay, what do we do now? Okay, what do we do now? What do we do now? Successful societies plan. And the further ahead they plan, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, the more successful they are. They can't possibly stay in the now unless they know what it is. And the only way to know what it is to recognize it when it comes. Well, how do you do that? Because you created it from the future.
Isn't that amazing? That's really true. Another thing people are talking out a lot about, maybe you can explain this for the audience. I'm sure that everybody has their own idea, the dimension, like we're supposed to be moving to the fifth dimension. Now,
5D, that's the other one.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a little bit about the fifth. The fifth dimension is, and artists have done a really good job. Usually cubists do the best job of describing this. It means to be able to see all sides at the same time. So in the third dimension, we can only see, one side of things at a time. We have to kind of walk around it to see the rest of the sides. But in 5D, you don't have to do that. Now, of course, the difference is in 5D, you're probably not in physical form. You're in kind of a spirit form, right? Well, the issue with being in spirit form is you can't get hurt. There's no pain. There's no sense of time. And that's not what mortality is about. Mortality is about the pain. It's about the discovery. It's about the mystery. It's about falling in love, creating life in your own image. It is such an amazing state for a soul to be in, the third dimension, that angels, gods have fallen to get here. That's how amazing mortal life is.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. So life changes as you move into different dimensions?
Well, define life. I mean, I think life
Okay.
to me is a combination of the physical and the spiritual. And I don't think in the sense that the soul enters the body. I just, that's not the way it works. The body actually enters the soul. It
I thought
enters
you were
the
going to say
spirit.
that, but
The spirit, spirit
please
is
explain.
much larger, much more energetic, and
Huge.
much more uh, personal. That is to say, it's your whole personality and all the eons of experience that you have. You don't squeeze that into the body. What you do is cradle the body in the spirit. And that allows you to have a mortal experience. Of course, when we first make the transition into this dimension, we don't make it into a fully adult body. You make it into a couple of cells, and then you grow into an infant. And when you spew the amniotic fluid out of your nose, you're still not really sentient, right? You can't even wipe your own butt. You can't feed yourself, nothing. By the time you're 2, maybe you're potty trained. By the time you're 12, you may know generally who you are, but you don't really become self-reliant until you're probably 15 or 16 or 17 years old. And by then, your parents have taught you a new language. You've been rationalized by school and your local society, and you forgot who you are.
Yeah.
So the art of living a life is really, I think, remembering who you are.
There's a great song about that. Remember who you are. It's a very touching song.
There's
So
a band,
that's
the Arch Enemy, that has that line in their song. Maybe people don't like Alicia Gluse, but very, very powerful song. Remember who you are.
Oh, you know which one I'm talking about then. Oh, here's an unusual question. Wondering what Brooke's opinion is on banana-shaped Earth. I've never heard of that.
I haven't either. I'm not really. I think the physical Earth itself is generally as close as we can get to a ball, because mathematically that's what's stable in a vacuum. If we put a drop of water into a weightless environment, it forms a ball. It doesn't form a flat plate. It doesn't form a banana. It doesn't look like a droplet anymore. It forms a perfect sphere. Of course, the hydrogen bonding of the water is pulling it together into that shape. But most molecules have some kind of, self hydrogen bonding mechanism that pulls them together. And the more mass that you get in one space, the more it begins to warp space-time. We call that gravity. And we're in a very unique situation. We've looked for about 20,000 light years in every direction as well as we can. We're doing better every day, but we have never found another planet where you can live on the outside of it, like Earth. Earth is an amazing spaceship that we can live on the surface, and we can actually look up at the stars and live under a canopy of air. And we're traveling along at about 68,000, miles a second.
That's amazing.
68,000 miles an hour through space. And it's an amazing spaceship. I, for one, can't think why in the world we want to build ships to travel to other planets when we have to have a suit and special equipment and maybe live in a cave. Why not just stay here? Make this planet great.
I guess I just noticed New England Dirt Roadie was saying, I guess you haven't seen Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail.
Yeah, I saw it.
No, but it was pretty funny. I know that. I remember that, but I don't remember that part. But anyway. All right. So we got our eclipse coming up in 4 days. I'm not going to be able to see it. I'm not anticipating anything unusual to happen unless it's, like you said, done by...
Like I said, if anything big happens, the government did it.
Yeah.
Don't fall for it.
Exactly. All right. Was there anything else you'd like to bring up or leave the audience with? Or
No. Just make sure to go to my website, check out the live events. We're pretty well booked until August, so if you don't see me at one place, you can see me in another. We're trying to put something together for November, but it isn't solidified yet. Live events are very slow coming back after the lockdown and all the, wiping out of the middle class by the globalists, but they are coming back slowly but surely, and maybe in a year or so we'll have more live events and you'll be able to come out and see us. But we've got like 4 in the next 2 months between LA, San Rafael, California with the New Living Expo, and then we've got the Immersion Fest in Mount Shasta coming up, and then the Discovery Disclosure coming up in July in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Wow, that's awesome. I have all of your links from your YouTube to your website to the other, that bunch of links. It's in the description, so if anybody wants to follow Brooks, all they have to do is look in the description and you can find.
We're live every Wednesday and every Sunday. We have been we're actually 20 years now. March was 20 years we've been on the air.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, sometimes I wish I was on radio, but sometimes people like to see you too. But
yeah, I think it kind of made a transition. People really into, who invented it? Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh invented podcasting.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
He was the original investor and the original inventor of podcasting. He called it the Ditto Cam. And it was for Rush full-time listeners, subscribers. He would turn the Ditto Cam on and you could see him in front of his golden EIB microphone. And millions of people joined it. So he's the guy that started it all.
I'll be darned. I never would have guessed that. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think we covered the main topics that we wanted to cover tonight anyway. And thank you for your excellent explanations that are
Thank you
easy
very much
to
for having me on.
understand.
I enjoyed myself.
Fantastic. Thank you. And maybe we'll do it again. Who knows?
Absolutely.
All right. I'm really looking forward to that birth series, though. I'm going to have to get TV just to see that. So
that's good. Spread the word. That kind of energy is what makes it go. And if anybody's listening and likes to go to IMDb, I do have an IMDb page. Of course, I play a very difficult character, me, but
complicated.
a lot of TV shows. But go there and look at my IMDb page because it raises my ranking and it makes the network look at me and say, well, maybe this guy is worth the investment. So just go there for a minute. That's all I ask. Just do it, and it helps me out.
All right. And you used to have a huge following until they took your channel.
Oh my gosh. We were just south of 250,000 subscribers on YouTube. And any given night, we had between 5,000 and 5,500 people live. I mean, live watching us. Our chat room just flew. And Google decided, after I did a special on hollow moon theory, they decided I was dangerous, and they deleted 20 years of my content, just flushed it and destroyed all my subscribers.
Wow.
I've been banned from YouTube for life. We put out trailers and stuff under other names, but I can't do a show on YouTube anymore. So we started over on other media, and we're on Rumble and, DLive and Twitch. But
I'm on the same ones. Yeah, I do have one on YouTube, but I had two. Well, I had, the main one they took down. I only had about 10,000 subscribers, and I couldn't figure out I was small. Why'd they take me down? But anyway,
Google, there's a special place in hell for Google because they didn't just destroy me. They destroyed all my friends, all of them. They took them all out. They demonetized them deleted their content. My grandkids will never hear my voice on YouTube. And it was kind of my dream, is that my legacy was my great scientific content for over 2 decades on YouTube, and my grandkids would be able to see it one day. Not anymore. YouTube decided I was dangerous.
And they don't give you, it's like you could give the person, you're going to take them down, give them a file of everything or some, they don't give you anything. All of a sudden you wake up the next morning and look and your channel's gone.
That's it.
That's horrible. They are the enemy. They don't let truth out. And so.
Well, it hurt him. It hurt him. Once my 250,000 subscribers disappeared, all my friends, millions of subscribers disappeared. Guess what went away? The buyers. The ads were worthless. All those ads that ran on our programs that we got monetized for, they lost all that money. All those advertisers disappeared. It cost them billions of dollars.
All because I didn't like your truth is what it boils down to.
That is exactly right.
Yeah. That's the problem. They act like an enemy of the people. So, and that's what they are. Anyway, yeah, that was rather heartbreaking. And then people can't find you. They don't know where to look for you.
Well, it's getting there again because I don't ever stop. So if you put my name into Google, you're still going to get about 1.5 million backlinks. But it used to be way bigger than that.
Yeah, I lost quite a few videos myself because I didn't have copies of them. I didn't have room on my computer. and yeah. And then I started doing this on Restream and going live, and it helps.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It's building slower than YouTube at this point in time because more people are comfortable with YouTube.
YouTube had an audience that no one can argue with. I mean, gosh.
Yeah.
But it still took years to grow, but I don't know if Rumble will ever get there.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, what needs to happen is YouTube needs to be taken over.
I think YouTube needs to be
eliminated
apart.
That's probably more like it. But, all right. Well, thank you so much for your time and energy. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I enjoy talking to you, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the rudeness in the chat.
That's all right.
Anyway, some people. Anyway, okay. Maybe we're trying to be fun, but I don't know. So anyway, thank you so much. And maybe I'll see you again sometime. And I'll be waiting for that birth series.
Thanks, Gail.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers. Stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up. Stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers. Finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now. Don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas. Seems like I have a couple little glitches in the beginning there. So anyway, we graze on one wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And my wonderful guest today is Miss Jenny Lee. Let me bring her on. Everybody knows Jenny, I think, by now. Hi,
Yep.
Jenny.
How are you?
Pretty good, I think.
Well,
Very
that's good.
interesting. Okay, we got people in the chat already. That's good, good, good. Sage,
Well, that's great.
John, Miss Jeep. Hi. And good evening. Welcome, everyone. We're happy that you're here. And we have some very interesting things to talk about. Jenny has some drawings and some important things to talk to you about. And we have a few little things we can show you along the way. So, Jenny, why don't you go ahead and take it away and tell us
Yeah, I
what
don't
you've
know
been...
what subject I want to start with, so maybe we should go into this something that the media is trying to portray, because everything that they've always put out is always the reverse of what it looks like, or what it is, or what they're trying to hide. So, and I think I sent you it on Facebook. So I did a drawing for what I saw as that original form of what they were trying to put hair on, and then the mouth was probably right, but the eyes weren't, and I wasn't seeing hair on them at all. And
Oh, you're talking about the demon drawing?
Yeah.
Should I bring that up?
Yeah, go ahead and bring it up.
Okay, let me share screen here.
So it's just funny how they always try to make something look like a human.
Let me get it in the right place here. Okay. All right, this is this looks to me, maybe I shouldn't say anything until I put it up, so I won't. Let me share the screen.
And I did that yesterday morning. I drew it yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went in and showed it in the. So as we're looking at it, the jawline comes out a little further, and then in the mouth, which you can tell it's a serpent type of process.
That the thing in the mouth, I think should, but see that they showed that wide mouth.
And there was I think it's an old shot of an old movie where it shows us girl is in a cave, and it looks like the whole mouth is eating her face, and how the mouth seems to extend, but the thing in the mouth was like a little serpent in the bottom of the tongue. They showed me that. So and I was like, okay, what about the ears? They're like, no, those ears are wrong. The hair is wrong. No ears in that way, no hair that they showed on TV. They're like, because we're talking about how this reality is breaking down. And as it breaks down, those mirror effects to cover that up are breaking down. So if they got you focused on looking like, looking for something with the hair on it and bone structure is different, that's what you're going to look for. But you need to, I always tell people to accept things in their original form, what you see. And that way it's important to identify and be strong in what's in front of you and what you're seeing and what you need to accept. They're always, here we can go into the Fabio aliens, everything looks like a human. It doesn't. Okay. So that's the problem. You got to get this focus out of it. This is the thing that's funny. New York is going to turn into the show of the Men in Black. You know what I'm saying? Where you see the lizard, he's out dancing with the Men in Black, and you're going to see all these. I'm just telling you, they're like, Jen is going to be a Men in Black situation, and you're going to see stuff you didn't think you're going to see, and parts of that movie kind of shows, kind of like the city type and everything like that, but how they're hiding, how they hide under certain features, how they, cover their face. And so everybody's around, because it's easy for the concept of us to look, to expect a demon, but we're not expecting a different species of how it looks. So that's the thing. You've got to get your head around what these look like.
What color was he, Jen?
This had a weird pigmentation because it wasn't just one color. It was there's a gray in it, but there's a light greenish, real light greenish with it. So as you're looking at it, if you focused on for a while, would that change colors? Would it do some type of mirror effect?
Would it be kind of calico-like? How?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. And the thing is that the thing that you need to, before you even see something like that, is really pay attention to the soul. That's the whole thing that's really going to tell you a lot how things are changing, because if you're not sensing the soul, if you're not sensing, then all of a sudden you see something flash and change like you've seen on TV 100 times. And then you think your mind's making, but the eyes go back, the mouth extends further than they're saying. And
all the better to eat with.
Yeah. Like I said, reptilians and demons, they want the same thing, to consume you, to, and that's not something to be trusted in any situation, in any form. There's enough evidence out there that you've seen these shots that they're not welcoming vessels at all. And so your power is to stay in that light. Your power is to identify. Your power is to push it away. Your power is not to be in fear of it.
Rebuke it.
In the days to come, you're going to have to stand your ground. And that's what's happening. Just like, and I think I told you, I told the Signal Group, which is an amazing group. They're so strong and independent, and they're just ready for it to rip. And that this is a week where you're going to put your shield up, because the shit is going to roll. It's going to fall on you. It's going to call you names. It's going to do whatever it can to take you down. You know, this is a tough, you know, we're going to go into a tough month of being tested, because you're seeing things right now. I don't care if it's in the truther community. I don't care if it's the UFO community. I don't care if it's your neighbor down the street. You're seeing their true intentions, their true self, what they're here for. The light or the dark. Are you serving the light? Or are you serving the dark? And you're seeing those true intentions. You're feeling that true energy of what's their intentions here. And that's the thing. It's to occupy you. And this is what I say with this whole eclipse thing, is don't go into the fear process. Don't follow what they want you to follow. Don't, you know, I'm not saying to get outside and look at the eclipse. I'm saying look at the sun after that process. Look at how the sunlight comes in, how the sky, I keep hearing a green color, different colors that you will see in the sky that you've seen before. Like I've always said, I don't feel the actual space is that color, and it's not a colorblind color. So I think you're going to see a lot of different stuff that you're not prepared for. And so a lot of people are going to be in that fear process. So then I just sent you, I think that picture that I did. And it's like when you look at that, you don't feel a soul. You feel a entity that is waiting for opportunity or fear to play the game with you.
That's how they mind control people.
Yeah.
Is with fear.
And that's why when they put that out, when they showed the media, you know what's funny? Just like the cell phone thing, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Well, this is what they look like. And you notice the truthers and all of them, they cannot think on their own not to look at this in a different way, not to say, hey, is this true? Or we're just going to go with it and follow through with it. That's the first thing I don't do. I'm like, I want to see it for what they say the form is, not for what something is trying to push onto me that form is. And I said, no, that's not it. So why are they pushing it that way? So you won't see nothing like this. You'll just walk on by. You won't ignore it. You won't. And this is another thing, is I always get smells with things. Really bad, foul smells.
I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm.
That they have a smell.
Yeah,
they do have a smell.
So
and I think a complete and total lack of compassion is a big teller,
right?
Too.
It is waiting for weakness. It's waiting for opportunity. That's what that's basically what the deep state does. On your vulnerability, no empathy, no sympathy. It's just opportunity. So that's what I said when I saw those pictures, and they're like, does that look right? And I go, no, it doesn't. That's right. It's not.
He looks like a reptilian.
Yeah.
The pictures that I've seen, and or it could go, well, a snake's a reptile too. So it's got kind of features of.
But that's both. Too extreme to use that word to go and put that on public. They can't adapt to that. You know what I'm saying? So a demon word is a common word that people think, well, but again, I didn't see these big ears. I didn't see the hair, so this is what I came up with. And you know me, I want it verified. I want, if I draw something or write something, I want to get it verified. I don't just put it out there. I'm like, I gotta wait for it to verify itself. So we'll see if people see stuff like this, or, you're seeing, and I wouldn't say maybe the military chasing down something in New York that looked like this, you know what I'm saying? And all I'm gonna be thinking is in my head is the Men in Black song, just yeah, because it's one of those movies you should watch again and see if it's coming into one port of reality, because I actually think that was started in New York. So I mean, it's just another movie that's trying to put things out there. So So yeah, it's going to be interesting when this unravels.
I just want to let Lynn know that I smudged just before we did this show because we've had some people come in the chat that just are not very nice.
Yeah. Well, like I said, put your shield on because it's going to be showing.
So here's another one that Kathy wants to know. What does it smell like? Garbage.
I
don't know.
The way I describe this, in a hot day, not the completely as the potent of trash, but it feels like rotting shit.
Oh, lovely. That's worse.
Well, that is the way I would describe it.
Well, it is what it is.
So yeah.
Oh, somebody's saying I don't think. Wait a minute. If it's benevolent, then I can't wait to meet them. Those, they're not benevolent.
Well, I am not going to want to meet these ones.
Me either.
Yeah. So it's a.
Kevin says they smell like a sewer. Maybe that's a good description.
Yeah, that's a good term, but if you add heat to that and it just makes it worse, that's the smell. And when I do see things and then I get that potent smell with it, and I do have a gag reflex on certain smells on things when I get spiritually. But yeah, it's the whole watching. What I didn't did the effect on is doing a larger, seeing the mouth move out further. That's what was freaky. And like I said, there was a skit movie that they did in some demon movie, and it looks like this girl's standing there in front of one of these, and it's just devouring and putting its mouth around her head, and that's what it looks like to me. It's not pretty. And that grayish, greenish,
oops,
nasty.
Wait a minute, I missed something here. Oh, here, this one here. Carla wants to ask, will they be out on the eclipse?
See, and what I think, the trail of that dark light, anything that cannot survive in the light will follow that trail of darkness. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why you see a lot that wants you to focus on that trail of that eclipse. And I'm just like, no, just stay in high vibrations, high tones, high frequency, and don't be occupied by that dark eclipse process. You're not going to get anything from it. So that's why if you don't give it its strength, you don't give it the energy, you're going to be fine. It's just these ones who are fascinated with this program that hits you and tells you what you need to do, what you need to fear, and then they're fascinated with all this dark eclipse process. And then again, you have certain communities that are following that through. I call them pushers. They're paid to do that. And then you see them pushing it because they're paid to push it. And you just got to, this is what I talked about, is people need to sit in their own instinct, sit in their own capability, sit in their own light, and just be calm in it. Walk through the fire. Be calm in it. Not to be reacting in a 3D process with this.
Well, if you stay with your connection with Source, that'll give you strength.
Yes. Right. That's the whole thing. It's like
walk through the fire with you. I mean, it's even.
Yes, exactly. Walk through the fire. And the whole thing, and that's what, the way I describe this is I tell people, get into the right brain on this when you're going through this process. Disconnect anything that's personal emotion. You're just this warrior energy and you're not connected to anything emotionally. Just stay in the boundaries of the light. Stay in the boundaries, not letting anything push anything onto you, put fear into you, because you're going to see that enough around these normies reacting out. And I did a picture today. I think I gave it to you. You can go through another one that I put how the normies are gonna. Jeep helped me with this one.
Let me see, which way do I go? I think I go this way with it, maybe. Okay.
That one.
That one.
Where it
good.
has,
I went the right way.
yeah. So what it has is the white hats, white rabbits, and then this is the cities. Yeah, that's part of it though.
Where did it go? It moved. I didn't mean to make it move.
It's that one. Okay.
Oh, I see. That's why.
Okay, so it has a normal person hitting the pavement. Yeah. Hitting the pavement hard with their puke bucket on the side of them. And now the reality is hitting hard. And in the back is the military fence in the cities. And there's a white bus, and then the military helicopter in the back. So then all of a sudden their crash, their existence of what's going to happen is just falling in front of them. That's what that's about. That whole picture. Yeah,
they're going to hit. We were talking about that the other day. They're going to hit the pavement hard.
Yes. I'm thinking about doing T-shirts that says that.
Maybe this will wake you up.
Yeah, just someone's face crashed on the pavement, and then it's like, "Are you awake yet?" And their face is on the pavement. So that's what's coming, and then their whole reality of that.
Is there another one that you want to show here, or you want to wait on those?
Well, then I've already seen. You can go to the other one, but that's still in formation of what.
The one with the white hats, or the good guys, or the other one?
Good guys.
The good guys.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, so this is what I've talked about. Now let's go into the spiritual energy, and I said that there will be regions. Of course, one's the ambassador, which is the shepherd, and then the other ones, I don't know all their names. There's Putin, and then you got the other ones at the bottom.
Three of them.
4 of them. There's 5.
Well, I mean, at the bottom, I was talking about the 3.
So I always said that there would be regions that they would be in control over. There were certain leaders that would have a region area, and Putin and Trump are the main ones, and then you would have China, and then Iranian,
India, and Saudi Arabia.
Yep, exactly. Those are the ones I see. And those are when I see those angels in the corners, and represents our world. And like I said, I don't feel that these are the same vessels that were here when they first born, and that's what things have changed. And that's what I feel. I've been saying that for a while. But I, like I said, the ambassador and the shepherd is the one that's leading the flock.
So we go to this one.
That is the New York with the fence and the helicopters and the isolated areas and the buses and, everybody that didn't think they'd get caught or getting caught.
Yes.
So
there's some shenanigans going on behind the scenes in the whole political arena too.
Oh yeah, it's coming to. Like I said, I think we're going. The whole election thing, I don't even pay attention to it because it was always a dismantling phase of going into a higher council that are higher beings. That I've always said that's going to be part of it. So I mean, that's just we're going in these dismantling phases.
I got 2 little clips that I could share.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, and we can come back to this because I know there's one more, but we'll save that one for now. So let me share again because that's how you have to do it. And I'm gonna. I just ran into this guy, and there's one other guy, and I really like what they're putting out, and I'm just gonna read through it.
Okay.
his post is bringing.
Well, Ariel's one of my favorites, so people know that too. And my Signal group, they love him too.
Yes, facts and conspiracy, and so on. So anyway, here's his red flags: open borders, no patriotism,
Right.
one world religion. And this is interesting too. Who here follows Sasha Stone? Who in here follows Clay Cart? You should know by now these two are in the same circle with Michael Flynn. Now you can see where they are trying to push the right wing. Now you can see why they had to infiltrate the mega movement to do it. Now you see why Michael Flynn created the Reawaken America tour. All of these people on stage are Democrat liberals posing as conservatives. The entire time they were plotting to remove Donald Trump. That way, Flynn would come in as a savior of America. People, it's as plain as day now. We all seen how Ivan Recklin, I don't know if they say that his name right, but I don't care because of what he was doing, was giddy at the thought on Alex Jones' show of Trump being assassinated. I mean,
yeah.
To think that they can just openly come out
No
and say
sympathy, no empathy, and that's the whole thing.
There you
it's
go.
just
a good point.
I think it's a joke. Yeah.
So this is why I had to pull him from behind the scenes slowly until you all caught on. And once you seen that one video, everything clicked. And I'm going to tell you now, there's a couple of very good shows on the Michelle Moore show with Mike Gill. And if you want to know more about this and the things that are going on behind the scenes, I would suggest that you look at it. So that's that one. Now here's another
one.
Well,
Sasha Stone, another Fabio.
I think so. I just I've had him on my show. And I remember something that was said that didn't resonate with me or whatever, was kind of blaming humanity for allowing it. And I understand we have to be accountable, but at the same time, we were deceived constantly. And there were things done to make it even more difficult, like frequency fences and so on. And putting out low frequency to keep people that way and so on.
Fear.
Exactly, because that's how they mind control people.
Right.
So now I want to show this guy. You'll like this guy too. Let me show him, and then we can go back to what we were talking about. His name is Sargon the Great, and he puts out some great stuff. He's on Instagram, and I really like him. I always try to catch him whenever I go there. He's talking here about Tesla energy and how that's going to be our future. They're already using it. I'll let him explain it. He does a really good job of it. So. Okay, are you going to play for me now? I'm clicking on it. It's not playing. That's interesting. Let me try this. No. Wait a minute. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. I got to find it again. I thought there's no reason why it shouldn't have played. So, where is he? There he is. Oh, he's live now. Maybe that's why.
Maybe.
Wait a minute.
You should be able to go back to that one.
Yeah, that's not the one.
Clips that he has that you're referring to. So. Yeah.
Sorry about this, guys. Sometimes this isn't as easy as it looks. Now I lost his place again. Look on it. Wait a minute. Oh, great. Well, hang on a minute. I guess I hate it when that kind of thing happens. Go ahead, Jenny. You can talk, and I'll see if I
it's
can
fine.
fix
I mean,
it.
I'm sure they'll give you a minute.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's fine.
Well, I'm going to stop sharing for a minute, and I'm going to try to see if I can get it up again. And I don't know why. I guess maybe because it was live, that may have changed things a little bit.
It might have been just maybe. So like I want to remind people, like when they went into this this whole freak out of the cell phone process, and everybody, I mean, they were getting ridiculous on this, and what your phone was going to do. And I think that, it was kind of a test of seeing how people will take it to another extreme. And like I said, they paid some of these people to push it, and then they reacted, and it was a big nothing burger again. And so we're down to some of this process where it's an operation that's has to be taken care of, and you just gotta roll out with the process with what's going on, and just maintaining your energy and not getting into this whole freak out process. I mean, we've talked about, the East Coast and the West Coast and things that are going to react to that. And then I talked about, and I said it on this show, and I think I've said it in mine, where we talked about Lady Liberty, and that there would be a light that would come and it would go right into the water. But it actually, the thunder actually hit Lady Liberty instead of going into the water. So it might have gone more. But
did you see the lightning strikes on the Statue of Liberty, and one of them was split in two? I thought that was interesting.
Right. And I do. And I mean, that was something I was like, okay, could this be what they were talking about? That you would see a light that comes down and it would be either right by it or right in front of it or in the water. So I guess we're, in the coming days, we're going to know what that means. Because I believe, like I said.
I think I got it. I think I've got it. Let's try it one more time. If this doesn't work this time, I'll not be very happy. Okay.
Earlier with the energy vampire drones, okay?
Yeah.
The Tesla towers that Nikola Tesla came up with, the old Tartarian technology from Atlantis, that free energy where these Tesla coils can just draw electricity straight out the air and transmit it wirelessly to your home, to your car, any type of machinery that runs off of electricity, including yourself. The frequency can be purified and help charge you as well. The powers that used to be will have you believe that they dismantled all of these Tesla coils, that Tesla just died and all his info and inventions and everything were just scrapped. Fam, it's a total lie. They're still using the Tesla coil technology to this day. They're still using the Atlantean tech, the crystal grid, to run everything. This is what I'm telling you about the power lines. There is no nuclear power. There is no coal. That is bullshit. These goofballs all lied to you. They're still using the Tesla coil technology, except in the form of power lines. These power lines draw electricity straight out the air, exactly like the Tesla coil. That whole lie about power stations having to generate electricity is so that they can charge you for it. They know they're full of shit. It's also their way of terraforming the planet, the realm. You guys understand? They can use nuclear waste as an excuse. Oh, we have to make electricity with nuclear, so we have all this waste. Bullshit. It's so you can pollute the ocean. We have to use coal to generate electricity. No, you don't. It's so you can pollute the air with that smut, you goofy bitches. We're not sleeping anymore. You sleep now and we're up. Straight up, and there's no stopping this spiral. You understand? Because Nagas like Mystic Youth and the 144 are here as the counterbalance, and we're going to teach the people the truth. It's all free energy, family. They're still using it to this day. They use it in their secret cities, their underground bases, their underwater bases. Anywhere where they have their little enclaves, they're using all this technology for their own benefit. They're still using it here in the slave pen Cabbage Patch, except they're telling us a whole different story so that they can keep charging us, keep us tethered to their grid, to their system. And how do they do it? Mind control. Knowledge is the key. Knowledge is power. Knowing is half the battle. Once you know, you could chop. You guys understand me? So all of this foolishness is going in the trash. We want all our free energy devices back. We want all our energy back. And we're calling it all home. This is New Earth and this is the free range. You fuck around and you will find out. Let's go. Bang, bang. Ow.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, he does a lot of good ones. I like him. Oops, wait a minute.
Yeah, that was interesting. I had a dream last night too that was weird. So they were showing me, you know, with my feet on the ground. You know, when you were a little kid and you would take your feet and rub it against the carpet and go back and forth and you would shock somebody?
Yeah.
And then they were like, why don't you try that now? And I'm like, why? Why do I want to do that now? Yeah, I don't want to try it now. I mean, so the energy, just showing the grid is different, how things are different. So, you know, and we used to do that as a kid. You used to rub your feet against the carpet and see how static would create, so a current and all that stuff. So it's interesting how that was put in front of me recently, of having a dream about that again, saying, you know, it's your whole spiritual system is going to recharge.
You know, I was starting to get shocks just for no reason. I didn't even have to rub my feet on the ground or anything at different times.
Yeah, so maybe if people want to experience with that, let me know, because I don't know if I'm going to find out. You know,
Mandy.
Yeah, exactly. So
Mandy has a question for you. If you want, the question is, any thoughts on them during the eclipse, for them targeting heavy metals within all of our bodies we have, from food, water, medicine, etc.?
No.
We all have them. Not sure how I feel about it.
No, I don't believe that's going to change anything. I believe that might have been an old regime, but I don't believe that now.
There are a lot of things that they wanted to do and they were planning on doing that they're not going to be able to do. I mean,
well, they said that 3-4 years ago, and it became all these threats, and we would be in these Walmart institutions.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen, so
yeah,
they're just replaying the same program.
I would think Creator wouldn't let that happen, but what do you think? That's what we think too. Yeah, it's not going to happen. A lot of their plans have been foiled. I mean, part of their playbook is in the Bible. You know?
Right. We didn't come here to get to this point and all of a sudden everything fails.
Really?
That's what you need to look at. I mean, did we get all through? Did people that sacrificed and got there to a certain level, and then we get through this in all the generations, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's just going to fail? No, it's not. So, and that's the thing. That's the whole process. But it gets you to do research. It gets you to focus on things. It gets you to listen up too. But yeah, this just stay in your own light. I mean, that's literally telling you, these people that are awake, they're literally going to walk through the ashes and fire, and it's not even going to faze them. You might have a lot of neighbors face planting on the gravel. But the ones that are awake that did the research, they're not going to be in shock in anything anymore.
So many spiritual people are traveling to specific cities in the path of the eclipse to see this. So is it about energy harvesting? What do you say about that?
Well, the negative.
Yeah.
If you're feeling that you're having to follow this energy in an eclipse way, then you're following the wrong light.
This is I'm going to put this up here. This is a very difficult question to answer. Hi, Jenny. Do you have any idea when things will start happening in the public? Any idea over how long a period of time? I'm looking to find out, when will our everyday life start being affected?
I think Tuesday and Wednesday you're going to start to see, I think a chess piece is going to hit. So yeah, affected. It's been effective, but now a major, instead of these smaller chess pieces, you're going to see a big chess piece. I think that this week that you're going to see an impact, especially the banking. I would say the banking format, the banking guidelines, the banking process. At some point, someone has to be that first one to step into that light of pushing and understanding that this is what's the new process. Okay, they can't hold on forever anymore. There's no reason to anyway. So I feel like this week is a new phase that's going to be put in your face, and that acceptance part is going to have to come to the truth. I mean, this whole process with this whole eclipse is just a background situation that they're able to implement and use, and everybody else is like, squirrel, eclipse the squirrel, and I'm just like, I thought we were past everybody playing this game and the big nothing burger. I thought they were, literally looking outside the box and paying attention to the right things now, but they're and you can go back to my book, and I put it in 2017, and I'm going to say it here, and I'm going to say it again. It says it in my book about the spiritual community that only 15 to 10% are legit, that are not bought and sold. And I'm saying that again, and I'm going to say it again. It's in my book, and that was in 2017 that I put in there, and I still say it to this day. It's just more evidence what they're bought and paid for on this. But the thing is, like I said at the end of this, the master that you serve is going to be known. It's going to be known. And I've told people from the beginning, it's going to be known who you serve, what's your true intentions of this process, if you're really serving humanity, or you're just reserving your own ego or your own pocket, because it's going to come to a halt, an end process. And I don't change my mind on when they put me on a path. I stay on consistent of that pattern until I see it come to pass. And that's the thing. They said it in 2017, and I still say it to this day. 10 to 15% of the spiritual community you will see have been doing the work from day one. The rest is going to fall. They're going to disappear. You're never going to hear from them again after their narrative falls. I'm just telling you, because they get irritated with the truth that's already happening. They're getting irritated to hear it. They're getting irritated, and it's getting under their skin. And that just tells you this path that we choose, it's not an easy path. It's not set in your life of being refreshed and meditated, and you're great. No, you're tired, you're exhausted, you're wore out, but you keep going, you keep going, you keep going. And that's what I said at the end. It doesn't matter anymore, because the end of this process is going to be seen for everybody to see it and witness it, no matter what.
And
Your
there will
master
be
shown.
There'll be some people who are following false light, and then it will be revealed to them that it is false light, and then it will be up to them. Are they going to accept that?
Right. So question, who's following an eclipse? Who would be leading their people to follow an eclipse right now in any spiritual avenue? It's just completely stupid. It's stupid. And I don't have a problem saying it. It's just this process. I'm like, when I got into this, I was just like, didn't like what they were following here. They didn't like what they were following here on the truthers, and they didn't like what they were following on the spiritual side. And I was like, no, I'll just take my own path, my own way, my own path. And I'm going to stay in that, because that's what's important to me, to see the very end of the truth. Not to occupy you at the end.
This was kind of interesting. I don't know if you had seen this. I just saw it today, earlier today, about Michael Baxter, who puts out Real Raw News. it was reported that red hats, they call themselves red hats, who claimed responsibility for the New York earthquake because they took down a New York CERN.
Well, I believe that things are being dismantled, but I also think there's this last process that they have a chain reaction from. And I believe California, it has not had theirs yet. It has not had that chain reaction event yet. So that's coming there, you know. And so all these different types of programs are being dismantled. And you're going to feel it, you're going to see it, you're going to witness it. And they're not hiding it anymore. They're showing you.
No, they're really blatant now.
And you can't get your nose stuck up in your own life anymore and ignore it like they want to do. Like, that's not something I want to be occupied. That's not something I want to be paying attention to. Well, you don't have a choice. The truth is at your door now. And you're going to see it in white buses loading up people that should have done the right thing but did not. And the people that you think are good, you're going to find out they're not at all.
That's what's going to really shock people.
Yes.
I think that's what these red hats did was a good thing, because it was actually, I think it was protecting Mr. T to some extent, but it also was, it was a bunch of veterans and guys that had just had enough, and they wanted to, I think what they did was a good thing, in spite of it was against protocol. But
I'm expecting the cell towers to come down. I'm expecting massive fire on those too, along with the fact that the bridges would all collapse to a certain point, but the buildings are another thing that you're going to see collapse or burn too.
I think it'll be mainly the Santonic buildings too, won't it? Are the ones
well,
that
there's going to be some government ones that it's no longer
they're pretty satanic.
Yeah, it's no longer a department. Yeah. It's no longer existing. It's no longer needed. So a lot of that.
Carlos is asking if we should stay away from woods or forests and national parks, where many people are
I don't
abducted.
think so. If I can submerge myself in nature, I would right now.
So you don't think it's a problem anymore?
Mm-mm.
Well, that's good. We're taking the planet back.
Yes. Giving it back to nature, too.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, here. Everybody wants to know what time something is. And any idea when the EBS type situation will begin?
It's rolling. It's already rolling. And I've said this from the beginning, it would be rolling. So when you have power outages for a certain amount of hours, and it'll roll out. And then the only thing that's going to change the difference is your different type of broadcasting system is just flipped. And now you will be stuck watching a program for a good 2 weeks, and you cannot change the channel.
You will be forced to know the truth.
Yes.
And after you probably listen for a while, you all of a sudden you're going to be captivated by it. Because, oh my God, I can't believe it. No, that can't be true.
Right. And they can sit in front of that. But then most of the ones that are awake and already know this truth, they're going to be outside watching everybody fall apart. I'm telling you.
Actually, I'll be there to help. They all need to enlist a conspiracy theorist. That they used to call conspiracy theorists.
Right.
We're going to need one to help explain things. But another area, I have another little clip that's I just wanted to show a short part of it. It shows how much is changing in our world. The whole court system is going to change too. And I have a little clip of
judges, lawyers, attorneys. Yeah.
Do you want to see it?
Yep.
Okay. Now this is, I'm going to suggest that, if you, you might be interested in seeing the entire video because it is good. And let me share it here. And I will play Mickey's part because she has done a lot of really good stuff here in Arizona with Maricopa County and their nefarious activities in 2020, and which continue today. Now, let me start this part. Oops, let me get this down so you can see it. And then
Actually attempting to traffic your person. They're opening bonds in your name. They're trafficking them on their markets that only they have access to. They're drawing money from your Sesta KV that only they have access to. They're actually creating a trust in your name.
Hold on a second. You just step right over something really important. And I know this is, something you're extremely immersed in. Maybe something that it's the first time they've ever heard this concept. Repeat it again and explain what you just said.
Yeah, so when we were born, they basically knew that you were about to pay a considerable amount of taxes as a U.S. citizen. So they basically opened a trust in your name because technically you brought our hospitals are actually foundries. They are human trafficking foundries. So when you have your child in a hospital and you sign the birth certificate, it only has the mother's name on that. And so they're basically labeling that child a bastard child without the father. And they're assuming and presuming that you're dead on arrival, which is shocking. They open a trust in our name, and then it's called a Sesta KV. Some call it a master trust or a social security trust. They create a social security card, and they place that as a bond inside. So they've already assumed that you're going to fall for a lot of their cons. They've assumed that because you're born in America and that you're going to likely be involved in all sorts of things, opening up a bank account, opening up an LLC, having a college loan or a mortgage, something like that. They can open bonds in our name every time we do these things. So you have in this estate, and you have 7 years to claim that estate, or else the Pope claims it. And by the way, they've taken your birth certificate and they took your little footprint, which you call the soul, S-O-L-E, because they want our soul, and they place it under the Vatican. And that's really even the end time prophecy. It says that in the book of Peter that you're going to have to go back to St. Peter's Cathedral, St. Peter, back to Rome, to settle your debts and for the dead to rise in Christ. I find that very interesting, not to get too esoteric there, but so that you have this backpack almost on your back. It's got a bunch of money in it, but you can't access it, but they know they can. So the courts are money changers. These are bankers. These are foreign corporations. Every single court in the nation is supposed to offer trial by peers, and not a single one is. They're supposed to be Article 3, and they're not. So unfortunately, you have 675 courts that have all been infiltrated by foreign insurrection, and they are all operating as if they're your law and order, but they're not. We technically don't have law and order. We have a bunch of people changing, money changing under the table.
Yeah, and without our knowledge.
Yep.
Okay.
We don't need the bankers anymore, and I can't wait till they dismantle the bankers.
Yes, they
because
have.
No one's going to trust them. There's no one's going to trust them, especially when there's larger amounts in the bank. I mean, people are going to be like, you're just a thief. And everybody's going to be watching everything very closely. So, yeah, it's going to be
the judges are really just administrators of the debt.
Right.
And that's why they, charge fines, which they get a percentage of too. So they claim the same type of incentives in the court system that they have with the medical system.
Mm-hmm.
And even, I've seen it in the education system too. So
right.
It's
which
amazing.
All those institutions need to come down.
Yep. They've been cheating and stealing from us since we were born.
Yep.
And most people don't have a clue about it.
Right.
I've known about it for quite a long time. And I'm so happy to see it coming out. So, this one, Jenny, you spoke about an earthquake by the Great Lakes. Do you think it will reach and affect upstate New York? Did you say that, or was that Kimberly?
I think Kimberly said something about New York. I didn't say anything about. I talked about the water, and I talked about the ice storms in New York, and I talked about the event that New York would be the example of the city of seeing chaos and stuff happening, like the Men in Black. But I did not say anything about the Great Lakes. That was Kimberly that said that, not me. But the earthquakes are, I've always talked about California, that process, and I saw more water for New York, and like these waves, like this is what I'm talking about, because there had to do with the energy in our atmosphere that are charging this, that are moving this. So, and that's where California and New York, you're going to see these type of waves down to Florida, down to New Orleans. Remember, I said all these. It's just going to affect the whole planet. You know, that's the whole thing. So I'd be looking for something like this in the sky to affect this, waves like this. So no, I didn't say specifically Illinois. When I talked about Illinois, I talked about the Democratic cities, but I never said anything about
Great Lakes.
Yeah, there.
Okay. She says, listen, somebody's commented on your drawing. Mandy says the demon drawing looks like Pindar.
Who's that?
He's like the head. He's a bad guy. A big positioned bad guy.
Oh,
I don't know how it's, yeah.
So
used to be.
Yeah, so I want to get to the phase of the futuristic, the future. So I want to go back to the golden cities. You know, remember we talked about that shimmering titanium. They look like straight things that have appeared in the desert and everywhere else, and they all out of the ground that they say they are in. And I think those are a type of a podium of light that's going to be activated, because the inner earth is a puzzle and how the earth flips. And that's the thing I kept hearing over and over. Are you sure you're on the top and you're not on the bottom of this planet? You have no way to confirm that until we see it.
Oh my God, I saw a video like that, a short video about that.
And it was like here on this.
It says if everything's upside down, like if you were going to look at the globe, it would we're upside down. That's what it looks like.
It's what it says. It says the inner earth is a puzzle, how the earth can flip and turn and flip. So you're not sure of what is up and what is down. Just like they said that the directions of north is south and south is east, and they've confused everything. Certain volcanoes can be at the bottom as well as the top. Like some islands can be at the top and at the bottom, because your mind is like, no, that's what I've been taught. But, really? You better look around how things are changing very quickly. So I've been talking about this. And so, yeah, as they say, so above, so below. But I've seen that the actual directions that we go on this earth, west, and east, and that's actually turned around too. So then I want to go into, remember, they keep saying the whole earth is a puzzle. Dimension doors surfacing around and around like a precious puzzle, like a Rubik's Cube that can put back together. As they are showing me light, it comes from the chairs, which we've talked about, the spiritual chairs, piercing the alignment together in the pyramids and the ley lines. And the big cities stand above everything, and we're talking about the golden cities. So to get rid of everything that is negative off this planet, the city energy has to arise. It has to raise up. And this is where you have this whole black, I call it a black cloud eclipse that they're following, which is wrong to do. Just, stand in your own light. They already sounded the alarm and the conscience. I'm talking about that alarm in your mind and alarm in that frequency that I kept talking about. And it's going to consistently play until everything is done. So what I would tell you this week is you need to be listening versus trying to see everything and seeing stuff in the sky, you need to be listening to tones, listening to vibrations and sound, because that's what's going to echo through you. So the plates began to be put in action. So, are we flipping? Are we going to this puzzle process? That's what I'm paying attention to. Each mountain volcano that moves into a plate of movement. Are we occupied on the wrong thing? Are we paying attention to the wrong thing? That's the whole thing. How can something as beautiful as nature, like nature itself, can there be a city that has the interaction that is everything above us, that is suddenly appears, and everybody says they've seen those. So that's the whole thing. As on top of the pyramids, that circular motion, that circular light will all come together. We need no interference. We need no opinion. And we're talking about these alignment of outer beings that are helping us ascend. All the ascending, we're all ascending on our own. Remember what in the sky, shimmering light, crafts, they were always crafts, for humanity. Dismantling, your 3D process. You just got to put that down. So that's the whole thing. This is about a rejuvenation. The trees of the root, the seed of the planet, to come to the surface and rise on its own. So you want to pay attention to anything Tuesday or Wednesday. Pay attention to what your planet's doing. Pay attention to your waves. Pay attention to the air. Pay attention to the light. Pay attention to the sun, not the darkness. Pay attention to animals. Pay attention to the sky. Listen to the sound in yourself, because you're a tuning vessel. Pay attention to pyramids. Pay attention to volcanoes. That's how you're going. It's all has a chain effect of creation as things change. So don't pay attention to this stuff that they're occupying with.
Okay. So definitely earth changes we're talking about.
Yeah, and it says
in the water, in the air, on the land.
The voice of the frequency is lighter than a monk's voice. Please understand. So you got to be listening. You got to be listening. You got to be paying attention and not occupied in the fear. That's what they want. That's what they're paid to do. That's how they're paid to occupy you. We don't want that. We have to sit in this position of not in fear, holding a podium of light and being calm and allowing to hear everything for once.
Somebody's asking a question about any thoughts you have on Christian 21 info on eclipse. Now, I'm not familiar with that information. Are you?
I'm not either. So I don't know what he's saying. You would have to describe what they're talking about on the eclipse, because I don't believe that it's.
Now, this woman, Valerie, was saying that in Oregon, she's a member of the Oregon General Assembly, and we get our information direct from the good military. We are returning Oregon to the original constitution, and we the people will be the new government. Mm-hmm. Now, they had a very problematic governor there, what she was doing with the schools and stuff. But
right.
She's been dealt with by now.
Right.
There's a lot happening here in Arizona too, and that Mickey Clan has been a real leader in that regard, because she noticed the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, because of the nefarious things they were involved in during way back in the 2020 election. But all these public officials that are bought and paid for are being exposed.
Right. They're dismantling, and we're not going back to that. That's like trying, this whole election is like trying to put air in a balloon that's so damn deflated. There's nothing left to put in it. And it's just like, stop. There's no one to choose from. There's no one, it's nothing. It's not in existence anymore. And then there's another one I have, calm energy forming over the world. You can feel it take over. That's the thing I'm talking about. You have to let it go. Just be in this calmness, and control yourself. And the 3D mindset, the normies, humans are staying in the level that they choose of understanding. Let them go. You have a new path ahead of you. Pay attention to your path.
Very important. Valerie also says, I heard that tomorrow is the Great Awakening event spoken about in the Bible. The energy coming tomorrow is meant to wake people up.
By listening. Feeling it. Like today I was describing that I felt like I said, just stagnated, just zip energy everywhere around me. And the Spirit's like, just don't go outside, don't do this. I just feel like you can feel it. You can feel the shift. You can feel it changing. It's overstimulating. You can feel that changing. So, and that's the thing you just got to pay attention to. It would be a powerful, just imagine this powerful thing if everybody just stood in their podium of light for this eclipse. They turn their back on the eclipse. Turn your back and don't feed it. Can you imagine what that does for this existence of this plane? And not giving its power of that darkness? That's what they should be doing. So everybody says these meditations, like, what kind of meditation are you doing? Is it for the darkness meditation or is it for the light? So I'm telling you, turn your back on it. Turn your back on the eclipse. Do not give it the power that it's demanding, that you're putting out there. It's a big nothing burger that they're trying to turn into a big burger. So don't give it the power it wants.
Gail, who are we listening to? I don't know what you mean by that. What does that mean? I'm not sure. You got to explain that. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Lenore says, I like to include what people say because they pick up things and it just informs us all. And Jetson White on YouTube has a great info on Tesla New Yorker Hotel. Okay. Oh, here we go. People speak so sarcastically that it's difficult to understand it. Good, bad, infiltrated.
Infiltrated, yeah. But they're in a hurry to push it in front of you. They're in a hurry for you to accept it. And that's why I'm telling people to think on their own, stay calm down about it, look behind the plated glass in this process, and don't rush to what they're trying to suggest to you.
Thank you, Valerie. I really like that product. I've been using it for almost a year now. And I tell people about it so that I can keep getting it. I really like it.
So for this week, it's just literally, like I said, you wake up on Tuesday and you just tell yourself, I'm going to hold the light in the situation. I'm not going to be triggered, but expect your earth to react from this process in the way that it's going to go through, and you just write it out on this process of this. But like I said, we're in the different days of Moses. It's a different type of eclipse that triggers people, and you saw then how it triggers, and you just need to not go down that road with this process.
Well, Kevin has an interesting comment. He says, it's an interesting fact that a little bolt of electricity from your fingertip to the doorknob was between 35 and 50,000 volts. It would destroy an IC chip, but harmless to humans. Wow, that sounds like awfully high.
Right. It's good, though. Energy.
Yeah. Baja girl. I agree. Just when I go grocery shopping in Arizona, I'm constantly getting shocked. It's an electrifying experience. I was getting too. I'm going, oh my God, why am I getting shocks? But yeah, there's a lot of electricity in the air, I guess. Well, like sometimes I think they're
Right.
sending out frequencies.
And it's funny, this week it's been like I've been getting a lot of calls because, and there's just some people they're going to jump on the information at the last moment, and I'm seeing that happen. I mean, I'm getting a lot of orders for, can you look at my energy? Can you tell me, have I been doing the work? Can you tell me that I'm okay for this process? And they're feeling guilty because they felt that they've been paying attention to something else. But I mean, all it is your mindset changing and focusing on what you need to focus on. It's not something like the churches want to Bible belt you to death on, that you're not going to make it. So that's the whole thing. It's a process between the true light and the false light of making a decision with your soul that you want to serve humanity in a good way. So, I mean, people are getting there. They're coming on at the last minute, but they're still coming to feel that they are where they need to be in this process. So it's they're doing it. So that's all that matters.
Okay, let's see. The question up there now is, I know won't have any effect on our timeline, maybe negate. Oh, the eclipse are you talking about? I'm not sure what you mean there. You have to be specific.
I won't have an effect on the timeline.
Yeah, Baja Girl, I agree with you on that. What I say all to Jenny. We didn't come this far for nothing.
Right.
We really didn't. Neither did all these other benevolent beings and so on that are watching us in the skies. And we didn't come this far to get destroyed. So let's see.
Yeah, Alex is right about the nothing burger.
About the nothing burger. Yeah, I was going to put that.
Big nothing burger. And that's what I'm saying. Just hold the line is the word I would use. And like the military shuns Biden, they just need to shun the eclipse.
Yeah.
Turn your back on it. Turn your back on it. Turn away from it. Don't even acknowledge it and just go about your day and pay attention to energy. That's what I would say. Well,
I didn't. That's very interesting, Valerie. The background. I didn't know somebody had seen something like that in Inner Earth and Mount Shasta. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay, really.
So, I mean, like I said, the main thing this week is that's what I'm just trying to get out with for people. Just stay in the line, stay in the light, stay in the frequency, and then I think the trigger, pay attention to the energy, and not Tuesday, but Wednesday morning. You really want to pay attention to that energy changing. How it goes up or down, but I feel like it's going to come in a different way, and you feel a different energy from that you haven't felt before. You need to pay attention to that. But I do feel you're going to see some chain reactions on the coastlands. I do. It's going to react in some way, but it's not something I haven't told you before that you're going to get a response from it. But I do believe California, you're going to hear a kaboom there. And then I want to talk about this mirror effect I've been talking about. In the sky, it's like shimmering mirrors that you're looking at. And I drew these because how I see it, it looks like, dimensional mirrors, and your eyes are just trying to accept it. And because we want to look at things in a solid form here, it's not the same. So this is what I've talked about this. I did this, 2-3 years ago, to seeing a shimmery effect in the sky. It looks like it's partly forming. It looks like it's a replica of the same illusion, but you need to be paying attention to things like this. And that's the thing. I mean, it's not your eyes messing with you. There's a dismantling phase going on. And that's where we go back to the demonic looking process and it looks like it's melting or it's falling apart, that narrative of how you're seeing that it's dismantling. It is dismantling. So,
oh, Kevin is saying that they think the eclipse is a marker trigger point. It'll be game on from here on out.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
It's just, that's why,
very openly, I think I would add. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas before, not that things have been happening, but we haven't been told about them. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Directly, anyway. Certainly.
Not only that, too. I talked about. I think I gave you the picture too. I told you about this phenomenon energy that's coming into our dimension. I gave you a picture of that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got like 5.
Okay. Let me bring that up. To the right spot. And now I can share it.
Yeah, that one. Then you like the pyramid is the symbol of that light, and then that color of that light. It's an epic. It's going to be epic. Is that phenomenon energy that you feel in a different way of some energies from the past that are here again, and they're going to place their energy that's going to be connected to nature, to that loving energy, that something that they wouldn't want, and one preferably was always waiting for this to happen. And so I'm doing a picture on that person energy, and when I get that done, I'll present it. But you got to feel that in a very sympathetic way, empathy way, and a loving way, that you'll start to notice that too. It's definitely a female energy. Mini.
Well, Baja Girl said too that the Native Americans in Arizona here in particular, well, maybe others as well, but all the tribes are different. They say not to go outside or look up at the sun. The black sun will take over. That's what they say. Well, only for 4 minutes, but
right.
It's we just got to hold our light and ignore it.
Yeah,
really,
that's what I'm saying. You're gonna feel that knowing inside, and you're gonna feel that connection in the first place. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Oh gosh, I haven't heard this one, Jenny. Have you?
What?
Oops, wait a minute. I didn't mean to do that. Mainstream media speaks about the cicada invasion happening shortly after the eclipse. The Bible says the cicadas will kill all people without the mark of God.
Oh yeah, isn't that a biblical?
Those are bugs. I know.
Gosh.
They only come out every so many years, but they've done that before. Isn't it every 17? No,
yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and then the Yankees are God too. Remember that too. So yeah, whatever. The same crap. Yeah. So I'm just saying this. It's in the same crap. So it's just it's all fear mongering process, and you're going to turn into a serpent, or you're going to. I mean, just amazing. The past has just projected this stuff. So.
Okay, they're saying Valerie says American Media Group posted that Project Odin was activated for April 8th in the takedown of evil. Now, Project Odin, I know it, but I can't remember what it is right this minute. I could look it up real quick as well. Yeah, that's why Rocky Mountain Skywatcher, that's why I pointed out all the tribes are different.
Yeah, they can project all they want. They can put their false gods out there again. It's just not going to do it. Just that's what I'm saying. It's all about Creator leading you into the light this time.
Their lies are over. They're being exposed.
Right.
And like you said earlier, it will become very obvious who's serving the light and who's serving the dark.
Right. Very obvious. And that's the thing, I think what we talked about is just the fact I'm conserving my energy and not putting time into something that's not growing or developing. I'm just like, my path is that whole getting to that process. I'm not looking back on anything. And then I'm conserving my energy, not wasting my time with people that just want to replay the whole process over and over again. I'm just done. I'm valuing my time in a different way. And I'd rather be alone and have my own peace versus people twisting the same nightmare over and over in their head. It's just gone. And that's what's, like I said, I'm not trying to push or talk about what's going to happen. It's just like we're at a point that they're going to hit the pavement. So
Clarity comes. It says, get your puke buckets out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, when you hear some of the things
your
that they've
puke
been,
buckets out.
yeah, when you hear some of the things they've been doing to our children, you will definitely want to puke.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
things that they've done to us without our knowledge because we were deceived, because we believed them. And some of the people that we thought were so wonderful, we're going to find out weren't wonderful at all.
Yeah, your neighbor down the street.
Even.
Mhm. Just saying, don't interfere. Don't interfere.
Let's see, we got another thing here from Valerie. The military says that the trigger for the EDS is the revaluation of Iraq, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, and silver and gold are starting to go skyward. Yes, and I just heard the Zimbabwe came out with new currency, and Iraq has finally been able to revalue, which there was some kind of restriction or something was. For some reason, they were blocked because of the United States.
Well, I'm just telling you, the people in the States are going to do an IRS dance when they find that the IRS is done. You're going to see people alone on that end. They're going to be dancing in the streets for that alone. I'm just telling you. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that they're going to be happy about and
Tell people
celebrating.
to postpone their paying any taxes, but most people won't listen.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because they're a foreign company. They're not government.
Foreign entity.
Yep. Well, here's one here for you, Jenny. Any thoughts on how they'll roll out to let us know about our true energy from within our biofield? What gifts, powers will be enhanced?
Because you're going to feel it. This is the thing. You're going to feel it and you're going to hear it. That's the thing it's not a 3D understanding. I mean, the people that have been doing this work for a long time, you're already feeling it. You're already feeling the activation. You're already hearing it. You're already seeing that. We're just going into another whole process of this. There's no denying it anymore. There's no certain program that's coming out. It's in effect. So it's evident, and it's going to roll out more and more and more.
Valerie says that she's
white buses in Portland.
White buses in Portland, Oregon. I'm hoping somebody's seeing them in Maricopa County.
Yeah.
I don't live in that area, so I don't know.
And actually, you guys have seen that TikTok where this guy, he does something wrong, and then the demon shows up and goes, "Get on the bus." You're going to see a lot of "Get on the bus." But I mean, it's true. They're going to be plastered. Their face is going to be. You're on. It's just part of the process. Get on the bus. So it's rolling out. So here we are in this process. So you got to understand that people are in the point of relief, point of just getting to another stage. The future is the higher technology, the advancement of that pushed into how we travel, how we take care of ourselves,
Just
especially I think in the big
tapping into that free energy, that's big.
education is going to be, anybody right now that's going to get their doctrines or going to get a lawyer. I'm like, sorry, we're restarting over, we're resetting. That whole degree thing has just gone out the window, so you might as well stop now. So so that's the whole thing. It's just a restart point that you're looking at. What's the natural thing that's going to that you are going to take with you from 3D to 5D? Your intuition, your instinct, your inner voice, your inner language, that is going with you in this process. That was your path to listen to, so when you find everything else is untrue and not part of this real world anymore, then that's another face planted pavement situation.
Wow. Valerie says there was 87 Masonic demonic temples in Oregon, and soon they will be dust. They must be doing some serious cleanup in Oregon. That's a good thing. That's a real
and that's the thing. I said, you see the wind and you see all this ash coming, you don't know where it's coming from. Like they said, the fog will roll in, and they won't be able to.
Look at this, Jenny. The Delaware Memorial Bridge was on fire today. I don't know where
bridges and buildings. What do you know?
The Freemasons too. That's a whole nother. Going to be a whole nother expose.
Yeah, it's on its way.
Especially when you get up the 33rd degree, they're going to be. I mean, obviously the ones that are there know, but many of the lower minions don't know.
Right.
Wait till they find out.
Right. I'm telling you, the awakened ones are going to have the biggest smile on their face for a long time. You're going to be able to move it off their face. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And then all the T-shirts are going to come out. I'm telling you, it's going to come out. They're going to have it. It's already starting. It's coming. So.
What was that little gate? Hold it. Where did that go? Okay. Do you know much about Starlink, Jenny?
No, I just think that's part of our important process that's going to happen, and that's why when I say the 5D towers being burnt, don't be afraid of it.
We find out they're actually weapons. They can they can target people. They can target cities. They can do some very serious damage.
Yep. Exactly. So yeah, I think this was a good review in this week to go over on everything. But like I said, shun the eclipse.
Short order, Cook. Yeah, I don't know if you were here when I showed the part with Mickey Clan talking about the courts. They've all been infiltrated, and there's no justice. They're just administrators of the corporate debt.
Yeah.
And that's all got to change. And people don't. Yeah, Mickey Clan is great, and my hat's off to her. She did a lot. She also served notice to all of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors.
Oh my gosh, she kicked their ass and just.
Yeah, she did. I didn't have a chance to get it, but Sarge, who's another guy I like to watch on Rumble.
I'm telling you, a lot of those educators are going to be wanting to leave town, and they're going to want to move out because they ain't going to be able to have peace, and they chose the negative over everything else. So I'm telling you, they're not going to have peace.
Oh, here's a. Do you think some of us are still targeted individuals?
I think it's the last hurrah that as I said and repeated again, they're gonna take as many as they can with them down. And so there's not it's not much. It's just words now, but It's in process, but it's not a very strong process in that system. So all you do is hold the line and just it's gonna pass. It's gonna pass, and it'll be gone, and then you don't have to even worry about it.
Exactly. I'm waiting for that day. The whole court system is going to have to come down, and people are going to have to be retried and all kinds of stuff because there's never.
Well, you know, people are going to be at grocery stores and everywhere, and they're going to go, "You're going to jail, and you're going to jail, and you're going to jail." I'm just telling you, they are.
The ones that really need to go
you're going to jail, and they're going to get paranoid, and they're going to hide in their house. I'm just telling you, it's coming. You're just waiting because they know instinctively inside you. They know they're going to hear a knock on the door, and they know why they're there. You know when you've done something wrong.
Let's see. Yeah, the different trusts, and yeah, I've read that Nasara has been activated, and it's going to be implemented through April through June.
Yep.
Oh, Baja Girl says that she heard that the Freemasons rewrote the Bible, which would make sense.
I believe so too.
They had this all planned, just like the Simpsons.
Yes, exactly. And I believe because Spirit told me, he goes, not everything in there is right. So you just, what we pull and tell you to pull out of there, and then the rest, don't worry about it. So, and that's what I went by. I've never went through reading the whole thing, just pulling what they showed me, what I needed to apply, and that's what I did, because I was like, yeah, a lot of this does not sound right. It's a no-win situation. There's no way that you can win the situation. They make you go in circles in the situation, and that's the whole thing. It's just a browbeating Christian stone and throwing stones.
First, God is all love, and then next thing He wants you to sacrifice your son.
Right.
You know, well, wait a minute. Whatever asked somebody to do that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's built on
so many things like that, and sometimes all it takes is just changing one word.
Mm-hmm.
You know, can change the entire meaning.
Yep, that's why I look at different versions all the time and look at them on the scriptures of how they're written and how you kind of penetrate through the truth on that, and by your instinct.
Where are you located, conspiratory? She says the judge in this county is pure evil. There's a lot of them like that in Maricopa County too. And there was a book by John Harris Thaler called Report to the Governor. And he said there were over 2,000 judges in Arizona, the ones that they caught, that have, that are taking bribes and all that kind of thing. Once again, they're not getting justice, and they're not getting, they don't really realize what's really going on. Like you said, they're money changers. That's one of the best ways to put it, in my opinion. Like you did, Jenny.
Right.
Baja Girl, I learned a lot from Jordan Maxwell too, and he was around a long, putting stuff out quite a while ago, and he was right. And so many people that were ridiculed and shamed and mocked and so on are going to be proven to have been correct from the very beginning, trying to tell people. I think it's so important to have an open mind.
Yeah, well, this is the thing I tell you. When you understand what's done, there's a sense of freedom in a different way that you have not breathed and felt in your existence of this lifetime. And some of the elders in their lifetime, you're going to feel it in a different way. It's a different freedom that's coming that makes you understand that you have your space now. You can have your freedom and make your own choices, and not something breathing down your neck and telling you how you need to do things. That's what I'm saying is coming. So, but with that, there's responsibility of recreating, like I said, I think we're going back to the villages, small communities, being independent. There's work with it. You're not going to be able to sit back and do nothing. So you want the freedom, you're going to have to work to maintain that and volunteer, be paying attention. So you're going to have to stop. No sloth mode anymore. No sitting behind the TV and doing nothing about it and not volunteering and not putting your energy into something. Those days of what the Democrat has trained Americans to be like in that process, it's over. You have no excuse. The devices that are coming out are going to help you cure all those situations that you have within your body, and there's no excuse after that. So you got to stand up.
That's what we need. We need everybody to standing, and that's why it's so important to keep yourself in as good a health as you possibly can. And
well, that's the thing. They're going to have that option. They're going to have to be painless. They just got to. And then I'm just telling you, some like, and you know this, they like to play the victim all the time.
Yeah,
and
it's a program.
Doesn't mean because your body is fixed from head to toe doesn't mean you're still not going to try to play that role. You have no excuse anymore. So anyway, so that's what I have for tonight on information.
Wow, time flies when you're having a good time, Jenny. It's already an hour and a half.
An hour and a half. So, and everybody knows how to contact me. Like I said, I've had a lot of emails, and a lot of people are contact me, and they just want to have the one-on-one, figure out where they're at and everything. And it's good. They just want to be in line with everything. And so it's great.
QFA's asking you, Jenny, if you think that the White Hats will use the eclipse as a cover for military operations.
From day one. Mm-hmm. That's what I knew it always was. That's all it is.
Yes, this is Teresa said the system will be changed to councils of light.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
We got a smart listening audience.
So just shun the eclipse, honestly, just, no, I don't think so. We need a lot more people doing that. So just move on to the next day and focus on the new energy that's coming in, not what they're trying to get you sucked into.
Boy, I'm trying to scroll through here real fast. And I'll tell you what I'll do with this show is I'll do a playlist like I've done before, and this will be on a playlist, and I'll run it live again, maybe in a day or two.
Right.
And let's see what short order cook. I'm trying to catch as many questions as I can. I guess I missed quite a few, but so if you got time, we can keep.
Yeah, I can go through them real quick. That's fine.
Okay. Short order cook. Number one says, did anyone see the water rise flood map that was over the U.S. that aligned with the lands Bill had bought? Not sure of the source or if it's verified, but it was interesting. Bill, I don't know.
I don't know what.
I don't know what. You'd have to get a little more. Who's Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. Teresa says too. The solar vortex just reversed its currents. That's interesting.
So you ride out the energy, you stand your ground, and you, like I always tell people, allow energy to come into the left side of your hearing and left side of your brain, and then ride it out to the right side. Don't resist it, just flow with it. Let it ride it out. You are frequency and energy. You can ride this out.
Wow. So in this picture, Jenny, that you put up, that's representative of energies?
Of 5 female energies that are projecting out this female energy that is connected to nature, connected to the frequency. And I am doing a picture of the main one that has been here for many times. And And then the song Stairway to Heaven has been waiting. So anyway, that collective energy is here to hold the light, hold the love, hold the it's great. So
yeah, I'm excited. I mean, the female energy has been so suppressed.
Right. And that's men and then that way too, so they don't understand. It's just like it's not overbearing or anything, but it's it brings their process into this caring, compassion, and feeling that energy too. So it's a different nature, nurturing, embracing.
Short Order Cook was talking about Bill Gates. The dry lands were the ones Bill has bought. How convenient for him. It's not the real Bill Gates either. He was killed in India many years ago for causing great harm to many children in India. They hung him and his wife. But they, of course, replaced these people and they either with a clone or a look-alike or a mask or something. So
I just can't wait till the whole play is done.
I know. It's just dragging on and on and on. Okay. Yeah, the Navy map. I've seen a couple different Navy maps. In one, I'd be okay. In one, I'd be underwater. I hope
I would not be looking at the clips. I would not be. I would not give it your time and day.
It's not going to happen.
Right. Just
isn't that what you said? I mean,
there's big nothing burger. The biggest nothing burger, like Alex Collier says, the big nothing burger. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm scrolling. We not be looking at. Well, Jenny is just saying, don't even bother with the eclipse at all.
No.
Somebody's asking about wearing glasses.
Nope, don't even pay attention.
Yes. Here, Teresa is on board there. I get the message that all is irrelevant as all is changing, and that's exactly the way I feel. I know Jenny feels that way, and so do a number of people that are awake.
What you can do is flip off the eclipse. They said, "Fuck you! I'm not doing it." Fuck you! I'm not in fear. Flip it off. There. You want to feel better about it?
Yeah. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, somebody's saying something about there are many of them that aren't here anymore. That's true. They've either been replaced or they got somebody with a mask on. But I like everybody saying, we're really getting tired of this movie. Let's make it real.
Right. So,
let's see. Okay. Well, I think I'm getting to the end of the questions here. Well, what does she say? Q-Face says, hoping to see the ones in WP to come forward soon. I guess that will be the end of the movie. Okay. Well, I think we're going to, let me stop sharing the divine feminine light that's coming in. That's a wonderful thing.
Yes.
That will bring change from all the aggression and war and all that other crap.
Right.
Okay.
So that's good. So
alrighty then.
All I can tell people is to hold the line, hold the light, and stay in the light. And flip off the eclipse. Nope. I'm not having it. I'm not in fear. I am dead.
Yeah. Let's arrest all those guys and move on.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you for your time. Yeah. Thank you for your drawings and thanks for sharing it with.
See, I'm sure there's more coming. We'll see what happens, but guys, take care and stay in the light, and you know how to contact me. You don't have to.
And I keep putting out as much information out there for you all as I possibly can. And I appreciate it if you share, like, and subscribe. It helps the algorithms.
Yes.
They do try to shadow. They do shadow ban people, especially if you're putting out stuff that they don't really want out there. Anyway, thank you. Stay in the light. Shine
Take
your
care.
light.
Good
And we'll
night.
see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Good night.
We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and seize the moment. Hold on tight and don't let go of all your hopes and dreams that light the way. We control our fate. Destiny awaits. We are all the actors in the stories we create. Hope will be our guide. We'll no longer hide. When we roll like thunder, feel the wonder from inside. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers, stronger than ever. Never say never. Don't look back now, don't look back now. Rise up, stand with each other. We are sisters and brothers, finding our place and running the race. We'll take our chance and see. We have found our way. It's a brand new day, and we'll be making history. Are you with me? Won't you stay? We have come so far. This is who we are. And like the rising sun, we have just begun to play our part. This is the time we form the chorus. Lift your voice for those before us. We can rely on one another. Feel the pride, let's show our colors. We are heroes and dreamers. We are restless believers.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are. This is Gail of Gaia, and this is Free Range, where we graze on wild ideas, and we have wonderful guests. And I have a much sought after guest who made quite a showing on our last show, and she's here again today. And we're going to talk about a very interesting topic that I haven't heard anyone else talk about. So let me bring Rainetta Jones on. Welcome, Rainetta.
Hi everyone. Hi, Gail. Thanks for having me again.
Yes, well, you are full of so much fascinating information, and you've done your research and homework, and it's things that people need to know. And we're going to talk about the Titans today, right?
Yes. Today.
Now, they're even bigger than the Giants, right?
Yeah, I'm not here to, sidestep anyone's hard work on the Giants. Okay.
Oh,
No, am I here to, make myself out something, to be something that I'm not. I'm just here to bring information and expand the way you think. And when you expand the way you think, when you literally develop new neurons, okay, the neurons in your brain fire up, right? You experience neurogenesis, right? And what happens is people don't realize that creating new neuronal pathways, right, new ways of thinking, also expands your ability to see. They're directly connected.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah. So people who have a hard time seeing, people who have a hard time with psychic development, okay, they have a hard time seeing, usually have very dogmatic, rigid views, and they don't cultivate new ideas because new neuronal pathways in the brain is directly related to your senses, the way you smell, taste, touch, feel, etc. And also, it's also directly related to emotional intelligence, right? Emotional intelligence, I believe, is superior to IQ. Okay, we live on a planet with high IQ people, and the more intelligent people get, the less emotional intelligent they become. And what ends up happening is society ends up more depraved, right?
Oh, yes, I agree with that. I can see that. That's true.
Yeah.
They lose their emotions as they become more intelligent.
Bingo. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? And what's interesting, let me make this a little bit bigger. Sorry, so I can steer ahead. So what's also interesting is that, the ancients said, and I'm going to show you where the Western thinking went wrong and the ancients had it right, right? So the ancients said, when you develop the brain, you should develop the brain bihemispherally, because you always end up with psychosis or psychotic behavior when there's a unilateral development of the brain. Right. So what does that mean, right? And all of this is related to the ability to see. You see what I'm saying? And not just to see, you want to see and you want to connect. You want to see and connect. Why is that important? Because of the emotional intelligence, the residual effects of what you're seeing, right? So look at this. So the ancients, and I'm going back to the actual ancient, the Kemetic people, what you call the Egyptian people, right? They said you have to develop the brain bihemispherally at the same time. So what is it? It is learning and the arts, spirituality. I say spirituality, right? So things like the scientific process and the spiritual development must be developed at the same time. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I see the problem already.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Yeah. So what we have is we have a culture that's developing intelligence, scientific process, advances in technology,
and nothing over here.
And exactly. And they're absolutely voiding spiritual intelligence, because spiritual intelligence is going to put restraint. Think about it. Spiritual development is going to put a restraint on lawless technology, on lawless agendas. You see what I'm saying? So the idea that spiritual intelligence, and when I say spiritual intelligence, it's very basic. What is spiritual intelligence? Okay, I am not going to harm you. I'm not going to harm you. Why? Because if I harm you one way or the other, I harm me. It's that simple. That's spiritual intelligence. I don't want to see you hurt because I don't want someone to hurt me. I don't want to see you violated because I don't want someone to violate me. That's spiritual intelligence, right? So why is that important? Spiritual intelligence demands that both sides, both hemispheres of the brain are progressing and developing at the same time. And when they're developing at the same time, what ends up happening is, you see that light spectrum? That light spectrum that's in front of us that allows us to only see in 3D, that allows us to only see like a tiny portion of what's around us. That light spectrum, as you develop new neuronal pathways, new ways of thinking, it begins to expand. And that expansion is what they don't want
to happen.
They don't want our ability to see, our ability to use psionic abilities, our ability to see beyond the light spectrum, and they surely don't want us developing both hemispheres of the brain at the same time, right? Because why? And that goes back to today's live stream. Why don't they want us developing both hemispheres of the brain at the same time? Because we're going to be doing what the ancients were doing. What were the ancients doing? The ancients were defying gravity. The ancients, the Titans, were, I believe, above 30 feet. It's 30 feet and under. 30 feet to 9 feet were the giants. But there was a race that was bigger, taller than 30 feet. And we're going into upwards of 100 feet, 200 feet. Yeah, I can.
We would be a bug.
Yeah. And look at this, we have the etchings of the giants all over the ancient books. And what are the ancient books, Rainetta? The ancient books are the writings and the carvings inside of the pyramids. Those are ancient books. Rainetta, that's not true. Books are written on papyrus. Books were written on rice paper for the Chinese and papyrus for the Egyptians. There was a writing system before that. What was the writing system before that? Stone.
Stone, right into the stone, yeah.
Stone, the writing system where the ancients stored technology. And I believe they were bihemispherical, and they could see when you're bihemispherical. Remember I said, when you're operating with both sides of the brain, that spectrum expands. They don't want us functioning on both hemispheres of the brain. So why don't they want us? They want to be able to manipulate religious people, because religious people are two right hemisphered, and they want to be able to manipulate so-called high IQ people. And they use both of them to destroy each other. Why? One is two right hemisphered, one is two left hemisphered. So let's get back to the writings in the rocks.
They divide everything, don't they?
Yeah, they've been doing this a long time. Religious people are right hemisphere of the brain. I hope I got that right. And scientific people are left hemisphere of the brain, right? So what do? When they want to manipulate religious people, they bring out left hemispherical dominance. Okay? Oh, religion is the Stone Age, blah, 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 blah. And then the religious people get subjugated. When they want to destroy the high IQ intellect, yada, 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 they use the right hemisphere people, which is religious, to destroy science and learning. And Europe has a very prolific history in modern times of doing this. And when Europe was under the domination of the right hemisphere, and I'm going back to the stone, why they wrote in stone, and which is the beginning of the argument, right? So we're going to use Europe as a template to show how they did this, right? So Europe was under the thumbprint of right hemispherical people, which was religious dominance. There was no science, no learning. There was, in fact, great architecture. We have to give them that. But in terms of science and learning, it was considered witchcraft. And you got burned, you got like made into a sandwich, you got quartered, you got, I mean, and this is,
Horrific.
yeah, you went through horrific torture, you got killed, and your skulls and your bones were used to build buildings. This is right hemispherical dominance, right? Okay, what happened? The Europeans, this is modern history, threw off the reins of the church. What followed after they threw off the reins of the church? The Renaissance.
That's true.
The Renaissance. Yeah. What happened when they went into the Renaissance? You had art, you had science, you had learning. There was an explosion of left hemispherical dominance due to years of subjugation. Okay, but then what bring it round full circle. Then what happened? Years and years and years of unrestricted left hemispherical domination led to what? Where we are today. And that is why they're trying to bring in a resurgence of right hemispherical dominance, which is religion. This is your new world order, right? So, yeah. So, I mean, it's all connected. But what's interesting is, let's go back to the ancients. We're going back to the ancient writing system. And many people believe, oh, no, they started writing on papyrus. No. They started writing on rice paper. No. The printing press was created in China. No. Then it came to the Gutenberg printing press. Bullshit. The original printing press was and were rocks. Was and were mountains. Rainetta, you're talking garbage. I'm going to prove it to you. The ancient people used rocks and mountains not just for decoration, not just for art, but as books. Let's take, for example, people who believe in the Bible. What was the first writing system of those people in the Bible? The God wrote the laws on their heart. No, God wrote those laws on
I just saw a picture when you started to say that,
right?